Hey guys, welcome to this session by IntelliPart. Digital marketing has been such an important entity in today's world of internet, right? So when you think about it, right from the startups to the mid-sized companies or be it multinational companies, everyone has invested a lot of money in the billions of dollars, in fact, every single year into digital marketing. Why? Because all of these guys know the power of digital marketing and the return on investment it brings. Now, to do all of this, to work with digital marketing, it takes a lot of skills and of course it requires expertise too. Keeping this in mind, we here at IntelliPart have come up with this full course video on digital marketing that you guys can use to learn. Well guys, before we begin with this session, make sure to hit that subscribe button and that bell icon so that you'll never miss any updates from us. And now, coming to the agenda of this session, we'll start out by understanding what digital marketing is and, of course, why we require digital marketing. Once we know what and why it is, we can directly compare it with traditional marketing and digital marketing to understand where the differences lie and to get a clear picture of digital marketing. Now, after that, we'll have to check out in-depth concepts about the sales funnel. We'll be looking at a lot of things such as search engine optimization, search engine marketing, social media marketing, email marketing, and a lot more. Well, we have more. Continuing, we'll actually be checking out how you can perform web analytics in detail. And lastly, we'll have a comprehensive hands-on demo on how you can work with SEO, that is search engine optimization, and SEM, which is search engine marketing as well. And of course, if you guys are looking to become proficient in digital marketing and if you want to become thorough experts in all of the concepts involved, make sure to check out the IntelliPath's digital marketing course made in collaboration with SPJIMR. It's a comprehensive course which will provide you a lot of information and a wealth of knowledge. Well guys, without further ado, let's begin the session.
Introduction to digital marketing. Well, we already know what digital marketing can do because of all of the applications that we've been using, all of the trends we see, all the advertisement we see, but then we wouldn't know the details of how a digital marketing might work, right? So basically, here's an introduction to digital marketing. Digital marketing, the first thing we need to know about it is we need to know what digital marketing is. So digital marketing is nothing but the process which involves promoting a lot of products, or it basically promotes your brand as well by making use of a variety of electronic media, guys. It is as simple as that. And coming to where digital marketing is thriving, or what's the fuel for digital marketing, well, I think I have to say it's the internet, because again, internet is the platform, it is the playground where digital marketing can go on and flourish, guys. So coming to the electronic media thing, basically what we're trying to say is that the electronic media which we're using, various forms of electronic media, basically is nothing but the mobile phones. You have digital banners, basically the digital advertisement boards you see on the streets or on top of buildings, and it can be tablets, it can be your computer, it can be on a laptop, it can be on a website, and so much more. So all of these include the digital medium through which digital marketing is pretty much making its way into our life. But then when you think about the older ways of how marketing previously used to happen, so people used to go about, business owners and enthusiasts used to go out and hire people for marketing, or they used to do it themselves as well. So what they basically used to do was they used to have print media. Print media is basically like printing an advertisement in a newspaper, or getting some announcements done on the radio or on the television as well. I mean, sure, we do see all of these even today, but then they do not have the impact that digital marketing has. There are many other physical forms of advertising as well. So it came to hoardings, business cards. Again, it is still in use today, but then people love a virtual business card. People love a website rather than just a business card, right? So when you come to think about that, all of these forms which were once very good have been replaced by something much better, which is digital marketing. And coming to using internets and social media. Basically, these were sort of non-existent back in the day. But if we have to talk about the earlier part of the 21st century, sure. We had Facebook, we had YouTube, we had all these networking sites, but then no one actually went about to do any marketing or to exploit the marketing aspect of using these online networking sites. But then we already know today we have Instagram marketing, we have Facebook marketing, LinkedIn marketing, YouTube marketing, you name it, and pretty much you can go on to market it there as well. So you need to understand how pretty much these traditional marketing strategies failed, right? Because the first thing through which it failed, in my opinion, is that it couldn't reach the customers as quickly, and basically it couldn't reach the customers in a rapid way, and it couldn't reach out to all of the people that initially was sought after. And this brings us to the next point, which is basically telling them that having a because each having a pattern is very important, because each customer will have some sort of patterns where they go on to buy things. So let's say you're going clothes shopping, you might go on to buy a shirt first and then a pant, and then you might pick up a tie, shoes, in that order, or whatever your pattern is of pretty much buying stuff. So this is just one customer view that I gave to you, but then when you think about thousands and millions of people to whom you're catering to, then you have to take this very seriously. And traditional marketing sort of failed to assess the purchasing patterns of customers. And then pretty much we already know that even these days we can feel it. The results you get from legacy marketing methods can be extremely slow, and usually they don't even get accounted for, because at the end of the day it's become a negligible entity in many of the fields, guys. I mean, sure, traditional marketing has its own advantages, online marketing has its bigger advantages in my opinion, but then when you have to juxtapose it and compare it with what digital marketing does today, then I do have to say that digital marketing is one pitch ahead, guys. So coming on to the benefits of a digital marketing certification, the first important thing we're going to have to talk about, you have to understand that you will earn up to 30% or more when you compare yourselves to non-certified professionals. Of course, there are going to be exceptions where people are exceptionally good at digital marketing and everything, and they might be earning a little bit more. But then, of course, when you look at the general demographic, it has been said, it has been sorted that you will be earning 30% more than a non-certified professional, and this is a very high-paying job as well. As we'll be checking out the average salaries in the next couple of sections, you will understand that having that 30% edge over non-certified professionals, you will realize the value, guys. So it is a lot, trust me on that. So coming to the second benefit, I think it's all about understanding another section where you will have the upper hand, is that number one, you'll have verified skills. Experimentation is good when you're learning, but then having verified skills and knowing that if you do this, this is the outcome, and your outcome is going to be good, and it's going to be better, it's going to be best, whatever it is, that is very important. And the second thing is that, of course, with learning comes education, right? So you guys will know at the end of the day what needs to be done for what particular campaign, on how to take it from point A to point B to eventual success. So that is very important. And third thing, of course, experience. In the field of digital marketing, freshers are of course very much welcome, but then with a certification, you will bring with you a lot of experience, which is extremely handy, because see, this is a field where you can track every single thing with numbers, and if you have the capability to show people that you can bring new growth and bring down the costs, bring up the revenue, whatever it is that the goal is of your campaign, and if you can prove it with numbers, then of course you are adding a lot of value to that company, guys. So take a second and do think about that. And then if you have to talk about another benefit, a personal benefit, all towards the company itself, you will be operating a lot more efficient with a certification, because you understand the things thoroughly. And people who are certified, majority of the people who are certified are actually the ones who are leading the industry of digital marketing, and there's a fine reason for that, right? So when you think about it, on a whole, being certified, be either you're a fresher, you can be a person moving from another, you can be a person moving from a programming language aspect as well. Again, we're going to discuss on that, but at this point of time, you do have to understand that you will be operating on a next level if you are certified, because that will help you. It's not like you're seeing or running for the first time in your life. You're already trained to do it, and now you'll be doing it very well. So that's the point there, guys. So this is a section which will intrigue a lot of people, is the average salary of a digital marketing certified associate, guys. The numbers are actually great. The average salary in the USA per annum is somewhere around $80,000 customers. It's around 8 lakhs per annum in India and 41,000 pounds in the United Kingdom as well. So, as a fresher, as a person who's getting into digital marketing, these numbers to me sound very attractive. These are very much attainable in the respective countries as shown below. All you need to do is you have to be trained, you have to have the right skill set, the interest, and the drive and passion for digital marketing at the same time. So, with this, we can come towards checking out all the job roles that you will be extending for. To commonalize everything and just say digital marketing associate might be okay, it might be fine, it might be right, but then there's more to it. Because look at your screen right now. I've mentioned over 10 different job roles, and I couldn't fit more on the screen, to be honest with you guys, because there is a lot more. If you're into the world of digital marketing, you can become an SEO analyst, a content specialist, social media expert, pay-per-click expert, affiliate marketing executive. You can become an ad expert, an automation specialist. Yes, a marketing automation specialist, email marketing lead, online PR manager, inbound marketing lead, a sales funnel expert. Guys, I can go on and on. So if you see this, the potential is really there. All you have to do is at this point of time, do not be overwhelmed thinking, okay, oh wow, I do not know any of these, can I still do it? Yes, you can. Stick with me for a minute, you will understand how. Just the point here is to tell you guys that you will have a lot of scope, a lot of domain, a lot of choices, in case if you guys are confused about not knowing where to go from wherever you are right now. So instead of just having the title of one job role, you've been given the freedom to choose from all of these, and not a lot of fields give you this kind of flexibility, right? So when you think about it, this makes a lot of sense. And then coming to the next topic, which is 4 C's of marketing. Well, 4 C's are basically customer value, cost, convenience, and communication. Let's get to that. But what is this 4 C's that we're talking about? Let us set the base trend. Pretty much we already know that digital marketing is a must and should for all the businesses, all the firms to actually grow and thrive out. And then coming to the 4 C's, it is nothing but a simple tool. It sounds simple, but then it is actually very complicated when you have to implement each of them and work on them. So these set of tools will basically help you make your website more communicative, more effective. And what this does at the end of the day to your customers is basically, for the business aspect, you're reaching out to your customers faster and you know what to cater to each customer. So at the end of the day, you're giving them very good service as well. So the 4 C's are customer value, cost, convenience, and communication. Let's come to the first one, which is customer value. Well, this basically involves the business or the business owner and the marketing team corresponding to that particular company to see the business through the customer's perspective, because you need to see it through and through. Through and through basically means thoroughly. So you need to see it thoroughly through the customer's perspective, because customers are the reason you're actually selling something to, and they are your driving force. Let's say if your business was a particular car, then your customers are driving your business most of the time when you think about it, because if there were no customers to buy, then you as a company cannot sell. So this involves asking a lot of questions as well. And the 3 top questions that I think a person should ask for when they're looking for digital marketing in terms of customer value is that the first question is, what products and what services are your customers expecting? What value do they think which corresponds to that particular product or service should be the first question. And the second question is, to pretty much increase the uniqueness and to make your product feel tailor-made, you need to ask, what is it that the customer exactly needs? Once you figure this out, then pretty much the next question becomes very easy, which is basically on how you can cater to all of the individual needs, but then you can do it at once. So how you can go on to catering individual needs on the whole will basically give you the answer to how you can customize your platform, how you can customize your product for each one of them. But at the end of the day, bring them all under the same umbrella and make them feel at home. So basically, a lot of research about your customer will help in getting all the details of regarding what the customer strategy is, what the customer patterns are, and at the end of the day, all of these what we call as customer value strategies, this will basically help build a very good product, a very good service setup that is again valued very much by your customer, highly revered by your customer, and it drives better sales for the team. So again, this brings us to the next C of digital marketing, which is cost. When we think about it, every organization, even on the personal level, as people, salaried employees, to just step out of the example, we want our costs to be as low as possible. So if you're doing this on a personal level, imagine doing scaling this particular thing in terms of millions. So ensuring that your cost stays low, and your functional costs, your operational costs, and whatever it might be, it is one of the most important matters that need to be concerned in the field of marketing, guys. So what basically tells you to price your product right? So basically, it involves a lot of things, and we're going to be discussing a lot of that in this particular presentation as well. But then, what you need to know right now is a lot of research takes place to knowing what price to put on what item, guys. And after this, basically, your customers will understand what you're providing is for a good cost, and your customers will do your competitor analysis for you most of the time. But then it is highly recommended, as a digital marketing executive, as a digital marketing expert, you do the competitive analysis as well. But then when you think about it as a customer, the customer would know better of who's offering what, because at the end of the day, it's their money to spend, and it's in their judgment to do it. And again, cost is relative is an important point out here, because you might think that it is right in pricing your product high, but then if your competitor is giving it for a lower price, then you might just lose a client there. So this brings us to the next C, which is basically convenience. Convenience, again, we're living in the 21st century, and the world around us is getting more convenient day by day. And when we think about it, the most convenient thing that has happened in the 21st century is definitely our smartphones. I have not met a person who does not have a smartphone among thousands of people I meet everywhere I go. So when you come to think about it, why not exploit smartphones to push very good digital marketing strategies there? Because when you think about it, let's say there are certain tourists who wants to go from Delhi to Himachal Pradesh for a tour, and they're looking for a place to stay for the night. So if they're looking for accommodation, what they'll usually do is they'll pick up their phone, they're going to go for a very good website, or there are a lot of websites for travel helping and travel agencies. So all these, even a simple Google search basically will help them get an accommodation. But then if the website that they're looking at is not mobile friendly, so it might open fine on a website. So if you guys have come across a situation where you're trying to open a website and it opens perfectly fine on your desktop, but then when you come to the mobile, it is not at all working fine. So that means that the website is particularly not mobile friendly. So what this happens is, they might not have a laptop. So the mobile is the only reason that they might want to use to book a room. So basically, they will just go to another company's website who actually has a very good mobile friendly site, and just go on to pick something up from there as well. So convenience is again a very important point of the 4 C's of digital marketing. And this brings us to communication. Communication is the number one thing, in my opinion, when it comes to the 4 C's, because at the end of the day, the marketing these days is all about how effectively you communicate rather than how effectively you promote. Because at the end of the day, effective communication will help you in good promotion as well. So this has to be stressed a lot, because communication involves having a very good communication tactics, strategies, and so much more. And this happens directly with your customer. It might be one customer, two customers, 10, 100,000, million. So you need to know how you can cater your company's views and mission and vision to basically understand what your customer wants, and then give them the same. So in the era of digital marketing, again, we need to know that there are millions of websites which are already present. So what makes your website better? Well, this is where the next point comes in. Pretty much your website needs to be very engaging, where your people, whoever land on your website, whoever come to your website, have something to do. They can read something, understand something, reciprocate to something, and react to something as well. So having a very responsive website, likable website, and an engaging website is a very important factor in the 4th C of digital marketing, guys. So this brings us to the next point of why traditional marketing fell. So what are the drawbacks of traditional marketing? So when you think about it, here is a very good graph which will tell you why traditional marketing fell. The majority of the reason why traditional marketing fell is that there was no interaction with the audience at all, little or no interaction basically. So you print an advertisement in the paper, and you just start selling it out. So again, millions of people buy newspaper every day. But how do you know who saw your particular advertisement snippet in a 12-page newspaper, right? So you have no way to gauge your audience and understand if they actually saw. So whatever value for money you're getting was very less in traditional marketing. And the next biggest reason is that it's extremely costly to put out radio advertisements, television advertisements, and to go print an advertisement in newspapers as well. Followed by this, it was pretty much very much interested and dwelled in the concept of return on investment, because when you think about it, you would have invested a lot, but the returns you're getting on that investment is very less. So that was 15% of the reason of why traditional marketing failed. And the other 5% was pretty much, it was again very difficult to receive feedbacks, as I just told you. In my opinion, they should be involved in that 50%, because again that directly affects the marketing scheme. And poor conversion ratio is again another reason, because 100, let's say 1 million people saw your ad, but then 10 people decided to call you. So that conversion ratio of 1 million people watching your ad versus 10 people calling you is something disastrous. So these are some of the reasons why traditional marketing fell. So coming to elaborate on it a little, so the first point we should talk about is pretty much interaction. So what's with less interaction and having good interaction, right? So the traditional marketing, when you think about it, it's just like a one-way street where you're able to, as a business, you can broadcast your information, you can provide all the details which is required to your audience. It can be to a small audience, large audience. Think of a newspaper or radio and whatnot. But then what you're not getting is when pretty much those people getting back to you, so that the absence of a particular feedback system will make it extremely difficult to go about understanding how your feedback is going about how your product is doing on the street. And then traditional marketing basically hopes to attract the attention of the right people and maybe convert them into customers, guys. So when you can read it on the screen right now, it says hope and maybe. So when you're talking about extremely good marketing strategies, there usually are no maybes and no hopes. So if it were digital marketing, then digital marketing surely would attract the attention of the right people and definitely convert them into customers. So this is where traditional marketing chose to be a little behind when we compare it to digital marketing. And this brings us to the next point, which is time sensitivity. Well, again, traditional marketing is pretty much based on something which is done once and cannot be changed, because once you print an advertisement on the paper and the paper is distributed to millions of people, when you think about it, there is nothing you can do about it. So you go on to have a television commercial and a paper, but then you want to replace any one of the products that you're actually selling, but there is an ad which is already running for that. In that case, you have to replace the entire advertisement, and this is going to cost you as well. And then pretty much is it's an extreme requirement as a business, as an ad agency provider, and so much more, because at the end of the day, you have to redo your entire advertisement campaign. The person publishing your campaign has to work for it, and then you have to collaborate, you have to pay a lot of money and do it as well, guys. So in the trending world, having something which is very tough to change was a very bad thing for traditional marketing, guys. And then coming to the costs, again, as I've told you, in traditional marketing there are a lot of recursive costs, because at the end of the day, it's not just you running one advertisement and leaving it, right? So you'll be running these advertisements every now and then without the idea of knowing whether it gives you good returns, bad returns, what's going on and what's not. So the advertisement in your local newspaper will only be effective if it is actually seen by the audience, right? And most of the time it will only work, like 99.9% of the time when you put a newspaper advertisement, you have to make sure that the people see that advertisement on that particular day when it got published, because if the people are not watching advertisement that day, then hey, they might just throw the paper away and they might not ever see it again. So what are the chances of your people watching your advertisement, a tiny snippet in an entire newspaper? So this is something you have to think about when it comes to traditional marketing. And then again, the process of reiterations, the process of recreations, all of these complicates the entire process of marketing. This will add up in price, this will add up in time, and then as we already know, time is money. So it is very important to understand why traditional marketing fell. And here's another reason to pretty much concrete the answer, which is basically low versus high customization. Traditional marketing, as we all know it, offers very little help when it comes to customizing an ad campaign, again, because it gets published really early and so much more. So here you cannot target your customers, you cannot target people of specific age group, specific location. So many filters that you cannot apply out here is the right word. And then coming to the next thing, which is basically, you can use traditional marketing, sure, to market certain trends, certain segments of this world, but then it would be impossible. It is not like it would maybe be possible. It is a direct impossibility to, not go after targeted customers, because you don't even know if your customers are seeing whatever you're selling. And then this comes to online ads. Online ads, basically, the user not only has the option to reach out to the right kind of customers, but then you can also show them what your exact product is and what you can do for them, which will basically make the product feel very tailor made. So this again is one of the very important differences between traditional and digital marketing. And then the next thing, as a product seller and as a business person, what you need to know is the price disclosure probability. Because again, when you're doing traditional marketing, when it comes to offering unique prices, customized pricing options, traditional marketing could not do it. It was very difficult, because again, print media will make it difficult. You have to redo your ad, you have to pay again, time waste again, your efficiency comes down, your time is more, your cost is high, and all of these happens. And let's say the person thinks your price is very high and he might move out. But then if you have a digital marketing campaign running there, the person can call you, or you can call the person, negotiate down and close that particular sale. And this basically means you made money, rather than just printing an advertisement where you're not giving the pricing requirements of that particular customer, and the customer leaves. So this quickly brings us to the examples of digital marketing. So in my opinion, there are pretty much 10 ways we can go about with using digital marketing. Everything from search engine optimization, content marketing, social media, pay-per-click, affiliate marketing, native advertisements, marketing automation, email marketing, online PRs, and inbound marketing as well, guys. So let's quickly walk through each of these examples of digital marketing. And the first thing is SEO. I'm sure most of us would have heard of SEO, and if you haven't, it stands for search engine optimization. So this process is to get your website or your online content to come at the top of a search. What I basically mean is that when you pretty much search for any of the top trending technologies, you can see the IntelliPath's website come up. So with a good search engine optimization strategy, and if your content is very good and people like it, so this basically will get your website to rank up on the first page of your Google search or whatever. Because again, who goes to page number 10 to get something important, right? So if it's on page number 1, there are higher chances that people come and pick up something from your website, or just interact with your website, and so much more. So this increases the overall amount of traffic on your website as well. So there's this concept called as organic traffic. So organic traffic is where, again, the name suggests, it's free traffic where real people come in and interact with your website for free. So you get a lot of organic traffic as well, and all of the benefits that you get from SEOs, it'll pretty much span throughout your websites, it'll span throughout your blogs, and you can use very good infographics, images, videos, music, whatever you want in your website, which might help SEO as well. And this brings us to pretty much knowing all the various ways that you can get to achieve good SEO. There are so many concepts with SEOs. It's something called as on-page SEO. We have off-page SEO techniques, and much, much more. And this brings us to the second example of digital marketing, which is basically content marketing. Content marketing, again, is one of the most important aspects of establishing your brand online, because this is the process of creation and later promoting that creation, basically built around that particular product. And this what this does pretty much is that it helps in generating brand awareness, it helps market your product, it'll help sell your product better, and so much more. And this, at the end of the day, will directly affect traffic growth, directly affect lead generation, directly affect your customers, and whatnot. So guys, think about it. If you have anything more to add about content marketing or any of these examples, make sure to head down to the comment section and do let me know. And then coming to the last point of content marketing, which is basically all the channels that you can use to go about with content marketing strategies, guys. So you can write very good blogs, you can have ebooks, you can have white papers, infographics, YouTube videos, not only YouTube, well, generally videos, and much, much more. So the number of channels for content marketing are virtually endless, because if you are good at generating text content, video content, image content, audio content, you can pretty much flourish and exploit the entire world of digital marketing, because you have a place wherever you go. And this brings us to social media marketing. So social media marketing is pretty much done to promote a brand, to promote a business on any of these social media channels. There are a lot of channels. There's Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat, Pinterest, and much, much more. So basically, we use these social media, we use certain strategies to go about establishing our brand, establishing our products, and telling the world we exist through these social media. And this is done at the end of the day to increase brand awareness, drive organic traffic to your website, and generate leads for businesses where you can sell something and at the end of the day get a profit through the same. And this brings us to pay per click, which is the elaborated form of PPC. So every time you might see PPC, do know that PPC stands for pay per click. What pay per click is pretty much, it is one of the very good methods which is used to drive traffic onto a website. By paying a publisher every time your ad is clicked. So every time a person comes and clicks your ad, which has been put out by a publisher, you get paid for it. So one of the very good campaigns here is Google Ads. So Google Ads will pretty much pay for top slots on the Google search engine where there is a price which is set. So every time the person comes and clicks, per click you have a certain price which is pretty much attached to that, and all of these will again establish your brand, bring in more money, and you know what you're getting, how many clicks you're getting, and this is very advantageous because you're only paying for the clicks you get. So this is a very good strategy of digital marketing. So there are many other channels for this as well. Think about Facebook ads, Twitter campaigns, sponsored messages on LinkedIn. So we see all of these on a daily basis, and we have been seeing them for a couple of years now when you think about it, right? So the next example of digital marketing is affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing again is something very important because you will receive a small amount of commission whenever you promote, whenever pretty much a product has been promoted, a service has been promoted, and you do it for someone else's product on your website. It is as simple as that. So you might have seen a couple of YouTube videos where there might be affiliate links to e-commerce websites such as Amazon and something. So when you go and buy stuff through those links, and these have to be genuine links, guys. So be very careful when you're using affiliate links. If you're the product, if you're buying a product or something through the affiliate links, and if there are genuine links, then what basically happens is you are charged the same amount for the product, but then through whose link you clicked, right? So that person gets a very small amount, a very small percentage of commission for showing you that particular product, and that's as simple as that. So again, you can pretty much do all of these by hosting ads. You have something called as the YouTube partner programs, and you have a lot of things you can do with affiliate marketing, and again it is endless, as I've been telling for a while now. And pretty much you can go on to post all of these content through your social media accounts by cross-linking them and bringing multiple strategies together as well, guys. And then this brings us to native advertising. Native advertising basically means that you're so basically what this method of native advertisement suggests is that they are primarily content led, and they are featured on a lot of platforms alongside many other non-paid content, guys. So the non-paid content is a keyword there. And then one extremely good example of native advertising is the BuzzFeed sponsored post, because when you take a look at a lot of, if you guys are into BuzzFeed, and then you would know what I'm talking about. But then if you do not, make sure you do a quick Google search after this video and you can find out what BuzzFeed sponsored posts are. So basically it's people come click on that, and the advertising is done in such a way. Usually it is very subtle, but then people who opt in for BuzzFeed feeds basically know what they're getting into, and they get very good products there as well, guys. And then coming to the next thing, these days the trend is that people consider social media advertising to be the native one, because Instagram marketing, Facebook marketing, LinkedIn marketing has been flourishing so well. People consider it to be native these days, guys. And this brings us to marketing automation. Marketing automation basically is telling your company to use a software which will automate all the marketing operations. So you do not need a human workforce, or you do not need a huge human workforce to basically work with your basic marketing operations. And what this does is pretty much it automates all of the repetitive tasks that humans might do manually. They might get bored, and again it's pretty much a waste of resource, a waste of time, energy, efficiency, money, and so much more. So if you can have a machine, if you can have a software which can do repetitive tasks extremely well, then why not? So basically some of these tasks are like email newsletters, social media post scheduling, campaign tracking, campaign reporting, and much more as well, guys. So this brings us to email marketing. So email marketing, again, when we know email is a huge player when it comes to selling your content through digital marketing, because you can use it to promote content, give them discounts, create events, and direct these people directly towards your particular business's website, guys. So there are many types of mails that you can basically send. Most of them are blogs, subscription newsletters, welcome mails, holiday promotions, very good discounts, attractive limited sales, and much more, guys. So there are many other types of mails as well, where you can give your customers tips and tricks. You can give certain cheat codes to your customers. You can have follow-up emails. You can have support emails to help the customer understand your product better, or help your customer go through your website and understand where you're coming from, what's your story, and much more, guys. And this brings us to online PR. Basically, this again is a very important aspect of digital marketing, because PR, it basically deals everything with respect to digital publications, digital blog publications, and all the other content based websites where you're promoting your content, guys. So all of the channels which come alongside the online PR scheme basically involves using a lot of social media, a lot of online reviews of the company, typing in very good engaging comments on the websites, typing comments, asking a lot of questions, asking queries on the blogs, and much more. And what basically is an advantage here is that online PR is actually very similar to your traditional press releases, because this again feels very tailor made to the online space. And then this is where our online press releases started winning a little bit. And then, let's say it was a very fair race, but online PR won a little bit better and performed a little bit better when it comes to traditional PR, guys. And then this brings us to inbound marketing. And inbound marketing again is how your customers are reacting to your product, and this can only be done if you provide very good, attractive, engaging stuff to your customers, right? Because if you delight your customers, if your customers are very happy at every stage of their entire buying journey, they feel at home when they come to your particular website or product as well. And what basically is a very good thing is that any strategy can actually be used to give them a very good customer experience. And this can be done because your customer personally. And I'm talking about the online marketing here, because since it's online, your customer's behavior, you can have a lot of customer data, and you can use all of these data to exploit and create a very good program, a very good strategy, which can be customized for every single customer as well, guys. And the other thing is that there's a lot of blogging which can be done. You can do a lot of video marketing, email contacts lists, and much more when it comes to directly involving into inbound marketing to be your primary channel of digital marketing, guys. And this brings us quickly to the introduction of sales funnels. So have you guys heard of sales funnels? Head to the comment section and let me know. So sales funnels basically are this particular channels where people can let's say it's a very well waved path where people actually come visit your websites to either buy your product, see what you're offering, or buy one of your services, guys. So let us visualize this to understand this in a very simple way. So let's say some people never leave the top of the sales funnel while others reach the very end. Let us see what happens when people leave at the top of the sales funnel versus the bottom of the sales funnel. So the sales funnel looks something like this on your screen, guys. So you have something called as traffic, you have something called as leads, and you have something called as the sales as well. So you might be asking, do companies have control over this particular so-called funnel? Well, yes, you do influence how many people actually reach to the bottom of the sales funnel. But what does it mean if you're reaching to the bottom of the sales funnel? Let us consider a scenario to understand just that. Let's say there is a person who just came into your website and is actually browsing through. Let's consider the offline version of this as well, so you can get a better picture. So there's a salesman there, sales associate, who's helping the customer by greeting the customer and offering any assistance if required by the customer. So at this point of time, your customer is on the top of the funnel. So he's at this particular stage, what we call as traffic. And when he becomes a lead, is that this person is after walking into your shop is very interested in picking up some of the items, and at the same time the salesperson will help this customer by providing attractive discounts, offers, telling the person more about the product and whatnot. And this person gets converted from a traffic to a lead now, because again, what happens is a lead can be converted to a sale, and this customer is convinced by the goodness, by the sweet talk or your product as well, and then he or she decides to buy the product, and now your traffic became a lead, and your lead definitely became a sale, because the customer is very much interested to make a purchase. The customer just made a purchase, and your salesperson again is in a very friendly manner helping the customer buy it as well, and the customer just went from the top of the funnel as traffic to the bottom of the funnel, which was basically sales. So think about the process of filtering traffics into leads and the leads into sales, guys. So on the whole, this is what will happen, guys. So you have something called as leads. There are a lot of opportunities which are coming in. When you think about the left perspective and the right perspective, you create a sales call where you talk to all of these people, you make connections with them, and after that you convince them and you tell them what you have to offer with your product. And if they are convinced, then they're directly created into a sale. But then if they want to take some time, then you're going to do some follow-up questioning, follow-up calls with respect to the timing which is actually given, and then this particular customer who's been followed up through can be converted by the process of conversion, and you'll have to work with the obstacles corresponding to that as well. And at the end of it, you have sales and persistence, where it's not just about making one sale in this particular case, but it's about making hundreds of sales after that as well, guys. So everything you see on the left side of the funnel pertains to what you actually want to do, and all the right side will pretty much tell you how to do, and the challenges pretty much that's posed to you as well, guys. So this brings us to the question of why sales funnel is actually important, right? So when you come to think about it, it again paves the entire roadmap. Consider it's a very dark street right now, and sales funnel is like a flashlight that you would find on the road. That's pretty much a vague analogy, but when you can think about it, that flashlight can be your difference between you tripping and falling on a dark road and whatnot, right? So this particular analogy will help you understand why sales funnels are important, because these can help you find out all the holes in the funnels, where the holes in the funnels are the places where people actually drop out and they do not convert into sales. So they start out as traffic and they can become leads, but then they can still choose not to buy your product, right? So you can understand why they didn't want to buy your product, and then this will help you understand the entirety of your firm, if your product is actually being catered to the right customers or not. And if it is done right, it can be extremely efficient, extremely optimized, but then if it is not done right, it cannot be optimized and your business model might fail. And this pretty much brings us to the ways that in which your customers require and how you provide as well, because this is very targeted, right? So you have specific customers who are coming, who have specific reasons to go out instead of becoming a sale and whatnot. So this will give you a path, a very paved road, pretty much, so that you can design a very special marketing strategy, a very specific, unique strategy for all of your customers as well, guys. So this brings us to the part where we'll check out sales funnels in a little bit more depth. So how does sales funnels work? Again, we already know what it does, but then think about a customer who has to go through these 4 stages to visualize what's going on with respect to sales funnels, guys. So the customer will go from a visitor first, and then he becomes a prospect, he or she becomes a lead, and then they become a buyer, right? So this customer again starts out as a visitor, becomes a prospect, becomes a lead, and then at the last becomes a buyer. And the end goal of your digital marketing campaign is to take this visitor and convert this visitor into a buyer, guys. So how does this work? Let's talk about again the prospect part. Prospect is basically a visitor who just comes to your website, right? So this person can come through Google search or any sort of social media link or any of the digital marketing campaigns that you've run. So he or she will now be considered as a prospect, because there are a lot of perspectives that you can pretty much go on to using as well. So what this basically does is that this visitor can actually check out a blog post you have. He or she can check out few of the products that you're selling. They can browse through whatever you're selling if they're interested in any and whatnot, right? So this is a prospect. Coming to who a lead is basically a person becomes a lead basically when you ask them to fill out a form, give any more details and whatnot, guys. So pretty much when you have certain access to your customer which is outside your website, right? So by making your customer fill a form, you can get their email addresses, details like phone numbers, and much more as well. So this gives you a very good advantage where you have the access to your customers outside your website, right guys? Take a second, contemplate about that, and think about how important that can be for a campaign. So leads again tend to come back to your website pretty much when you contact them. You can leave them a mail, you can leave them a message with very good offers, coupon codes, and everything which will attract them, and there is a good chance that it might work. They might come back and be converted as a buyer. And that is the last step of how it works, guys, because when you think about it, the sales funnel, how it physically is built, that it gets narrower at the bottom end, right? So there are more number of traffic people at the top, there are a smaller amount of leads in the middle, and there are very less amount of sales at the bottom. And your goal is to pretty much maximize the bottom of the funnel, which is getting people to buy your product. Because the funnel is designed this way because you might have more visitors than prospects, you'll have more prospects than leads, and you will have more leads definitely than sales, guys. So when you come to think about it, this is simply all the four stages which works in a sales funnel. So you start out with awareness on the first stage, and you create interest with the customer on the second stage, and your customer pretty much has a decision stage through which he or she opts to pick your product or not pick your product. And at the end of the funnel, it's an action, right? So the action is converting the prospect into a buyer, or it is pretty much action of the customer, where the person actually chooses to buy it or not buy it as well, guys. So to elaborate on these particular processes, the first one is awareness. So coming to the first point when we're explaining the sales funnel is pretty much with the awareness. Just as we saw, this is the moment where you first catch your customer's attention, and at this stage it's become very clear that your prospect becomes aware of what your business is, the products you offer, the development that you do, and basically who you are and what you do, guys. So in simple terms, what you're trying to do is you're trying to woo the prospect, you're trying to claim interest and catch this particular person's attention, the prospect's attention, into making that person return to your website, engage more with your business, understand your business model more, and then eventually be converted into a sale, guys. And the next thing is the interest, because when consumers are pretty much in the interest stage, what happens is that they're actually knowing that they're interested in your particular product. So they're doing some back end research, they're doing comparisons with your competitors and much more. So what happens is, if you're pushing your product from pretty much the beginning till the end, and all you're trying to do is, if you're just trying to sell them very blatantly, you will turn off these guys. So these guys will care less and go to your competitors and buy a product from there. So you have to be very careful when you're playing with the interest of the consumer, because again, you have to know that they'll be doing their research, they'll be doing their comparisons and much more. But the goal of this particular step is to know that you're helping your customer make a very informed decision, take a very informed decision, and at the end of the day, you'll be offering them help in any way that you particularly can, so that they can go on about their goal, buying the product from your site, and you can make a sale and eventually turn it into profit, guys. And this brings us to decision basically is the stage where your customer is ready to take the decision and make a buy. So this particular step is again very important, because at this point of time, your consumer is considering your competitors too. You need to be better than your competitors at this point of time. And then the best thing I can tell you at this point of time is, make them an offer they cannot refuse. If you're shipping a physical product, you can pretty much offer them free shipping. You can go on to give them discount codes, bonuses, and so much more, which will basically keep them and put the rock solid foundation to their decision, guys. And after this, pretty much he can the person, whoever is the prospect, can is a lead basically now, and this particular lead can purchase products or service. And once they have done that, once you've made a sale, they become part of your business ecosystem, right? But this one sale is not the end of it. Your job as the marketing expert here is to make sure that people actually come land on the website. And if there has been one sale which has made due to your strategy, your job is to convert this 1 into 10, 10 into 100, 100 into a million, and much more, guys. So the main focus, the main key point here is, you need to focus on customer retention, because every time a customer buys something, it is your duty as a marketing team, it is your duty as a firm basically, to show gratitude to them for the purchase, ask them for feedback about the product, ask how you can develop the product, ask for suggestions, comments, queries, and so much more, and keep them engaged with the content, guys. So here is a small example of a sales funnel that I can think of, and through this, your concept about the sales funnel should be extremely clear. So let us consider a scenario where we pretty much own an e-commerce business, and our primary job is to sell t-shirts. So you realize that you're selling your t-shirts, in between the age group of somewhere between 25 years old and 65 years of age. So you have the funky young kind of look t-shirts for the people at 25, and you have the matured professional look shirts that you want to sell and pitch to the people who are 65 years old. And you also know that the majority of your audience for your website comes through Facebook. So that's your target audience. So what you will pretty much do next is you will run something called as a Facebook advertisement, where you pay Facebook to promote your product, and this again brings in traffic to your page. And at your page, this person is still traffic and considered as a prospect, right? So this prospect is pretty much asked to sign up. So when they sign up, they give you their email, they give you their phone numbers, and so much more. This is the process where the prospect becomes the lead, because you've asked them to engage, and they engage and give you more details where you can contact them. And now you have leads, and leads are an extremely good thing, because instead of just prospects, now you can contact your people, and this can lead to a sale, right? So after this, what you do is you have to educate all the people that whose email IDs you have. So what you basically do is you send out some content to them. You tell them, hey, this is our new shirt designs, these are what is trending, and we are doing the same thing. And you can tell them where your design inspiration comes from, and so much more, that helped you actually take a decision. So now the lead will have a very good amount of research. He or she will know the competitive analysis. He or she will know what buyer, I mean what seller is actually catering to the buyers, right? What's the pricing like, what's the quality of your t-shirts like, what's the quality of your print, how is your service, how are your discounts, and much more. So at the end of your digital marketing campaign, what you'll pretty much tell them is, what, hey guys, here's a surprise, I'm going to give you a 20% off coupon on your entire first order. And this is going to woo customers and make them so happy, because they're getting a 20% off, which they didn't expect. So this will help pretty much. Even they will do some marketing for you by telling their friends, family members, and much more about what you are offering, and that surprise offer that made them very happy at the end of their process as well. And this will get people to want what you're selling, and then your t-shirt business will just take off from this, guys. So basically at this, after the end of your campaign, you are done. And now again, you're going to add the same customers to a new emailing list. You're going to start this entire process again, give them offers, give them discount codes, keep them very attracted, give them design models, and much more. But this time you won't be using the same content, you will be using something different as well, guys. So basically, this will make your customers come back for more. Come back for more is the most highlighted keyword here, and I want you guys to concentrate on with this. In fact, we can actually quickly jump into our first strategy, which is the very important strategy, as you'll see why, is email marketing. Well, I am sure you knew this, but if you didn't, there's 300 billion emails that gets sent every single day. 300 billion. Yes. When you think about the world population, we are sending a lot more emails to people, right? So when you think about email marketing, there's two ways you can go about doing it. One is the paid approach, and one is the free approach. But when you talk to expert marketers, everyone believes that setting up a good pipeline for email marketing will involve a little bit of costs, because you'll be shooting back and forth emails to your customers, you'll be acquiring lists, and so much more, right? So it is very important that when you think about this strategy, you have to keep the prices a little low. See, for example, you'll have to start with the purchase of email marketing tools. There's so many tools which will give you a plethora of analytics, right? So to do all of these tasks, to perform some in-depth analysis, you do have to invest in tools. And then you simply do not have to buy all the tools, but then make sure that you plan out your campaign in a way where you understand what the requirement is, and then spend the budget. So planning is a very good part here as well. And then there are and then one very important thing we have to talk about is how good content will drive your email marketing campaign, right? Well, all the 5 strategies that we are discussing about, let me just put it out there. For all the 5 strategies, creation of good content, catchy content, and attractive content is gonna be the prime thing, guys. So no matter what so no matter how good your marketing skills are, if your content is not up to the mark, then of course it will not hit. To generate good content, you either have to find an expert who creates good content and then work with it, or you have to find other methodologies, and of course this has a bit of cost to it as well. And then there's something called as email contacts and email lists that you might tend to invest in, which is basically a list of all the people who might be looking for the product that you're pretty much offering, or the service that you're offering as well. I mean, you can get all these details if you have an established website where you ask the people coming onto your website via a form or something to give you their email ID, such that you can leave them mails, give them discounts, offers and whatnot. But then if that is not the case, if you're starting out, then you will have to invest in a email list and then work with that as well, and of course that costs a little bit of time and money. And then when we have to talk about setting up a standard pipeline to sending out your mails, see, mails are either viewed as very useful or generic or spam. You have to make sure that your mails go to the very good section and not the spam. So it is very vital that you understand how you can send out very attractive mails and not spam everyone on your list, because once you enter that spam box, right, then there is a good chance no one even checks out the spam box in all seriousness. So you'll be wasting a lot of time and effort, and you won't be driving a lot of things. So it's very vital that you set up a good pipeline as well. The next thing I'm always asked when talking about email marketing is, okay, so if I'm investing something, what is my return on investment? You know what? Let me give you a very elegant example, a very practical example. Let's say you or your business, be it a startup or a multinational company, are investing $5 in each of the departments that I've put up on the screen there. Let's say you're investing $5 in banner advertisements, $5 in mobile marketing, $5 in keyword advertisement, and so on. So think about the return on investment right now. So for every $5 spent, what can you gain back, right? So with banner advertisements, for every 5 you can make 10. With mobile marketing, for every 5 you can make 55. For keyword advertisements, it's 90. For SEM or search engine marketing, it's 115, which is again very, very good numbers for $5 that you invest. And check out email marketing, it is leagues above anything else, right? So it's $200 on an investment of just $5 if you do it right, if you're trained to do it, and if your campaign is going on well. Think about that for a second, guys. I thought I'm going to save the best for the last, but then this was very attractive to keep you guys waiting, so I had to put it in the first as well. So, after checking this out, what is a good email marketing campaign? What is a good structured way to approach an email marketing campaign, right? See, the first step, let me just walk you through all the steps that you see on your screen right now. Firstly, you always have to identify your goals. Make sure your goals are reachable. First, make sure you walk one step, then walk quarter mile, then walk a mile. Just don't set a goal which is very meaningless, or a goal which you cannot achieve at this point of time. So make sure your goals are very important. Identify it, see what customers that you have to cater to and whatnot, and that will bring us straight into step 2, which will discuss about how you should build your contact list. See, building your contact list and understanding the email list is very important, because let's say if you're a local business, who's offering groceries or something, you will require the contact of the people around you, probably in your neighborhood or in your city, right? It wouldn't make sense if you're selling groceries in one part of, let's say, America, and all of your contacts are sitting in Europe. I mean, of course, you can export your groceries, but at the end of the day, the market that you're tapping for, right, that is very important. And then writing attractive email titles and creating high quality content, well, this is something you're going to see a lot on this session, because high quality content is something I always stand by, be it digital marketing, be it programming, or be it in any other field as well. Keep the content to the highest standard as much as possible, and that itself is enough to drive people at the end of the day. And then when you're talking about sending emails at the right time. This is very key, guys. So you can choose to send emails early in the morning, say at 8 a.m. or probably at 7 p.m. as well, or a little late, at 9 p.m., where people are in a point of relaxation. They're not working at their day job maybe. So your email should be reachable to them, where they're probably relaxing on their phone or checking their emails, checking their social media and whatnot. But then, to understand how you can send your emails right, there is a trick here. Let me tell you. First, you begin with experimentation. For a couple of days, you can send your emails at a variety of times and then see how the response is like. Because there you will understand what your customer base, is checking their phones, checking their emails and whatnot, and at what time are they doing it. With that, of course, you have a win-win. So this covers the right time and the testing part. Now, if you have to talk about an unsubscription part, guys, this is very important. You might be thinking, why are we even talking about unsubscription, right? So our campaign is to make sure we get subscriptions. Yes, if they're already in your email list, that means that they're already subscribed to you guys. But then you have to give them an unsubscription option, because if they have to choose out of it, or if they want to opt out of your campaign, then you must give them an option there to make sure that you seem trustworthy. Then of course, after they unsubscribe, you can leave them a mail saying you miss them, you'd want them back, give them an exclusive offer to see them come back and whatnot. But then it is very vital that you give them the option, guys. So the unsubscription option, putting it out there, is very, very important. Now, after email marketing comes another very, very big form of marketing, which is social media marketing. This has taken this particular decade and the last decade, right? The 21st century has been taken and swept across its knees because of social media, in my opinion. Why do I say this? Well, I am sure I really do not have to explain social media marketing a lot, because you already know that there's billions of people online even as we speak right now. So it's the biggest pool of people, or let's say the biggest pool of customers you will find anywhere in the world. You can walk in and sell your product to the entire city, but then now with social media marketing, you have an entire globe that you can cater to if you do things right. Correct? So people come online for a variety of things, be it entertainment, be it a little session of online watching TV shows, movies and whatnot for entertainment. They come for shopping, and they come for, let's say, training videos as well. I mean, everyone is working from home right now, studying from home, upskilling from home. So of course everyone's into fitness and whatnot, so even they'll be looking at that, right? So if you're a company who sells any fitness products or fitness services, well, this is a very, very good time for you guys to jump on it, because everyone wants to get fit in this particular work from home cycle, and working on that as well. So it's not just that, it's a variety of things. With just entertainment, shopping and training on your screen, I'm sure you can open up a lot of doors. So, one very important thing we have to talk about social marketing, if you have to talk about numbers, because guys, I am a numbers person. To me, analytics drives everything. So, think about this. Almost 90% of the professional marketers say that their social media campaigns have completely revolutionized and increased the exposure for their products, brands, services, and whatnot. 90%. So if we have, let's say, 1,000 people watching this live session right now, it means 900 of you guys say yes, social media marketing has done wonders for my brand. If there are 10 people, it means 9 of them agree, guys. So think about that particular thing for a second. Correct? Now, you will have a question saying, what is a good social media marketing strategy? What can I work with? Well, let me tell you this. We begin with, again, another section of setting your campaign goals, seeing what customer base you have to tap into, seeing what social medias you can use to get there as well. And then community engagement and target audience. See, if you are a startup, then you would be hunting for people to actually understand, find your brand, and then make some sort of communication with you. So this part of it is very important, and it is vital that you reply back to your learner base, users, customers, prospects even, or let's say someone who's interested in your brand as well. This will give you a very keen idea on what your target audience are, how you should work with them, and how you can take your brand further as well. Coming to business analytics and competitive analytics, of course, guys, this marketing cycle, what we call as social media marketing, is trackable. Everything has powerful analytics. Be it Facebook, be it YouTube, Twitter, you can perform amazing amount of analytics, and you can just use your analytics to drive entire campaigns. That's how powerful it is. And with the world of competition that we live in today, you can find out from your competitors what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and of course you can make use of that as well to your advantage. That's a win, right, guys? So when you think about creation of good content, again, so I don't think I have to stress on this because you already know the value of good content by now, correct? And then it's not only just creation of good content, it's about delivering this good content. You can bake, let's say, a very, very good pizza or some biscuit or something, but then if this doesn't reach your customers in time, if this doesn't reach your customer at all, then it just goes to waste, right? So it is very important that you deliver this to your customers. So that again is very important too. What's more important is to understand where you're going wrong, what you're doing right, and how you can better your campaign. And that can be done with campaign evaluation. So these are some of the very good points that you can use to create a very good social media marketing strategy, guys. With that, we have to check out some of the social media out there, right? So there's so many popular social media, there's billions of users for each of these, and when you think about it, these are the top that are out there, guys. Think about Twitter for a second. If you're willing to have your brand trending very quickly and bring about an awareness among people where they want to talk about your brand, they want to see you exist and probably take you from 0 to 100 really quick, well, Twitter should be your goal. But then if you have a product which you think is going to impress a lot of people and it's going to be a little attractive, catchy, and into the millennial kind of a marketing exposure that we're talking about, then Pinterest is what you should be looking at. Then Instagram, do I even have to talk about Instagram, guys? Your content is going to reach people very rapidly if you run advertisements there, or even if you just put up good content generally as well. If you keep it attractive and catchy, it generally is going to work for all of these social media. But then for Instagram, keeping it catchy is the bare requirement to make sure people get your attention. And then of course, if we talk about LinkedIn has a very formal user base which is very different from the other social media, right? So here, to formally launch your brand, to garner attention from competitors, from your users, from people who want to invest in your company as well. So this is another place where you have to tap into and understand that it is quite different from everything else too. And then do I have to talk about YouTube? Guys, Facebook, YouTube, all of these will drive your business to success. If you know how to work with analytics, if you can understand data, if you can understand numbers, then of course you can drive your entire marketing campaign, as I just mentioned a couple of slides ago, with just numbers and detailed analytics with this, guys. So be it Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, whatever it is, all of these social media have driven billions of dollars worth of business in just 1 or 2 years in the past, and that number is exponentially growing and going up. So I would suggest you guys work on your social media marketing strategies as well. Now with that, we come to the third strategy, which is search engine optimization. This is a very, very important thing, and if I am not wrong, I'm sure you guys will agree here, this is probably the most used digital marketing term, right? So whenever you talk to a person who's an expert in digital marketing, whenever you talk to a friend who's into digital marketing, they're going to be using this term very often: SEO, search engine marketing, search engine optimization, and whatnot. So these couple of acronyms in this world, right? So it's PPC, SEO, SEM, all of these are fancy terms, and not just fancy terms, they are very fancy goals, and they will drive your performance to the next level too. Now anyway, coming back to search engine optimization, whenever we talk about SEO, it's all about optimizing your content delivery. See, once you create good content, you have to make sure that this content is delivered to the people who search for it. See, for example, if you go to Google and if you type your favorite phone brand or whatever it is, if you want to buy a Samsung phone, an iPhone, or whatever it is, as soon as you type that, you're going to get a couple of listings there, right? So let's say you want to read a review on those phones. So you can choose to go to the e-commerce sites, or you can read very good blogs where people review that as well. Now, how many of you will actually go to the Google's second page, third page, fourth page, fifth page to actually read any of these, right? I don't think so, even if it's news also. So you want everything at least in the top 5 or the top 10, or let's say worst case in the first page of your Google search result. And SEO is used just for this. It's going to make sure that if your content is good, if you follow all the protocols, and if you have a very nice trustable brand, it brings your website up into the first page organically. So you do not have to pay, in the world of SEO as well. I mean, of course, there are tools which you can pay for analytics and whatnot, but then you can do a lot for organic, guys. So whenever we talk about this term organic or organic traffic, it means we are not paying to actually drive any of these. So these are coming on their own just because of the efforts that you have put in and the optimizations that you have done. Now, talking about everything that is related to SEO and what makes the biggest impact on your SEO campaign, it's of course the design of your website, the design of your products, services, and everything, and how your marketing campaign is as well. If you're spamming your marketing campaigns throughout, be it on Google, be it on social media, or whatever there is, then you will not shine through, guys. So be very careful when you're marketing. Then of course, good content, I don't have to talk about that. The usage of links, keywords, very good HTML optimization, the usage of blogs is very important, because these terms are everything that drive your SEO marketing, guys. Be it backlinks, be it the use of long tail keywords, short tail keywords, catering to a lot of people. A short tail keyword is when people go on Google and search for something like running shoes. Now, a long tail keyword is something like what people would search for: women's Nike running shoes, all weather, waterproof, right? So you understand that. So that's the quick difference between the short and the long tail keywords. And if you're a person who's selling women's shoes, running shoes for that matter, you have to work on making sure your content ranks for both as well, because there's a good chance that the person is looking for a very detailed item, and if you can provide it for that person, you'll make a sale. But then if someone is looking for something generic and you can still cater to them, well, you've just driven another sale. That's good for you, right? Correct. So now with this, we can check out a question which we get a lot: is it very difficult? Is it very complicated to work with SEO? Well, the answer is yes and no. If you are a beginner, if you are coming from a non-IT background, if you're coming from a very different background which has nothing to do with digital marketing, let me tell you this: do not be overwhelmed by any of these strategies. With a good certification program, or in fact with good knowledge base, if you put in good amount of time, effort, and learning, you can all become experts in digital marketing. Make sure to stick till the end of this video. I'll be guiding you on the quickest way that you guys can become experts in digital marketing and begin your career. Okay, coming back. See, there's 3 very important things that you have to work with whenever you think about SEO. It's about how you can create a website, optimize it, and cater it to a bigger audience. Firstly, any SEO campaign will begin with you already having a website, or if you do not have a website, create a base website, create a very attractive UI, create a catchy UX and whatnot. After your good content is put up on your website, then optimize it. See, once you understand what pages rank on Google, that is what pages show up, what on the first page of the Google search engine, what pages don't show up, what doesn't show up, and what does not. So what does show up and what does not show up, you will get to know. So now you have an idea to work on these web pages that do not rank. So optimize it using all of the SEO strategies, and then the third most important thing is you have to cater to a bigger client base. See, if you started out with the goal of, let's say, I want to cater to 100 clients right now, but then now you're realizing that let's say 1,000 people are interested in what you're doing, then you have to have the ability to scale up to that extent, and then to make sure that you have the ability, the manpower, the strength, and the capability to actually cater to these big guys, right? You started out with 100, but now you're extremely popular. 1,000 people are interested, 10,000 people are interested. So you have to understand on how you can scale up in this strategy, and in fact in all of the other strategies as well. Now, with that, if we have to talk about some of the top tools that you should consider learning, well, guys, we already have a blog on this. It's called Top SEO Tools. Make sure to read that after this particular video to understand what are the top SEO tools that you can, make use of. The top tools that come into my mind is Google Analytics, SEMrush, and Mossbar. These three will get you started very quick. You can of course choose free versions, you can pay for it, but either way, to get you started with SEO, most of them are free, and in fact you can work with them right after this video as well, guys. Okay, after search engine optimization, one very important thing you have to check out is search engine marketing. So that's SEO, that's done. Now we're coming to SEM. Well, what is SEM? Guys, you might have heard of terms such as PPC, PSA, paid search advertisements, pay per click, and all of these, right? So, all of these actually are the same thing to search engine marketing. As we spoke about, the biggest user base is online that we discussed previously. But then with this comes the highest amount of competition that the world has ever seen as well. So how can you work on strategies? How can you work on your campaign if you have the highest amount of competition in the world in the online space? This is where SEM comes into the picture. See, search engine organization, SEO, is all about organically bringing up your websites to rank on Google. Now, SEM is about paying a small amount of money to rank on a keyword. So whenever someone search for women's running shoe, let's say, you can pay Google a small amount to make sure your website comes on the first one or two slots that's meant for advertisements, and people can click on it. So paying to make sure in a certain term that your website will come on the first will rapidly take you from 0 to 100 in terms of customer exposure, in terms of sales, and a lot of other things as well. But since this is a paid form of marketing, the first thing you have to do is you have to avoid overbidding on these keywords. See, every keyword and the duration that your ad is going to stay up there is going to have an amount. And you have to make sure that you just don't spend all your money on one particular keyword. Spread it out, put a good campaign, work on it. And then focusing on the right keywords and then putting money on it is the good way to go. And of course, we have something called as the Google's quality score that's given to your website in general, your brand in general, your products in general. So this is very important to get your website to rank organically as well. So the Google's quality score is something that you have to check out. And then researching and planning for your customer base will ensure that your campaign will work well, because you're catering to the right people. If a person wants an apple, you're giving them an apple. You're not trying to sell them an orange, correct? So this is where research and planning comes into the picture. Then working on a good campaign management, working on optimizing the user experience is everything, guys. You might be providing an amazing product or a service, but then if you have issues with the user experience that you provide, then it's not going to make a lot of sense, right? So your product is amazing, but the experience where the user comes and buys your product, if it's subpar, then that person might move away, because someone else, your competitor, might be giving them a better user experience, keeping them happy through their purchase. So you want your customers to be happy as soon as they make their purchase, rather than sad that they had to put money down for this, right? Of course, SEM is again something that's going to help you here, alongside good content, alongside good user experience, and giving your users a guarantee chance that they're going to click on your particular website or web page, because it's ranking number one on the Google spot, right? So what are the factors that influence your ranking? So what are the things that are very important? Believe it or not, good content is number one, of course. I have stopped listing that because I know you guys understand it by now. Second thing is something a little bit into technical SEO, what we call as the page load time. If your website takes a lot of time to load, one thing is for sure, your customers are not going to be interested to wait and then use a slow website in general. Secondly, Google is very intelligent to see that your website takes a lot of time to load, and it will work against you. And then analyzing based on the users clicking on the website, of course you will have a lot of things to track. You have something called as the click-through rate and many other terms which will guide the metrics on what the customers are doing on your website. Did they just visit your website and leave? How long did they stay? Did they interact with your website? Where are they even stopping? Are they adding the products to the cart and then not buying them? Why are they doing that? Or are they finding it a little bit of trouble to add it to the cart or getting details on the product as well? A lot of that is in this particular step, guys. And then when you think about the interaction of customers and how long people stay on your website as well, all of these are metrics that you can track. All of these are metrics, of course, the search engine crawlers and bots can track as well. uh, One very important thing is, are you completely catering to the search, guys? If a person is searching for a woman running shoes, if you're showing men's casual shoes out there, or let's say a formal shoe, do you think it's going to make sense? Well, yeah, exactly my point. If someone's searching for a particular keyword, make sure you're catering exactly to that keyword. You can, of course, keep it a little bit generic, you can suggest other things, but then your main focus should be that. So, guys, it is very important, that you do that. And then, you know, Google is a very brilliant, very intelligent search engine. It's not just Google, all the search engines are very brilliant out there. They have ways to even check if you are trustable or not even before your customers make a payment to you. So make sure that your trust ratings are high, your quality ranking numbers are high, and generally, guys, be trustable. That's very important, because if you're doing something shady out there, your search engine is going to find out about it even before your customers find out, probably. And then start deranking, down ranking, and then probably even blacklisting you from ever ranking on Google as well. So it's very important that you work on a campaign which works towards your goal and not against your goal. Now, with this, you'll be wondering, okay, so if I'm putting down money on search engine marketing, what are the benefits that I'm getting, right? If you're ranking on the number one spot always, people will know you exist. If you are a person who has not been on the map before, and now there's billions of people online, they're searching for something, and you're put up in the number one spot there, people will want to check you out. So immediate brand awareness is everything there. And then with brand awareness, if 100 people click on the link that is ranking, even if 10 people make a purchase, right, just 10%, then you have instant revenue that got generated than you working for months together, working on SEO, getting your page to rank organically. You just spent a little amount of money, and then you have a guaranteed revenue generation, considering, of course, your product or service is good enough as well. So that is very important. And then good reachability, and not just good reachability, it's good reachability quick in caps, guys, because you can choose to run ads and make sure that you have a good SEM campaign for a certain amount of time, without overspending, and then if you can see it, if it works or not. Experimentation has a lot to do with SEM and with reachability, of course. As I spoke about in brand awareness, your reachability is going to skyrocket. One thing, you must have a trustable campaign. Second thing, you must have the campaign to make sure you're capable to handle this kind of a surge. As I told you, if you're willing to sell for 10 users and now you have 10,000 users at your doorstep who want to buy your product, well, you need to have the ability to scale. So make sure you plan your campaigns correct, and in fact your overall architecture as well, guys. So SEM does wonders to your business or your marketing goals, as you just saw. Now, here is one of my favorite marketing campaigns or marketing strategies that has been taking over the world, guys. It's influencer marketing. I'm sure you've heard of this. You've made a product purchase because someone, an influencer online told you to buy it, a reviewer of sorts or whatever, right? Now, here is a metric that all the other four strategies could not beat. 95% of expert professional marketers say that they had huge benefits whenever they made use of influencer marketing campaign. See, an influencer marketing campaign is something like you paying a popular person to showcase your products on their social media pipeline. And then they will go to their social media, they're going to post something about your product and talk about it in general, which will catch the attention of their customer base. All the celebrities usually tend to do this. If it's fashion, then influencer marketing is number one. And then it's not just fashion anymore, it's trickled down to the world of electronics, personal items and whatnot as well. So if you find a popular person and make sure that you can get your product across to them, and if they are willing to actually put it up on their social media either for free or of course this involves a bit of money as well, but then when you do that, if it hits, the money that you pay to these influencers will be negligible considering the amount of profits you will drive. Because even small scale influence marketers will have somewhere around 10,000 to 25,000 followers, and the big guns, the big guys that we're talking about, they'll have millions of followers, guys. Yes, millions. And you might have seen a lot of celebrities with millions of followers, right? So now, if they say, hey, I can vouch for this brand is trustable, I like it, then that's good enough. So why should you even consider influencer marketing apart from all the general reasons of it being the best marketing strategy out there? Let me tell you this: people are tired of regular marketing. This is me being very honest with you guys as a marketer, guys, because people are immune to traditional marketing. When you think about it, for example, just think about your own situation. How many times have you seen an advertisement and you're like, you know what, I'm not interested, it's an advertisement? But do you think about it that way, or do you say, "Hey, here's an advertisement. I want to click on it"? Yes, right. You're coming on to the train of thought that I am in right now. So to move people away even from modern marketing methodologies, influencer marketing is something that's gaining a lot of traction and taking its place. So it's very important. Customer engagement, of course. If you have an influencer who posted something about your brand and you've got 3,000 comments on that social media handle, then you have 3,000 people who are very interested into it. And most of the time, it's thousands of comments, hundreds of comments that I've always seen on whenever someone promoting a product as well. And it's pretty easy to implement. All you have to do is have a good product, have a good service, or have a good brand name in general. And then it's either free or paid, where you pay a person, an influencer, to be very precise, and that person is going to take it from there. That person is going to put their honest review, unbiased review about your product and tell their customer base about it, right? So it's not, you are not putting a lot of time and effort into this marketing campaign, but then it is still driving a lot of sales. So that's one thing. And then the last thing we have to talk about is word of mouth. Because even though we are in the world of digital marketing right now, sometimes a traditional word of mouth where one person talks about your product to another person is something that's gonna hit, right? So if you impressed so you in fact, you know what, let me just step back and tell you this amazing quote that I read a couple of years ago. If you do a good job, a person will tell it to, let's say, 10 other customers. But if you do a bad job, that same person can tell it to 100 different customers as well. So think about that. If you do good, it's going to go to 10 people. If you do bad, then it's going to go to 100 different people and they'll know about it. So it's very vital, that you build this trust rating, be a good, be a good provider, and make sure to use your marketing skills for your brands very well, guys. So that is very important. Now, if you talk about the popular social media out there, again, I do not have to stress on any of these. You would know these already. Think about this. There are 40% of daily US Instagram users that have bought something because an influencer recommended it. Think they might either need the product, not need the product. Is it their immediate requirement? Is it a necessary? All of that will take a backstage when their favorite people come online and say, hey, you know what? I checked this out. It's beautiful. I think you should check it out as well. And they'll be like, huh, you know what? I'm going to check it out. That's how it happens. And if you are talking about numbers, 40% is very attractive. If you're thinking about 4 out of 10 people, then of course, if 4 out of 10 people buy something off of you, then that's gonna start impacting your business, right? Now think about the billions of active users on Instagram, not millions, billions. Now think about 40% of that number, correct? Even though it sounds like it's all too far-fetched, if you do your campaign right, you can start a huge inflow of cash with this, guys. Instagram, you have to keep it very catchy. Facebook is where community engagement means a lot. If there are groups for your brand, or let's say if there are discussion groups where people are talking about your brand, you can understand the sentiment from it. You can understand, either are they talking good about your brand, bad, are they suggesting something, or are they are they talking about your brand in general, or are they comparing it? With this, you'll get a lot of insight. They'll even talk about your competitors and tell how they're doing something better, through which of course you can learn and implement that as well. So you're not paying people to tell you a lot on Facebook. I mean, of course, if you're talking about the influencer marketing thing, you will be paying people. Now I'm talking a little bit about social media marketing. you do not have to pay for someone to comment on your product, on how it is and what they think about it, right? So reviews are 99% free, and using this, then you know it, guys. You've already understood. You might have been a person who's went on Facebook, commented about a product, good or bad. Either you liked it or you didn't. So you've already been there. You've already done this, but you're on the other side of the bridge right now. Now you're the provider, and someone else is the customer, right? Think about that. And then Twitter is going to take your brand from 0 to 100 real quick, because Twitter is for trends. That's one thing that's been working for the last couple of years. If anything is trendy, there's a very good chance it's going to hit Twitter first, Instagram next, Facebook, and every other social media thereafter. So getting your brand up and going, well, with Twitter, I really don't think how you can go wrong, guys. Now, what are some of the very important factors that you have to put in to understand a good, successful social influencer campaign as well? When you think about it, the number one aspect is relevance. You have to keep it very relevant. You can be a fashion brand. You can be a person who's selling all custom designed clothes and whatnot. But then if you approach an electronics reviewer and pay that person to influence their audience based on this, it will not work, right? Because his audience are watching his or her channel because they want electronic items. So if that person has started promoting clothes, then there's a good chance it might not hit. So relevance is very important. And then outreach is a very important factor, because you might be paying an influencer a lot of money, but then if that is not working out for you, you should pull out of that campaign. You can be paying a huge sum of money, and of course you'll be driving a lot of profits if it's working well. But then if you are paying a lot of money and if it's not driving it, then it means that the user base of your influencers might not be in line, or in the same frequency as what you're providing. So that's very important, and you have to think about this. And resonance is all about you understanding what's going on with people regarding your brand. Are they genuinely happy? Are they spreading good about your brand? Are they talking bad things about your brand? And everything you can check out in the comment section of any social media where you have influencers work for you as well. This is one of the biggest things, understanding your audience directly. There's a direct link between the provider and the person whose requirement is set. And in the world of digital marketing, I don't think nothing has added more value than this, guys.
And on that note, we'll have a quick introduction to something called as Google Analytics. Have you guys heard of Google Analytics? Guys, head to the comment section and do let me know, because Google Analytics is an amazing creation in my opinion. It's basically a free web analytics service which will provide you with a plethora of tools that you can use to perform very concise and in-depth analytics of your particular website, of your product, of your brand, and so much more. So this at the end of the day is used to measure how successful your website is, how successful your blog is when it comes to marketing, when it comes to how optimized the content you are putting is, or when it comes to e-commerce where you directly have to sell sales, after sales support and whatnot, guys. So Google Analytics actually came into the picture by this web analytics firm called as Urchin, but then Urchin was actually acquired by Google in the year 2005, and that's when pretty much Google Analytics came into establishment, guys. It was late 2005. So how can you go about accessing Google Analytics? Well, guys, it is actually extremely simple. The web address that you need to go to is www.google.com/analytics. To use analytics, there are certain prerequisites. And the first thing is that you're going to need a Google account to use analytics. But then most of us these days do use Gmail accounts, right? So that would be sufficient, since that is a Google provided account, to basically use analytics, guys. If you do not have a Gmail account, well, you can actually create yourself a new Google account, become a member of the Google products, and pretty much you can go on to later using the Google Analytics, and you can do it very easily. And that is the best part about Google Analytics in my opinion, guys. And the fun fact is that it is extremely vital that you guys know this, is that Google Analytics is one of the most preferred analytical tool by many companies throughout the world, guys. So again, read it again. It's one of the most preferred analytics tools by many companies throughout the world, and you can pretty much exploit this. You can get very good jobs out of it, and since it's a Google Analytics tool, you can can be paid very well, if you know what you're doing with respect to Google Analytics as well, guys. So this should bring us to the question of why we should actually use Google Analytics. I mean, sure, there are n number of possible reasons that you can get, hundreds of advantages that you can get. But what are the particular questions that need answering when you can pretty much, use Google Analytics to get the answers for? See, here are some of the questions that people will ask through which you can get the answers to using Google Analytics. The first question is, how many people actually visit my website? Where do my visitors live? Do I need a mobile friendly website? Again, as I told you the example earlier, what websites send traffic to my website pretty much, what marketing tactic is helping my website the most, what pages are the most popular ones on my web page, what pages are not popular, how many visitors do I have which are basically converted into leads or customers, where are my converting visitors coming from, and where do they go on the website, how can I improve my website's speed, what content are my visitors liking the most. And guys, basically there are n number of questions that you can ask, and through all of these questions, to get a better clarity of what's happening around, you can pretty much use Google Analytics, and this will give you all the answers to those questions as well. And the first thing is, the important aspect that you need to know about is getting to know your audience. Google Analytics provides a very good and an easy way where you can track all the people who come through your website and interact with your website as well. You can get so many fine print details, such as how many people actually come to your website, how long they stay for, what they do on your website, and so much more using Google Analytics, guys. So let's say they're particularly in search for a keyword, or they just happen to bump onto your website in Google. Well, basically it wouldn't mean bump on you. It means your content might be ranking, and there's a good chance they clicked on that. But then you can find out the reason why it's ranking and how your customer landed on your website as well, guys. So what this does for you as a business person is that this knowledge will help you create a very good marketing campaign in the future, to know how your customers are coming through and to provide them the easiest way to go about accessing your site. And the next reason why Google Analytics is required is pretty much to understand the measurement of success that your campaign has been through, because Google Analytics is one of the most amazing methodologies, amazing ways that you can go about using to measure the efficiency of all of your marketing campaigns, guys. So at the end of the day, we know it might get difficult to analyze a campaign which has been done in the traditional ways, but then when it comes to online marketing, you can find out answers to so many questions. Again, how many users did the campaign actually help in bringing to your website? What was the bounce rate? Bounce rate is basically when people just land on your website, they come to your website, but they don't do anything, they just leave. So that's bounce rate. And then did the visitors pretty much come to your site, and did they actually go on to donate some money for your site and whatnot? So the most important thing that you need to know is that analytics can give you the results to a particular product. So before doing any sort of analytics, you need to set very specific goals before you actually launch your marketing campaign, because all of these goals can be verified if they're obtained or not by using analytics, guys. And then this brings us to the next point, which is basically website customization, because Google Analytics, again, as I've been stressing, is amazing. It's amazingly easy to provide very good information for you, valuable information that you can actually use to customize your website to your particular customer's needs. And then you can actually see these results numerically and visually, and you can use these results to actually do some changes to the websites, attract more visitors, and attract many prospects as well, guys. So to help you understand this a little better, here's a quote for you guys. So pretty much, the world has sold more products on a website which is extremely concise and helps the customer with their requirement. So when you think about it, the entire world agrees with this statement. If your website is very concise, it is very sharp, and people can understand what you're doing, this will help your customers immensely, guys. And then coming to what a Google Analytics output looks like, so what we basically call it as Google Analytics dashboard, guys. So this dashboard is a plethora of information where you can customize this as per your requirement, basically. So this is basically a content drill down dashboard where you can go on to analyze all the users who have come to your website, all the male users, all the female users, what is the top rated blog that's being viewed by the male users, by the female users. Guys, you can do any sort of customization. You can view with respect to age as well. You can get the unique viewers, bounce rates, session duration, where what is the amount of time that people spent on your particular website, what is the time people spent on that particular web page of that website, and so much more, guys. So this is basically a website content dashboard, and it would look something like this. And then coming to a page tracking dashboard, well, again, we already know what the bounce rate is. So pretty much the 67.5% is the average bounce rate, and there are two pages being created per session. People are spending 74 seconds on each particular page. People are spending 5 seconds is the actual load time of your particular website, and so much more. When you look about the time spent on each page, is as like, based on the color coding, you can check out that the power of big data has the biggest gap. And guys, this is basically a very simple dashboard, but then it looks so elegant, and it can give you all the beautiful results as well. You can even get to know the bounce rate by which the browsers they use. So the 69% of the people who use Safari actually don't do anything on your website. 67 people Mozilla. You have again Google Chrome, Firefox, and so much more as well. You can even find out what is the loading time by country, guys. So in this country, this is the amount of time it takes for your page to load. At that level of detail can be figured out as well. And then you can find out the new users who came, how many sessions got created that day, what is the bounce rate, what is the browser version.
Now, if you go to the Google, and I am 100% sure everyone who is attending this session knows about Google. Now, Google on a higher level started with a technical company. To the very root, it is a software-based company which has been created. But over a period of time, if you see, Google is a media company. When I say media company, what it means is Google holds the maximum share in the market in terms of digital marketing. So Google is right now a digital marketing company having the maximum share in the world. And why maximum share in the world? Because they have built up a product which is called as Google search engine, and which is heavily used across the globe in almost like every other country that you can even think of. So now, having said that, we talked about digital marketing, we talked about marketing, and we talked about Google. Now, Google has the maximum share in the market because its reach is highest in the market from the marketing perspective, because every day every other person in the world is coming to Google and try to go and do a search query, which is directly indirectly will go and give him an output what is something he is looking out. So having said that, how many of you have heard a term called as SEO, or search engine optimization? So let's talk about what is SEO and why it is so important in the today's digital marketing world that we have to go and talk about today on this, and why in the world maximum digital marketers that you see talks about SEO, and why almost every other company which has an online presence in the market right now, they have a SEO team. If you talk about the companies like Flipkart or Myntra or Amazon or Travel, Make My Trip, or there are so many other companies, ClearTrip, everyone has a huge team of digital marketing, and they have a team called as SEO team, which is one of the very important team for these companies. And now we are going to go and talk about what makes SEO team so special, what makes SEO experts so special, what makes SEO professionals so important that every other company is looking out these guys. Okay, so let me quickly talk about that. So you guys are able to see my screen, everyone. So SEO is a standard practice which is primarily used to increase the quantity and the quality of the traffic on the website. And when I say on website, that means any article or a website, anything that you hosted on the internet through organic search results from search engines. Now, there are a couple of search engines available in the market. Google is one of them. Bing is one of them. Yahoo was one of them. Amazon is one of them. Okay, so these are all search engines. But again, as I said earlier, 85 to 90% of the share in the market is occupied by Google. So, in a very simplistic manner, if I talk about, if I go to the browser, if I go to this, and if I go to the Google, and if I type here, let's say for an example, red t-shirts. Now, if you see here, red t-shirt, this is what a query has been given to the Google search engine. Now, this is how the Google is showing the ads, or this is how you see here. These are all organic results that you see on the Google page right now. So you see the first one comes from the Flipkart, second one comes from Myntra, and the third one is coming from Myntra. Now you see a map here. I will go and talk about what the map is all about in the upcoming topics. And then you see Amazon, you see Snapdeal, you see Bavecoop.com, and you see again Redbubble. So now if you see here, all these companies, I am sure you guys are 100% familiar. Yes, no? Okay. Now, if you are familiar with all these companies, and all these companies are the top startups right now, and they have an SEO team, and they have an SEO team which is doing a very good job. So these companies are coming in ranking. Now, any person who is typing up this query that I want a red t-shirt with the collar, that means I have a need for this kind of product. Now, if I click on this, that means this is called as an organic click has happened, and I reach to Mitra as an organic visitor. This is called as organic traffic. Now you guys understand what is the difference between the organic and the paid. Organic means where I am not spending a single penny from my pocket. Okay, that means it is a completely 100% SEO. Now if you see at the top, which is called as ads, these are called as paid. Okay, now if I click on this, you see a different company, and which company is not coming in the Google ranking, but these guys are putting up an advertisement so that based on the search query result, they are showing their product. Everyone clear with this? Now you guys understand the difference between the organic and the paid. Are you guys clear? Yes, no? Great. Now let's quickly move it up. Now let's talk about why SEO. And we keep talking about SEO because I'll talk in the end, why SEO is so bright career future, and why you should get into it now. Next, what is the career perspective to become as a digital marketer, primarily from an SEO point of view? And the top SEO professionals in the market are being paid very, very heavy salaries. Even the person who comes with 2 to 3 or 4 years of experience in SEO, and he is very, very sharp, trust me, you will not lose less than 25 lakhs on SEO salary. Let's move on this. Is learning helpful SEO? As we talked about, yes, almost all the top big brands, they are spending heavily in SEO work, and yes, definitely it's good to learn. Is SEO overwhelming? Mm-hmm. Is SEO fun to work with SEO? Mm-hmm. Definitely, once you go and start talking about it, these are the certain questions that will be coming to your mind. And yes, SEO learning helpful? Yes, it's very much helpful. As I talked about, it is a very, very great rewarding career, and in terms of salary also is a very great rewarding. Second is SEO overwhelming. Yes, SEO professionals are looked up with great respect by every organization. Is it fun to work with SEO? Yes, if you love marketing, if you love technical stuff, do you want to know how the Google works? Do you want to make money in terms of launching up your own business and getting the leads at a very low cost? Yes, then the answer is yes, SEO is very, very important. Now, your SEO concerns, how much time it will take for me to learn SEO completely? Now, good question and difficult question. It will take approximately for you to 3 to 4 months to understand the complete digital marketing. And as you go and start working on the digital marketing SEO front, slowly and gradually with your whole understanding about the search algorithms, how the search algorithm works, how the search engine behaves, you can go and learn. But yes, to gain a perfection in SEO, you might take some more time. But as an entry level getting into an SEO, 2 months is more than enough to learn SEO. Now, too much of information available about SEO on different sites. Yes, definitely it is one of the rewarding career, so everyone talks about it. But yes, don't get confused what people says. But you need to understand that as we are sitting in this COVID-19 world, the businesses which were running offline are moved online, or they are forced to move online, and we do expect that the world will be changed very drastically in the next 6 to 8 more months, where everything will be switched online, or they will be forced to move online. So yes, everything, all the businesses in the world are moving online. So it is one of the digital marketing is one of the very important field to go and learn and get into it, because every business needs it now. Second, SEO is the one which is very important, because with the less amount of cost in terms of advertisement, you can gain business. And that is why a company spend a lot of money on SEO activities, so that it is a rewarding benefit for their business as well. Now, technical know-how, do I need to have any sort of technical skill set? Yes, if you are having a good aptitude in mind towards thinking of a problem and thinking from a perspective how the Google search engine works, definitely it is a great rewarding career, because at the end of the day, you need to understand how the Google works, and that will go and help you to go and make your page rank faster or for a particular query. You don't need to be a computer scientist. You don't need to be a BE graduate to learn digital marketing or to learn SEO. Education, you can be coming from any education. There is no bar to learn on SEO. Now, let's see. I know what that now. This is a cheat code, okay? Tracking your progress, okay? What all things you have learned, what all things you know, what all things you don't know, okay? I'll talk about with a practical example. We have talked about buy a t-shirt, and we see, a red t-shirt with collar. For this query, we identified that this is the website which is coming on the top. Now, every one of you are using this kind of search query on a regular basis. Now, this is called as a web page. Okay. Now, I'll talk about what all this particular things contains. At the top that you see right now here, this is called as title. So, collar t-shirts hyphen by collar t-shirts online Mintra. This is called as title tag. What we call this? We call it as a title tag. Everyone clear? Now, the next thing which is very important here is, you see a website URL at the top, then you see something called as in the Google search query, there's a URL. This is what written on the top. Okay, this is basically a title. And if you see here, this particular thing which is visible to you, it is primarily to give you a sense and idea what this product is all about. It says buy the latest pattern and designs of t-shirt with collar online from Mintra. Shop collar t-shirts for men, women and kids at massive dot dot dot. Now why dot dot dot? Because Google has fixed certain limit to display this meta description. Now this is called as, this particular section, it is called as meta description. Here, now there are certain limitation that Google has put. Now, whatever the title or the title tag that you have, Google talks about, you need to have your title tag between 0 to 65 characters. I hope everyone knows what are the characters. Okay. And for a similar meta description, Google talks about, you need to have your meta character between to 165 characters. If you can go and have more characters in it, but Google will not display, or Google will start showing as dot dot dot. Okay, so it has defined a size or position to display the meta description. If you write more, it will go and cut it off, but there is no limitation that you cannot write more. That is in short. Okay, good. Now we talked about title text, we talked about meta description. Now this is maximum from the this particular page of Google search query. Now let's get inside this page. Now I'll do a control U. When you do a control U, basically what we are talking about, we are getting into the technicalities of the SEO. Now a page has something called as canonical. You see here something called as canonical tag, everyone. Now if I do here, I'll do a control F and I'll write canonical. Now if you see here, there is the canonical URL. and I'll go and put it up here for you guys. Good. Now if I see here, now what it says is normally what you see every page in Google. Okay, so let's say first and foremost, before we jump into the canonical, what we'll understand what is called as URL. And for a particular website, what this URL is all about. Okay, so this URL can be written like this. So if you see, both of these URL are nothing but same. I'll go and show it to you. Okay, if you have any doubt, let's say I'll go and put up this URL and let's see what happens. The ID is to the same page. Now if I go and type this URL, let's see what happens. So if you see here, this URL is redirecting to this URL. Yes or no? Now what it means is, from a Google perspective or from any search engine perspective, a website always has two URLs and both of them are same. Now what we have in a technical SEO language, we call them as a canonical links. Okay. Now what we are saying is, Google consider from a search engine perspective, this is one link and this is another link. So both of them are two different links. But if you really see, both of them belong, from a human perspective, if you see, both are the same links. It's only a difference of a slash here. Correct? Yes or no? Now what we are saying to the Google is, both of them link, both the links are same, and this link which is having a slash to it, it is nothing but a duplicate of this link. So when you're crawling my website, you ignore this link and you treat this link as my primary link. Okay, so this is my primary link. Are you guys clear? So we talked about what is canonical. I hope everyone is clear with the canonical. Anyone has any doubt with respect to canonical, please put on the questions and answers or either on the chat. Now till now, whatever we have covered, you have done a very good progress, and almost like many SEO experts, they tell them, they call them themselves as an SEO experts. Many of them doesn't know what is the canonical text all about. Okay, so we have learned something very important, canonical text. Now let's move ahead. We talked about you don't need a degree, you don't need anything here. Even if you are a 12 pass, if you are a person having a art stream, or if you are a person with the commerce, if you are from computer science, if you have done BSc, if you have done MSc, if you have done BTech, if you have done MTech, if you have done even a PhD also, anyone can go and learn social digital marketing or the SEO. Second important thing that you need is English. If you have a decent skill set of writing English, that's more than enough, because again, I'll talk about keyword search and everything. I'll talk about why we need English there. Okay. Third, marketing, understanding the requirement of the customer is very important. You need to understand, if you are selling a red t-shirt with collar, what my product is all about. You need to go and talk about that particular product feature. So you need a basic level of English to go and write the content on the page. But by default, all the bigger companies in the world, they have a separate content team that go and write the content for the products. Now from a SEO perspective, you should be able to go and talk about the keywords and everything. So it is very important to understand what my product is all about and what kind of search people can do on the search engines. So we'll go and talk about this in more detail once we get into a new topic called as keyword research and all. So we'll go and talk more about it. Now, how the searching actually works, we'll go and talk about it. What happens when you search for something, and is it free or this website paying to Google? Okay, very good question. So if you see here, the last question is very important. Why SEO is so important? Because you don't pay a single penny to Google to come to the ranking. Here, basically what you are trying to go and do with respect to your skill set, you are trying to go and rank your page without paying to Google, and you will be ranking your page based on the technical know-how of SEO, based on your content quality, and you will be ranking yourself on the Google based on your capability merits of SEO. Okay, so all those things you will be talking about it. Now next we'll talk about something called as a keyword research. Before we jump to the this very important topic called as keyword research, anyone has any doubt, please ping me on the Any questions, guys? Anyone? Great. So let's move forward. We see Ritik. How do I unmute? Ritik, you are self-muted. Okay, so I'm not able to unmute you. Okay, and great. So let's move forward then. So keyword research. Now, how do you understand? Let's say I have created a collar T-shirt. Now I have a product called as collar T-shirt. How do I understand how my customers and what are the search queries my customers or my potential customers will be doing or putting on the search engine? So might be my perception towards a search would be is I would say, okay, hey, the people on this my product or my this particular page, people will be typing called as collar T-shirts, and might be most of the people in the world will be typing collar T-shirts, but might be another kind of my this is my perception. This is not an actual fact. Now, in order to go and identify apart from the collar T-shirt, what are the other search queries that runs on the Google by the different people across the globe? We have certain tools, and these tools will go and give you a list of keywords that will go and talk about the search volume. Now, again, we have talked about two things called as keyword research. And again, we have talked about one more metrics, which is called a search volume. Now, let's get deeper into the keyword research. Now, why we need to understand this keyword search? As I said, how do we know what is a particular person or what the people in the world is searching on the Google search engine? So we need to understand what is the intent of the query and what are the different queries the people are searching. So that is nothing but your transactions, information, and then navigation. Now, keywords can be of three different types. One is a short tail keyword, second one is a medium tail, and third one is a long tail. Short term keyword is nothing but, let's say I want to go and search shoes. Okay, so I'll go and put up on Google, okay, shoes. Second would be a medium tail, would be something called as women shoes. So what I have done is my shoe, this keyword remain the common. I have added one more prefix called as women. So it can be men's shoes or it can be kid shoes, it can be women's shoes. But then the next long tail keyword is nothing but a very more precise. I'm saying, okay, hey, I want Nike waterproof running women's shoes. So this is called as a long tail keyword. Okay. Now let's talk about how a search engine works. Let me put it out very technically this, so I hope everyone understands. Now, if you see here, how many of you know about what, or I would say, how does a search engine works? This is one of the very important topic. So anyone knows how does a search engine works? You might be seeing on a daily basis that you are typing something and the result comes. But do you know what is happening internally at the back? Anyone? Based on cookies? Not really. Cookies doesn't have any role to play here. Anyone else? Guys, the more and more interactivity you can go and put, I would be able to go and share more information with you guys. Mostly scraping from other web pages. Rajesh says web application and web server behind that. Correct, but that is not the Google has to go and worry about. Uh, History, Aman, no. So let me put a very simple way. I'll go and teach you guys, okay, how the Google works. Okay, this is in a very simplistic manner. Okay, I want to talk about. So let's say this is your search engine Google. Okay, now if you see here, there are billions of slide. I would say all of them are nothing but these circles are nothing but your multiple websites across the internet. Okay, now what the Google do is Google crawlers will go and crawl all the sites. Okay, now that is what is so great in it. Okay, now you'll be asking me a question. Okay, what is so great in it? Okay, by default everyone knows, okay, Google is going to go and crawl a site. That's it. Now when the Google crawl a site, what happens is it will create an index. Now what is index? Everyone in your school days has opened the books. In the books, the very second or third page contains an index. What the index do is index says this particular thing, chapter number 1, the name of the chapter, and it's present at this position number 1, or let's say the page number 4 or 5. Similarly, you will have similar kind of index which will be talking about chapter number 2. Then you have a page number, let's say 20. Then you have a chapter number 3, and then you have a page name as 45. Similarly, and so forth on. Okay. Now, if you see here, this is called as index. Okay. Now, Google will be crawling more than billions of sites on a daily basis, and automatically any new website which is they found on the internet, let's say you are launching up a new website today about the red t-shirt. Now Google will crawl your site, and based on the kind of relevancy of the search query or the keyword that you have typed, it will go and index and keep the record about your web page or your website in its own dictionary or in its own database. And when it is going to go and store your website on its own database, what will happen is Google search algorithm will give you a rank for a particular page for a particular keyword. So now in this case, for this particular search, this is called a search, red t-shirt with collar, all these pages has been given a rank. Okay. Now the rank for the Myntra for this particular page is coming number 1. Now if I go and change my query to red t-shirt only, and I remove the collar, now whether Myntra is coming first or not? No. That shirt page is not coming. Now here my query becomes red t-shirt. Now even the Myntra page is coming as red t-shirt. This page is different from this page. Now if you see here with the same query, which is my long tail query, now I have cut short my query, my result got changed. Now if I go and make it much more cut short, if I go and type only the t-shirt, my search query will get changed again and only the t-shirt is coming. Now if you see here in all the 3 queries, I am getting the 3 different pages from the Myntra. Clear? Now how does the Google works is Google has certain matrices at the back to understand a page. So when you are creating your page, okay, it will have certain things. One is called as we talked about, title tags. At the very top we have talked about title tag. Then you have something called as meta tags, or I would say meta tags comes as keywords, and then you will have something called as meta description. We'll go and talk about more in detail about these. So if you see these are the jargons for you, please bear with me for a few minutes. Okay. Then you have something called as headings. Now in the heading it can be your h1, it can be your h2, it can be your h3, and so on. And then it will have a body of the page. Then it will go and see the structure of your page, and then it will go and see the content on the page. Then it will go, the Google will go and see about the time spent by the visitors on your page. Then it will do something called as bounce rate. Google will see, okay, once the people visit your web page, what they do, either they go within the website, they browse the website, or they jump off from the website. Okay. And any links coming, or I would say inbound or outbound. Okay. So this is the on page part. Okay. This is what the Google sees. Another matrices the Google sees are how many websites or articles or any web page talking about your web page or your website. Good. So if you see here, this is what actually I have put everything. This is not, if you remember from row number 25 to row number 37, this is a very gist of the complete SEO. You don't need anything else apart from this in a very, very short and sweet way. Now, when a Google come crawls your website, Google will go and get all this information till the structure of the page and the content of the page. This much information Google has when the crawler comes to your website. Now, another set of things the crawler will go and talk about is they check nowadays. The Google has become very smart. They see when the visitor comes to a website whether he spends a long time or he spends a short time. If the time spent by a visitor on a page is very less, then Google will understand, okay, hey, this page is not relevant for the query which has been searched. So if you are having a higher ranking, then it will go and pull it down. Or if you are coming, let's say on the ranking number 6 and the top 5 ranks, if the time spent for the top 5 sites or the web pages is lesser, then your will go move ahead. So this is what actually the Google go and give the ranking criteria. So it is very important for the Google as a search engine is it wants the visitor coming on the web page of the Google and typing a query to show the relevant result, and the relevancy is checked based on the behavior of each and every person on their website. And by default, I will go and show the pages where the people have spent more time, so that as a search engine, you will always stick to me instead of jumping to any other search engine. So if you are spending a lot of time for a particular query on a particular pages, that means those pages are relevant for that particular search query, and I'll go and try to go and rank higher as compared to other pages which are time spent is lesser. Are you guys clear with this concept? Everyone? Anyone has any doubt? Now, what is something called as a bounce rate? Bounce rate means the definition of the bounce rate is a visitor has landed on the page. That means, let's say you landed on this particular page and you have not done any action, okay, and you close this page and then you moved ahead. Now, here the bounce rate is 100%. That means you come to a particular page within the website, you not navigated and you moved out. So that is a very high bounce rate. Now, if you have clicked on it and if you have moved inside the page, your bounce rate would have been lesser. Okay. So as a Google search engine, it will go and give you a ranking of the website. That means if you are if a person has landed on your web page and he is navigating within your website, that means your site structure is very good. One. And second, your site is relevant to the people who are coming before and after you. And if you have a better navigation, that means the time spent for a particular visitor on your web page or your website is very high as compared to other sites, and that will go and give you a ranking criteria of moving ahead on the web page in terms of Google search rankings. Are you guys clear? So whatever I am talking about, see from a very perspective of Google. So if you are a Google engineer and you have to design a software, what are the matrices that you will keep considering so that any person who will be putting up a query on your search engine will stay on your search engine for a longer time? And the answer is you want to go and show a very relevant result to a person who is coming on your search engine, typing, and you give them a result which is the right result, what they're looking out for. Otherwise, if you see before Google, there was MSN, there was Yahoo. When we are typing our search query, we will be spending a lot of time in getting the right page. And that is why when the Google came, both these search engines has become outdated now. People hardly go and touch the Yahoo as a search engine or Bing or Amazon as a search engine. So let's quickly move. Now we have talked about how the search engine works. Now types of SEO. Now you have something called as on-page SEO and you have something called as off-page SEO. Now on-page SEO is nothing but what you see on the web page that we talked about here, as we talked about meta title. Title tag is nothing but you see here title tag. Meta description we have already talked about. Now there's something called as meta keywords. In the earlier days, Google search engine as well as the other search engine says if you are creating a web page, you need to go and write about something called as keywords. Let's see whether these guys put it up or not. Okay. Okay. Now if you see here, meta keyword, you see now that what these keywords will go and give a hint to the Google or any of the search engine that this particular page is relevant to these search queries or these keywords. So collar t-shirt design. Now if you see, these are nothing but your multiple keywords. Okay, they would have identified these keywords in the keyword tool and they would have put it up here. But nowadays, none of the search engine will go and give any weightage to this. Google has very clearly mentioned we don't bother about the keywords now. We see the content where their algorithms are smart enough to read the content and understand what the content is all about, and they will go and make their own indexing at the back end. Okay, now this is the description that we talked about. If you see here, the description is here, which we have seen. Now the next thing is, so we have talked about this, we have talked about this. Now heading. Now heading, let's go back to this particular page. If you see here, the heading on this particular page is collar t-shirt online. Do you see? This is our heading. And if you see here at the top, this is called as your called breadcrumb. Okay, what we say this? So before the heading, you see a breadcrumb. Okay, so this is breadcrumb. This is your heading. Now these are your content. So if you see here, content is nothing but here. But if you see here, the content, what they have done is they have put up the content at the down. It's an e-commerce site, so they have put up the content like this. So buy collar t-shirt online. So we have a query called as collar t-shirt. So collar t-shirt has come in the heading. Clear? So now if your search query is, let's say if I am putting, and you guys are SEO guys, where the objective is given to rank this particular page. Now the keyword for which you want to go and rank is collar t-shirt. Now that means I need to go and have this keyword in my title tag. I will go and put up this keyword in my meta keywords. I will go and put up this keyword in my meta description. In the breadcrumb also, I'll go and try to keep it up in my H1, H2. Also, I'll go and try to keep it up in my body. That means when I say body of the page, that means the content. So in this content also, you will find collar t-shirt, because this is my primary keyword. Okay. Now structure of the page. If you see, the structure of the page plays a very important role here. If you see here, if I'm clicking on this, I'm getting into a new page. So my navigation has increased. So we talked about if I'm coming to a landing page, and from this particular page, I'm moving within the website, and the time it takes for me to spend on a website is very high. The chances is very high that I'll go and rank you on a higher site. And this is perfectly a very good example why this particular page is ranking on the Google. You have so many options, and it will go and keep navigating you within the whole website. Okay, so once, even if I like this t-shirt, and if I go and scroll down, if you see, it will go and start showing me, even if I don't like the color, might be the size is not the right fitment for me, so I'll not go and jump off. So what I'm saying here is I'm showing another products of similar thing, and again I'm starting doing the navigation. So if you see, I'm engaging my visitor coming on my website. If he doesn't like this particular t-shirt, I have an option and I have an opportunity that I'm going to show more, so that the time spent by this guy is higher on this page. So I have very great navigation. If you see, a very good navigation example on this site. So I keep going on and on and on. Are you guys clear with me? Now this is called, talked about the structure of the page. Now the content present on the page, if you see the content which is present on this page, let's go and do a control F. So if you see in this page, this particular content, if you see yellow marks, total 10 times collar t-shirt is coming. It is coming in your heading. Now this, what kind of heading it is, I'll go and show it to you. Okay. If I do a right click on this is your H2. You guys see this here? So this is your H2 class. So this is the heading number 2. So we have H1, H2, heading 1, heading 2. Okay. So so this is what heading. So I hope you guys understand now. If you see here, this is the content, this is not in heading. Okay. So you can go and do this also. This is a paragraph, and you see the content here, right? So as and when you start working on SEO, this becomes your day-to-day routine. Okay, you will understand this. This is all called as technical SEO. Now, on page is for ranking any website or anything. 70 to 75% contribution is on page. Okay, only 20 to 25% is off page. So that means how strongly you know this, that makes you a very well proficient SEO expert. Okay, so this is very important. This is we already talked about. Bounce rate we have already talked about, and we have seen a navigation why Myntra is ranking. We have seen it has a very great navigation. Now the another perspective here which we are talking about is off page. So before I jump to it, I'll go and close up this slide. So structure, we talked about the structure of the website, the content present on the website, and the coding. Now in the content, when we are talking about the content, one thing very important is your content should be unique. Okay, it should not be plagiarized content, it should not be duplicate content, it should not be copied content from any other site. Okay, if you have a copied content, your page will not come anytime. If you have a duplicate content, if you have plagiarized content, it will not come. Okay, now there are certain factors on the SEO front which you see as a schema, title tag we talked about, image alt text and everything. Now there's something called, people will keep talking about image alt text. Now if you see all the images which are coming here, present here, all of them has a name given to it, so that when the Google will crawl these images, Google will understand that this image is known by this name for its indexing. So whenever you go and type, let's say t-shirt, so if I go to the images, you will see automatically those images coming up here. Okay, so this is basically, it is has nothing as a parameter with respect to ranking a page. It is more towards the ranking an image, because many people you will be speaking, they will go and tell you all text, all images important, all images is important, but it is not a ranking criteria. It is a ranking criteria for the images, not for a web page. Okay, that very few people know about it. Okay, is it better if keywords are repeated many times in the body? So to be Gabriel, to answer this, okay, very good question, Gabriel. So right now, if you see here, we talked about the 10 times in this page, we were getting the collar t-shirt. Okay, this one was the page. Now, if you have more than 10 times, so higher the number of key, I know the frequency of the keyword, it is not really advisable, because you will be making your page spammy. So the now the next question would be, what is the right frequency of a particular keyword to come in the web page? Now again, it is a very debatable, as well as I would say I'll go and keep it on a perspective of a content writer. You need to go and make sure when the person is reading your content, he shouldn't be finding it as spammy. It should be informative, it should be having a quality, so that the person will get the idea about the product features what your page contains, or what is something you want to go and pass on the information without thinking for a second that this has only been written only for the search engine instead of a human being. So when you write the content, write for human beings, don't write for search engines. Search engine will read the page, but again, now all the search engines are smart enough to understand, okay, whether this is spammy or it is not a spammy. If you see here, this looks a, if I'm an SEO guy, so I know very well this is a SEO, this is spammy stuff. If you see every page, every sentence has you have put up a forcefully a collar t-shirt. But again, if you see other pages, let's go and do it one more time. So good. So I'll go and show you one more example. Let's see the other sites now. Okay, we have seen Myntra. We'll let, okay, again this is a Myntra only. So let's go to Amazon, Paytm, Flipkart, Flipkart, Agio, and this. Now let's see what the other people are doing. Now this is an Amazon. Again, a similar look and feel, same structure of the site, good navigation structure. Okay, you will see title tag, men's polos. Now again, they have not put up a t-shirt. Okay, if you see the search engine that we have put up a collar t-shirt, right? Now if you see, Amazon has not put up a collar t-shirt. That is a wrong mistake they have done. Okay, now if you go and see down, let's see the meta description in this. If they put up a t-shirt in the title, that might help them to rank faster and better. Now if I talk about here, now they, okay, so again very strange. Let's see what they pull it up. Okay, now if you see here, your meta description looks very odd. Okay, that's why actually I have a doubt what they have written. So if you see here, the meta description is also not very clear. Okay, the description talks about is select the department you want to search in. This is not the right SEO optimized page. Okay, otherwise if it is an SEO optimized page like Myntra, they would have put up a collar t-shirt here in the meta description. So there is another mistake that they have done. Okay. Now, if you see, go down, there is no content present on this page. Correct. So if even though the Google will come and read this, Google will say, okay, this page is coming. This might be Amazon has a very good authority in terms of the web page, and people are talking about it. But if you see, Myntra has done a good job in terms of what a search engine requires. Good. Now everyone understood the difference between the two. What is ranking number one? Why it is ranking number two? Now if you go and see this Paytm Mall, now Paytm Mall T-shirt for men. Now here the collar is not written here. Collar T-shirt is not written. Collar word is missing. Okay. But anyway, they have T-shirt for men. They have written buy branded T-shirt. So they have put T-shirt so many times on the title. If you see at the top, now if you see here, they have done a heading. The content is present here. Okay. Now navigation is good. Okay, the site structure is good. So now if I go down now again, this is an SEO optimized page. Now if you see here, the content is present here. Now if you see here, collar t-shirts, if I go and do here, collar t-shirt is not there, so collar word itself is not there. So no, none of the people have done the collar as a primary keyword. Only Myntra has done. That is why the Myntra is ranking number one. Okay. Now if you see the t-shirt, they have done so 11 times. So if you see here, 10 times collar t-shirt they have done, 11 times they have done. So between 10 to 11 they have done it. Okay. But again, it looks very, if you see here, they need content. So they have given the content to the search engine to read. I hope everyone is getting what I'm trying to go and say here. So we talked about certain things, your schema, title tag, meta description, image alt text, featured snippet. Now many a times that you go and see it up. Okay. So I'll go and give you an example. You might have, so how many of you know about featured snippet? So that means if I go and write about this search where I'm comparing Azure versus AWS versus Google Cloud, you see here IntelliPath is ranking, and this is called as rank 0. Okay, or either you call as a feature snippet. That means Google like a particular page so much that it will go and talk about, okay, hey, read this, and I'm not going to go and rank it up. Okay, so this is the above of everyone. Okay, so this is what actually the feature snippet, and once you are able to go and bring this particular feature snippet, it has the highest number of clicks. Okay, so that is what the meaning of feature snippet. This is how it comes. So there are many factors associated to it that we can go and talk about more in the course. Okay, let's restrict here to the main page where we are going to go and try to see how we can go and rank a particular page on the Google first. Off page. Now we have talked a lot about the on page. Now I hope everyone understand. Now another factor which is very important for any of the page, you have done all the things that we have talked about here. Okay. Now still your page is not ranking, and it will definitely be one of the case. Now what you will do is you start linking up your web page to the multiple sites available on the internet. Now the basic fundamental rule what the Google talks about, you might have heard of viral videos, right? How the video become a viral. That means you are watching a video and you are sharing it with a friend, and then your friend again share it to multiple people. So this particular chain keeps continuing, and this becomes a viral in nature. Okay, so it's getting spread out. Similarly, if you have written a piece of content, or if you have a product which is very informative, you are sharing with people automatically, or the other people are talking about you on their website, on their web pages. Now when the Google will crawl the multiple pages on the internet, they will find that your page is connected to by so many pages. So if there are so many people are talking about you, that means for a particular search query, you have a higher weightage because so many people talking about you. I'll go and give you a higher ranking, because when they type for a particular search query, there's a high potential that they are searching only for you. You got the things? So this is what actually an important criteria when I say off page. That means you will go and once you go and create a web page, you will go and reach out to multiple people saying, okay, hey, this is my product, go and put it on your website, or this is my article, go and put it on the site. You will do a social share on all of them. so that Google will go to know about, okay, hey, this is a page that I need to go and read, and many people are talking about your page, so it will go and give you a higher ranking. So that is a simplistic way of teaching of page. Okay, so now this is now when I talk about the whole perspective of the sharing the content to by at multiple places, that is nothing but called as link building. Okay, you have written your web page is live and everything. Now what you will be doing is you are telling a number of people, okay, in the world, okay, this is the my web page, this is the content that I have written, please have a look at it. If you like, go and put up in your website. Now, if I like your content, if I'm putting up your content in my website, that means I'm giving a link back to you. Now, link back is of two types. One is the do follow links. Second one is your no follow links. Do follow links, when I'm saying for the people who doesn't know, you can ignore the jargon right now. Do follow is the one which talks about, okay, hey, I am giving an authority to you and I'm passing the authority to you from my website. And no follow is the one which talks about, hey, I have put up this content, but I'm not giving an authority to go and follow this link. Okay. So we'll go and get into much more detail because it's a very separate topic that we can go and discuss for more than an hour also. Okay. So for the interest of the time, we'll go and keep it up as there are two kind of tags, do follow and no follow. Do follow is the best one which Google will consider because you are saying, okay, hey, I like this content and I am passing my authority. And there's a thing called as no follow and say, okay, hey, I like the content, I put it on my website, but I don't want to go and follow it up. Okay. So both of them are good if the links are coming from the good sites. So there is no harm to have either any one of them or either too much of them. Okay. If you have do follow, it is well and good and very much needed. If you have no follow also, there is no harm to have those links. It is also good for health of the website. Okay. Now, how it will go and help you the link building. Link building, as I said, if too many people are talking about you, that means you have a reputation in the market, and Google search engine will also follow the same reputation. Second, any person who is coming to those articles or the third-party sites, they will go and see your link. There's a high potentiality that they will be coming to your website also. And definitely, if there are so many people talking about you, that means your brand building is getting built up. Okay. So it can be your guest post, it can be social media, and it can be testimonial links. So these are the certain off pages that you can go and do for your web page. Now, another factor which is important is inbound and outbound links. That means inbound links are the one where the link is coming to my site. Okay. Outbound link is the one from my web page I am passing the link to the other site. Okay, that is called outbound. That means inbound means coming inside, outbound means going outside. Okay, you can go and think like this way. From here we have done about the complete linking part of the web pages. Okay, then let's move to the next important topic, content duplication. So guys, whatever you are writing the content, as we seen in the Mintra and the Flipkart and the other pages, please make sure you need to have a unique content. Otherwise, if your content is not unique, Google will not give any weightage to your content. That's in short. Keep it in your brain. We need unique content means unique content. That's it, nothing else. Okay. And the content should be informative. It should add a value to a user. That is the most important part. If you are not adding a value to the user, that means when I'm coming to your website, if I don't see any value, I'll go and jump off in a very short span of time. Okay, so you remember rule number one that we talked about. If you write good content, I'll stay long on your website. If I stay long on your website, that means you have a higher chance that you have a higher ranking. So content duplicacy that we have talked about, don't write a duplicate content. There are multiple tools available in the market that will go and check the content that you have on your web page is duplicate or not duplicate. Okay. Now, if you have a duplicate content and if you see within your website you have a duplicate content, you can go and make a 301 redirect permanently. So you can go and clean up all those pages so that you can go and remove those contents. And there is one more tool called as Google Search Engine Console, or I would say Google Webmaster. So when you guys create on your pages, or your website, or you're working on different website, you will get to know about a tool called as Google Webmaster. This is a tool given by the Google. It will go in and give you a health check of your web pages, and it will go and tell you any of the issue with respect to the SEO that Google sees on your website. It will go and notify you there. And this is a tool that you need to go and monitor and check if any of the issues are coming from a Google perspective, and you can go and take an action accordingly on it. Okay. So this is a tool that we can get into much more detail, in the next sessions or in the the course. Okay. And now Google algorithm. Now, which we have talked about a lot about, how the Google sees a page, or how do I want to become the top rank, okay, on the Google for in a particular search query, which is very important for my business. Now, Google over a period of time, they have launched multiple algorithms, and those algorithms have certain impact on the whole search engine rankings as a search result. Okay. Now, if you see here, Google is a computer application. An n number of algorithms has been written. And now, when I say algorithm, for the people who doesn't come from a computer science background, algorithm mean a set of instructions given to a machine to behave in a particular fashion. Now, these instructions can be any. A very simple way of instruction would be is, I would say, all the web pages in the world which has a duplicate content, don't rank them. Okay. So let's say a simple instruction given to the computer is to find out all the websites having a duplicate content in the search result, and if we find any such cases in the top 20 or top 30, give them a lower ranking and reindex all the pages again. Okay. Now, if you see here, what I have just explained you just now, it is nothing but an algorithm which Google has launched few years back. Okay. So now, the people who are in the digital marketing and primarily in the SEO, they would be known. They know these names here: Panda, Penguin, Hummingbird, RankBrain. Okay. So what I just talked about right now is Panda algorithm. So Google has launched up a algorithmic update, which is called as Google Panda release, which says if you have duplicate or plagiarized, or if you have a stuff content, pull down the ranking of those pages from the Google search index. Okay, and many websites across the globe got impacted, and there's a heavy shuffling happened on the Google search index ranking. Okay, and whichever sites have a good and unique content, make them in the top. So this is what the algorithm, Google Panda algorithm, talks about. Okay, now after few years, we got another algorithm update from the Google, which talks about real-time analysis to hunt irrelevant links or spamming links. So we talked about, for a particular web page, you need to go and do a link building. Yes or no? Now, many people have done it too much, and they are using certain methods which are not ethical in nature, or might be they are putting up the link building from all the sites which are spammy sites. So let's say, for an example, I am selling a t-shirt. Let's say I am Myntra.com. Okay. Now I am getting the links from Make My Trip, or I am getting a link from Oyo Rooms. Now, if you see here, I am a t-shirt selling company, or I am a online e-commerce company, and I am getting a link from a travel agency like Make My Trip, or I am getting a link from Oyo, which is a rental apartment or a guest house kind of company. Both these sites, all three sites are unique. There is no relationship between them. If I'm getting a link from a bloggers who write about designer sites or the boutique sites, then that is a relevant link for my t-shirt selling company. So Google Penguin says the links that you are getting should not be spammy. You get the links for the pages that you have written from the relevant sites of your own business. You cannot get the link from any other websites. Okay, so this is what the meaning of penguin. I hope everyone is clear with this. The next algorithm update which has come was hummingbird, and it says the keyword stuffing that you have done in a web page is considerably of low quality and your content should be of high quality. It should not happen that your content after every 15 words corner t-shirt coming. So in the Mintra site, if we go and talk about, we see that they have put the collar t-shirt 10 times, correct? Now if they have made this as 50 times, then it becomes a spammy content. Okay, and based on the update from the hummingbird, this page will not be ranking. Okay, if they would have done it like this. So I hope everyone is clear about the hummingbird, what the hummingbird talks about. Now the next algorithm which came by the Google was rank brain. Now what it talks about is it will look for the shallow content sites where the content is very low or the site has a very bad UI or user experience, so that if I come and I jump off the site. Okay, so that means Google every, if you see here now, with the movement of time in future, Google is become smarter. The algorithms are become smarter so that they identify easily whether the person coming to this page, how much time he is spending, what is something action he is doing, or whether this site is user friendly or not also. So Google is taking care of all those things nowadays. Okay. So this site takes care of the UI and UX. If you have a good UI and UX, I'll go and rank you on the higher side of the Google. Okay, that is what Google says. So that means everyone has to go and make sure that you need to have a good user experience given to all the visitors coming to your website. Okay, so next thing is we'll go and talk about another approaches. We have something called as white hat, gray hat, and black hat. Now again, fancy terms. If you are good with this, I'll quickly explain a very simplistic manner what these are. White hat is nothing but whatever you are doing is of ethical practices that you have followed. Okay, you have written a high quality content, you have put up the keywords relevant, you have technical SEO done very well in terms of user experience, in terms of navigation and everything. Okay, another thing would be is, and you have taken the links again, ethical manner, right domains, relevant links. Second is your loading time is faster, your website is mobile friendly, you have a good indexability on your website. Gray hat is again, people say black hat. I'll go and talk about what the black hat is. And here is you are using some unethical practices to increase the link. So there are certain tools comes which will help you to do link building, and they will go and create content wherever they want. Okay, so those links are nothing but the spammy links, and which will go and hurt your website in ranking. So don't go into this. Okay, that is not recommended. Another perspective is a black hat, which is totally not the right way suggested. Black hat is nothing but you are creating the links by purchasing certain tools and by paying, let's say, $10, $30 something, and they will go and create a 100 and 1,000 links for you. Okay, so those are the kind of things people do. So, but not advisable. Don't do it again. Or if you have done it in the past, ignore it. This is not the right way of doing the SEO. Now we talk about competition, reverse engineering. What is your competing? Okay, very good. So now in the whole digital marketing or even in the whole SEO front, if I go and talk about, you need to go and see what is your websites that you are competing. So if you are Myntra, or if you are Flipkart, or if you are Amazon in the rank, if you see here, you need to go and see if all the people. So right now for the collar t-shirt, if it is my primary keyword, or let's say if I'm Amazon, okay, so my competition is nothing but Mintra, because there are two ads which the two places the Mintra is coming on, so this becomes my competitor. Or if I'm on Flipkart, or if I'm a Paytm mall, then Amazon and Mintra both becomes my competitor. So I need to see what these guys are doing, what they have done on the web page. Similarly, I'll go and try doing certain tactics, okay, to make sure that I'm able to go and do a ranking better than them. Similarly, we saw when we have done the SEO audit little bit, we identify Amazon pages were not SEO optimized, whereas Myntra and Paytm Mall pages were optimized. So if Amazon.in has to go and rank on it, it is a small job for them to go and optimize the page with the t-shirt or the collar t-shirt. Okay, they would be able to go and rank very fast. We have discussed all of them: site navigation, responsive design, crawler optimization, and at the end of the day, all these three will make me a good user experience. And that is what actually important right now. And responsive design, quality content, site speed, maintain readability, have a good colors on your site, crawler optimization, easily accessible. Your page should load faster on mobile because most of people are sitting on mobile now. So all those things Google takes care of it now. First, Google will go and see definitely the quality score of your page. So you need to go and maintain up a good brand. Now, in the local SEO, if you are a grocery store which has a local reach, and let's say for a particular thing in Marthali in Bangalore, you have a grocery store and you want people to go and search online. When they're searching online, so they can go and see you on the top. Okay, so for the same, Google has certain thing called as a local SEO. And similarly, if you see here in the beginning, which we have talked about, you were seeing the maps. Now Google shows something called as maps and everything. It will go and say, okay, hey, this location is close or this location is going to come. Okay, so all those, they will go and give you a Google map link, and it will go and say, okay, hey, this is the nearest restaurant that you can go and have your breakfast or dinner or lunch. Okay, so restaurants near me. So you see here a local SEO. So all the things, all the restaurants nearby to me right now, I can go and see all of them. So Google shows them very near to me. Okay. So this is nothing but your local SEO that you can go and do it up. And your name, address, and phone number is important, so that if you see here your name, address, and when you click on it, you can easily go and reach out there. So all the things you will go and see it up here, right? Whether it's open or close, or what is the address, directions, and everything. This is nothing but your local SEO. Now, measuring the SEO performance, you will use a tool called as Google Analytics, which will go and give you an idea, okay, how many visitors are coming from what page and by what channel, organic channel, basically. And you have an SEO performance, which is the engagement matrices like conversion rate, time on page, pages per visit, bounce rate, scroll depth, and everything. So we have talked about all of them: conversion rate, time on page, we have talked multiple times, bounce rate we talked about, pages per visit also. Scroll depth is nothing but how many times how good navigations you have. Okay, so conversion rate is how many people come to the website and convert it to a visitor. The visitor becomes a customer. Okay, so we have talked about all of them, so I'm just jumping off quickly. So you have multiple tools when you become and you start using. You will have SEM Rush, you have Hrefs, you have a Google AdWord Keyword Planner, you have WooRank. So all those tools you will be using, and there are certain things called as the conversion rate optimization. Okay, so if the whole idea here is you are going to go and purchase a product, uh, people will come as a visitor, landed as a lead, and when the lead gets converted, it becomes a customer. Okay, so this is what actually the whole flow from an e-commerce website perspective.
So this would be a few of the outcomes that we are going to learn, but we will be learning in a very in-depth idea right from understanding the customer behavior, how it goes, and what should be your strategy building or your strategy thinking point of view before you even start off. Because let me just try and explain you this. PPC, it is basically a tool, so it is not very difficult to use the tools. You have to just follow the instructions, and the platform is also made in such a way that it is very easy to use. But over here, what I will be doing is I would be developing the concept in terms of the ideation, as in how customers think. Okay, and how you need to try and approach the customers through paid advertisement. What is the company objective, how much you should be spending, how we calculate the bidding concept, how we go about planning the entire thing. Okay, so the most important thing is building, coming up with a framework rather than just following the instructions of the platform and putting in the stuff that anybody and everybody can do. Okay, but we have come over here to learn a bit further more about what PPC has got in store and how you can drive business. Basically the objective over here of PPC is to be able to drive business through this platform. Okay, and how smartly you can do this to achieve it. Okay, so using internet, so what is online marketing? So if you could see, just to give you a brief idea about online marketing is a combination of lot of channels. Okay, so it would be paid advertisement, it would be organic, it would be social media, email marketing, affiliate marketing. So all these things coming together and trying to start promoting your brand or your services so that the businesses could benefit, the customers could benefit, and Google, which is providing you the platform to promote your business, even it in return should benefit. Because Google is present over here to help its customers. It is not, the basic idea of Google is not over here for advertisers. That is what the concept, the .com burst, if you had to understand previously why it had happened, it was only catering to the advertisers. It was not interested or not even considering that consumers, what consumers are searching for, what their intention and what their intent is, whether they want to buy or they don't want to. They used to just fill in the platform with advertisements. Okay, so that is why the .com burst happened. People did make money, but eventually it was a failure. So Google learned from them, and Google has come up over here with the ideation that it is over here to stay and help the customers find the right information. Okay, in turn, we as advertisers or digital marketers should use this platform to try and reach out to our customers. We probably use the internet to deliver promotional material messages to the intended audience. Over here, what we are trying to do is why people are using internet and why people are moving towards digital marketing is it's all based on inbound marketing. If I need to try and find out some information, I would go ahead and reach out online and try and find out whatever information I want and go forward doing it. Okay. So before getting ahead with what search engine marketing is, all those things, I would explain you how the thinking of a customer actually works. Okay, try and consider this. For example, what I'll do is I will try and use an Excel over here. So customer journey. So the customer would be going through a particular things. What I was trying to explain you was before considering or buying a particular product or a service, a customer goes through a journey. Let me just explain you what this journey is. A person would be going through awareness, consideration, comparison. You might have seen this, that even you as a customer, for example, let's take an example of, for example, if you want to buy a mobile phone. If you're trying to buy a mobile phone, you'll be going through these phases. You'll be trying and making yourself, first of all, aware what the product is, what is the smartphone, which are the smartphones that are present in the market. Once is you will try and start getting aware about each of the product or services when you have a need for it. Okay, so you will try and collect more and more information. You'll go online. Okay, so it's a part of inbound marketing. So once you have made yourself enough aware and you have the urge of going further, or you think that you have to buy it, then you will start considering it. Okay, so probably I will consider 2 or 3 brands of the all the brands that are present in the market. Say for example, I would try and shortlist, maybe say, Samsung, Apple, or and Moto G maybe. Okay, so these are the 3 phones that are present over here. I have considered buying a mobile phone. I will now try and go into the comparison phase. Okay, now when it comes to comparison, I will try and see the brand. I will try and compare the price. I will try and compare the, what do you say, the features. Now I have become a serious customer. I have become a very interested customer. So you try and see how the transformation of a customer is happening from a awareness person to a consideration person, then comparing, and finally, if he sees that I have got what I have got in terms of the pricing, in terms of the brand, in terms of the specification, I decide upon a particular brand, and then I will go ahead and buy it. Okay, so why is it that I'm trying to showcase you this journey? Is it related to PPC? So this is basically related to each and every channel of digital marketing. And why I'm trying to stress upon the customer journey over here is PPC is more of a performance based channel. You are not going to just spend your money over here only because you want to promote your business. You have to be a smart digital marketer so that you are very choosy and you are very specific in terms of achieving what is your objective and then going ahead. I am not going to spend loads, lakhs of money only to create awareness through paid advertisement, right? I am trying to go and bid for those words which are maybe intent oriented, buying intent oriented. So in this case, I will just try and target those words which are maybe comparison based, like maybe prices, maybe discounts, or some buying keywords like offers on mobile phone. Okay, so these would be some of the keywords that I need to try and bid for. Now for awareness, there would be other channels. Let me just go ahead and show it to you. So this is how it happens. If I was supposed to show it to you live, let's say for example, I go on Google. I go on Google and try and search maybe, what will I search? Let's say, okay, fine. When I try and search mobile phones, the ones with, even these are the shopping ads. I will show it to you when we are doing the practical aspect of it. But these would be the shopping ads. These are paid as well. And the ones which come in the text with an ad mark over here, these are the advertisements. Previously, Google, recently, I guess last year, Google has changed its interface. Previously, we used to have right hand side as well, used for paid advertisement. But they have changed it to this. You get only the top results over here and the down results. Maybe let me try and put in personal ones. So advertisement. See, I've got 5, 6 places for advertisements. One of the most lucrative keyword nowadays in the Indian market, personal loan. Okay, so you'll be asking, how is it that only Bang Bazaar is tried and ranked up over here? We will be over the course of time discussing how this happens. Okay, and As I told you, Google has changed its interface. The it shows advertisement only on the top and only at the bottom. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show. So you would say intent based would be morely towards paid advertisement, awareness and consideration. I will try and target it through something called as organic ones. Okay, the top ones would be the paid advertisement, the bottom ones would be the organic ones. Let me just show it to you. Okay, these are all paid ones. The ones with which they don't compete with any advertisement is called as organic. So organic to organic, I'm going to create more awareness. I'm going to give out more information over there. For just to give out information, I'm not going to consider paid advertisement. For paid advertisement, I'm going to consider people who have shown an intent towards buying. So search engine SEO is what I was trying to tell you is it's all about creating awareness. Not to mention that it cannot be a sales oriented thing. You can always try that. I would be wrong if I say that if you want to try selling through SEO, you cannot do it. You can definitely do it. But if you're trying and spending money, you try and get the serious customers. Let me just tell you something. Uh, if you're walking into mall, okay, there's a fantastic mall over there, and if you're walking into mall, you're looking for a pair of jeans. Now, when you're looking for a pair of jeans, there are a lot of shops lined up in the mall. Now, you're not going to go into each and every shop. You might go to a shop that is very appealing to you, and the shopkeeper is also not going to engage with you unless and until you enter the shop, right? So this is where they are trying to get the offline experience into online. Only serious customers will click, who have an intention of buying, onto the advertisement, and then they will enter the landing page, and then they will leave the details or maybe buy the product. So just to give you some examples of display advertisement. So let me just tell you, these are the examples of display advertisements and the banner ads. Okay, so the types of online advertising that we could be looking at is search based, that is the text which I showed you, display based, which you are probably asking me. Let's say let's look at, try and find something in Google. Maybe say best quotes. Best quotes is what I'm trying to find out. Okay, 100 quotes for online training quotes. Okay, so you see something called as stock by love. Yeah, so stock by love is a display advertisement or a banner, you could say, which is present on this property. Okay, and then you have something called as the video ads. I'll just click on any advertisement. Sorry, any video. Yeah. So this is a form of video ads. So you can do all these advertisements through pay per click. Okay, and there is one more, the best one of them all, which interests all the advertisers, is remarketing. Now let me just explain you what's the concept of remarketing. Say for example, I hope you might have used Make My Trip or maybe Amazon in your past. What you do is you just go onto the website, and then you pick up some things, maybe a pair of jeans or a pair of shoes or something, and you selected them. Maybe you didn't take any action over there, you didn't buy them, or maybe even you didn't put them into the cart. but you showed interest. The intent is over there. This intent is captured by the advertiser or the brand, maybe for example Amazon or Make My Trip. They capture it, and next time when you go online they are going to show it to you. I'm just showing you this example. The stock by love is what you're seeing. It is kind of an remarketing. Now when doing this, I landed up onto their website, stock by love. So they dropped in that cookie, that code onto my browser, and now it is following me on whichever website I'm going. You're trying to understand. Now you will ask me why do people do this? Why remarketing? Now remarketing is very important because it improves the conversion ratio. Okay, a person who showed interest, maybe due to some work or due to some issues, he's moved out of before buying in the product. Okay, so it is the responsibility of the brand, of the digital marketer, to again showcase him that hey, what happened? You were interested in this, and but you didn't go ahead and buy it. Did you forget it or something else? Okay, so you're trying to understand. It's all about conversion. Okay, so remarketing is helping you to convert. Okay, so search ads. This is how it will be looking at. I showed you. Okay. Some of the search engines, Google, Bing, Yahoo. Previously, Yahoo was not a search engine; it was more of a directory kind of thing. But now they have changed into a search engine. Okay, focus on the keyword data. That is where you're searching it from. Okay, then you have the SEO, SEM, and the SEO. That is what I've showed you the difference between the paid one and the organic, how it differs. Okay, then you have display advertisements. I've showed you an example of display advertisements as well. Then you have the video advertisements. You might have seen a banner that is running over there, or directly a video which is running just before you start seeing the actual content. Okay, then there is this retargeting. You go to shopper's visit, okay, or the visit and is tagged, okay. Shopper leaves the sites and starts browsing. Then when what happens is, since the shopper is tagged using remarketing, the shopper is shown the ad on the first website. Okay, shopper clicks on the ads and the redirected to the first website. So why do people search, and why do people believe Google? Okay, so what happens over here is, search is the top source for any purchase decision. Now let's try and understand this. Okay, this is a certain concept that is come up with the online thing. It is very simple. Whenever you go, sorry, for example, let's say you are say, let's take an example of the mobile thing as well. You are trying to search mobile. Okay, you are interested in buying a new mobile phone, so you will try and search the mobile phone. The first thing what you are going to do is, you are going to first go into Google and type in a model. Why? One thing, because you trust Google. The other thing is, you don't want to believe anybody and everybody who is going to say, "Are this phone is fantastic. Why don't you buy this phone? This got this features." Yeah, okay, fine. I'll do that. Let me first make myself aware of what are the things, and then I'll come back to you. Okay. So first you do your research. Okay, you search the entire Google thing. What people say, you might be reading some stuff. You might be looking at the stores, all those things that you do over there. Okay, once the information is there on the internet with search, okay, so you get what you are trying to search over. Now, what happens? Try and understand this concept. What happens? Consideration, awareness, consideration, comparison, and buying is what I was trying to tell you. Now, what happens over here is, just try and understand this. Now, let's try and understand this concept between consideration and comparison. between consideration and comparison, there is something called as the zero moment of. Now, what the zero moment of truth is, after consideration, person is not directly going to go ahead and compare. What he's going to do is, I have understood my need, I have understood of buying a mobile phone. Now what I'll do is, maybe I'll walk into a store, maybe I'll try and ask a friend of mine, I'll ask my father, I'll ask my brother, or maybe a colleague in my office who is a geek kind of a person who has decent knowledge about it. So maybe what I'm trying to say over here is, your journey of online buying might stop over here. Just try and understand this. This is the zero moment of truth. Once you have started considering, you've got enough information, I want to buy an Apple, Samsung or an Apple, I'll stop over here. Now, because I've become serious, I'm not going to put all my hard-earned money into somewhere. I am going to do a thorough research. I will go on to various searches. That is what we do, right? What I'll do into wherever I go, I will go into Reliance Digital Store and then say, what's the cost of this mobile? He might say 20,000 rupees. Wait on, hold on a minute. I'll just check it online, is what you'll be seeing, right? That is how the consumer behavior is changing. So when he sees, he compares the cost over there and the cost in the store, then he would say, okay, fine, let me try and make a judgment whether buying online or buying offline is beneficial for me. It could be anything. It could be the service part, it could be the price part, it could be the person who's attending him, whatever. So you as a digital marketer should try. So now do you understand why I'm trying to say not to target awareness and consideration, but try and target comparison and buying phase onwards. Here the customer journey stops. If he comes back to you again, he is a very interested person and you can't let him go. He will buy. I'm not saying he will buy from you. He will definitely buy, but maybe from you, maybe online or offline, but he will definitely buy. Okay? So that is what you need to try and understand. Okay? So what I've done is I have put in some source over here which would actually tell you how the search engines they work. Okay, so search engines. If you are new to digital marketing, what will happen over here is search engines will be looking out for the relevance, what business you are in, what kind of information you're giving out. Are you trying to fool the customers? So all these things should be intact, and you need to tell the machine that I am a person dealing in a particular business and please rank me for these things. Then is what Google will be trying to rank you for that particular keywords. Okay, people basically go online to satisfy their hunger for information or to consume content. Content could be of various terms. It could be entertaining, it could be information, it could be enlightenment, anything. Okay, just put in some things for a lighter moment, like say maybe you entertainment. Let's see what Sunny Leon does today. Okay, or what is the relation between Newton and the apple? Okay, information is the last minute gift for my wife's birthday. Okay, so these are the certain things that people normally go ahead for, and then start maybe their awareness or their entertainment or their informational needs they rely over there for Google. Okay, so these are the certain things. So before we go on to this, I would like to try and throw some light on certain things. Let's say when considering Google AdWords, there are certain things that will come into picture. CPM, CPC, so CPC, yeah, CPC, and then uh, COA. So now, during the over the period of time we are doing the sports, you will hear this phrase a lot many times from my end called as the cost of acquisition. Okay, so what I am telling you is Google AdWords works in certain fashion. Okay, so if you are doing any advertisement, if you are doing any display advertisements, you could try and look at cost per impression. CPM is cost per impression. So over here, see over here, the cost, the stop by love, it's an impression. The person would be charging or would be paying at the cost of impression. Just try and understand now my question basically was to try and understand who would, for whom would be this thing. Now this display advertisement would probably be to a person where you want to make more awareness, people who are more visually like things more visually appealing. So what they would do is they would try and look at certain images, and then the interest maybe start creating over there. So display as is my they say picture speaks 1,000 words. You write text, people would not maybe looking at it, but you show them a nice eye candy images, they are going to definitely attract attention. Okay, so if you are trying to create any kind of awareness, you can go ahead, and not to say that consideration and buying is not involved in this. If you want to display your product is more to do with the visual aspect of it, your mobile phone, the way it looks, the thinner it is, or you are into clothing, how the fabric looks, how it looks, uh, what are the beautiful colors that it's got, how you're trying to entice the customer to go ahead and buy. So you could be using over there as an impression. So it entirely depends upon the objective or the aim of the digital marketer or what the business acquires. Now the business is very new. They want to start making their, maybe Stock by Love is not a very big brand, but they are investing in display advertisement just to show people that how fantastic their products are, and it is a premium brand. Okay, so cost per click would be only you would be paying, you as in the advertiser would be paying Google when you are clicking on when the consumer or your prospective customer is clicking on the advertisement and then leading to your website, is going to your website, then only you are liable to pay Google a particular amount which you have bidded for. So everything runs on bidding, if you might have heard about it. So I will be explaining you how the calculation is done and how Google understands. Okay, so CPC would be the advertising paying Google only when somebody is clicked, so that he's shown interest, he's shown some engagement. The impressions which I showed you is just impressions that are present over there. There is no engagement happening over there. But click, there is an engagement happening. Cost per acquisition, honestly speaking, cost per acquisition there, Google would not be involved in this cost per acquisition because they are mostly running on cost per impression or cost per click. But there are places where you can try and put in over the cost per acquisition. That is for you as a digital marketer to understand how much a particular customer is costing you when you're trying to acquire him online. This means how much a lead is costing. Now, cost of acquisition, the definition can be totally different based upon your objective. What is an acquisition? Maybe a lead can be an acquisition. An appointment can be an acquisition. A call can be an acquisition. So all these things, when we are coming to trying and looking at the awareness, the consideration, the comparison, and the buying, you need to be present for all the awareness so that whatever keywords the person is keying in and trying to find it on Google, he should be able to find it. Okay, either you can be present on paid advertisement, on search engine optimization, or social media. Because try and understand one thing: the customers are one of the most smartest people on earth. Okay, they will try and gain information from one end, and they will try and buy it from the other end. So maybe they will try and search on search engine optimization, come onto your website, gain the knowledge, whatever they wanted, and maybe they will buy it from social media. Okay, so that is how you need to be present across channels so that you can try and attract customer or be present wherever the customer is trying to find you. So let's try and look at how does the Google AdWords actually work. Okay, so it could be you need to, so once your objective is clear, once your objective is clear, what you want to drive business through, then you go on to Google and try and find out. Okay, so there are certain things that we would be discussing over a period of time is how Google AdWords actually work. We would actually be doing the keyword research, how the keyword research actually happens over here. We would come up with an effective ad copy because that is one of the most important things. You have to be coming up and then steps to creating a landing page which converts and walkthrough of an account setup. Okay, so let's try and look at understanding the positions. Okay, the ad positions. Okay, so this is a part of how Google AdWords actually work. Let me try and showcase you something. Uh, Mobile phones under rupees. So this is my keyword saying that mobile phones under rupees 10,000 because I am a very interested customer. I have gone ahead and written a very long tail keyword. We'll come to that part as well if you're not aware of it. This is only mobile phones is a short and a very exact keyword. I have written a longer tail keyword expressing my exact objective of my search. My exact objective is over here to try and find out which are the mobile phones that are below 10,000 rupees. Okay, so you could see there's an ad over here present, and then if you could probably go down there, there's nothing on the top. Fair enough. So these are certain things, these are certain things. Okay, so over here, what we will try and see is how is Google trying to give you the various ranking, the ad positions. Okay, so you would be saying that I'm sure you might be knowing that there is a bidding process in place when it comes to uh, when it comes to uh, placing your ads in Google AdWords, right? You would say, I am a person. Okay, let's try and consider three people. That is A, B, and C. Let me just write it onto an Excel so that it makes more sense. So people, advertisers. This will be A, oh sorry, A, then there is B, and then there is C. Now let's try and understand. A is a person who is a novice, just entered. He is a intermediate level and advanced. So novice is got, try and understand the situation. A novice is very rich. He is, if a particular word is maybe bidding for 100 rupees, sorry, bidding for 10 rupees, he will try and bid for 100 rupees because I've got a lot of money, I'm desperate for business. desperate for business, I'm going to put in 100 rupees. The next person is, but what he is not looking at is he is coming up with a ad copy, not very good. An ad copy which is not great, which is not very appealing to the people. Okay, he's just dumped in certain things, and maybe out of five, I will give him one out of five. Rank him, sorry. I'll just give him one. I'll just give him one out of five. This guy is a fairly a decent person. What he's going to do is he's going to charge, or if it is ranking at 15, at 10, he's going to give for 15. And out of five, I will try and give him three. Now the advanced guy, he doesn't want to give out any money. He doesn't want to give out any money to Google free of cost. He says it is 10 rupees. I will give only for 10 rupees. Just try and understand how Google is working over here. And his ad copy is great. He knows how it works and all those things. Of which, try and tell me which advertisement will be shown. Let me try and explain you how this works. So maybe if he's trying to bid only for 100 rupees and this person 10 rupees, and this person even is bidding for 100 rupees, customers are not going to benefit from this person because his ad copy is not giving out the right information. So this person thinks I've got money, I have a lot of money I will put. So just try and understand something over here. What will happen if Google gives him first rank? If Google gives him first rank, nobody is going to click over there on him. It is not very engaging. Instead, if some instead people will be clicking on this person because it is more engaging over there. Even after giving the first position, Google is not going to make money over here, even it is 100 rupees. But if and the click-through rate, I don't know if you are sure about what the click-through rate is. I will explain this to you in a bit. But try and understand the click-through rate is maybe one over here, 1%, or maybe let's say 2% over here. Okay, and the click-through rate is maybe like say 10% over here, and the click-through rate is maybe 20% over here. Okay, so if this is the thing over here, so of 100 people coming in, 20 people will click over here, 10 people will click over here, and just 2 people will click over here. Just let's try and understand how much Google is making money. Okay, so it is equal to 100 into 2. Okay, so let's try and keep this as 1 so that it explains the entire thing. Okay, so do you try and understand over here, even if the person is bidding for 10, Google will be making 200 rupees, and even the person is making 100 rupees, bidding for 100 rupees, Google is only making 100 rupees. So it will try and promote this person because there are a lot of aspects. Let me try and explain you something over here more in detail. Now the cost of the bidding contributes to only 40%, contributes to only 40% of the entire ad, means the weightage given by Google. %40 to the cost, and there is 60%. You'll ask me what? The rest 60% would be given to the other things like ad copy, click-through rate, historic data. Okay, so all these things, relevance, Okay, then there is something called as technical. All these things would be considered. So major part is going to all these things: the click-through rate, the ad copy, the history, how technically well the landing page is being done, the relevance of the ad. What will happen? Just try and imagine. I put personal loan at 0%. I put personal loan at 0%, and then somebody is clicking over there on the personal loan, and then he says that I will be giving you loan for 15%. Immediately, the person is going to close the landing page and come out of it. The bounce rate is going to increase, the engagement is going to, the bounce rate will increase, the engagement is going to decrease, Google is going to run into losses, it will not showcase this kind of advertisement. So the ad position is determined by a formula called as ad rank, okay, or it's also called as the quality score. Okay, everything depends upon the quality score. Over here you can rank higher without spending more money, as long as you are relevant, or at least you make the search engine think that you are relevant. Okay, usage of extension is a positive contributor towards ad positions. Okay, so when I was telling this, I was also giving, like, say, extension. Is there any extension? Now you'll ask me, what is extension? Extension could be anything, maybe a call extension, okay, or appointment extension. All those extension would be contributing, yes, that this person is helping out my customer, is finding out the right information and making his life simple. So why not I also help him? And then Google is going to give a higher ranking to the person. Okay, using the extension is a positive contributor towards ad positioning. So two ads, one with extension and one without. The one with extension will rank higher. Okay, what are extension? How to include, how to embed that, all those things we will see it in a while. Ad rank. Okay, so what happens over here is, I told you, a competitive bid, the relevant ad copy, and the quality score. So all these things are is going to help Google track and rank you at the top of your competitors. Okay, so while making an ad copy, while making PPC, you have to consider bidding is all right, but you have to consider the other aspects, which is going to help you in a greater way, as well as, so there are three people over here, if three stakeholders in a campaign, if you try and consider, that is the advertiser, that is the customer, and then finally Google. So all these three stakeholders need to benefit. If any one of them is not benefiting, it is going to break the entire thing. Okay, so that is the reason I told you, you have to try and find out the paid. We run paid advertisement for our clients. Okay, when we are running paid advertisement for our clients, they have spent so much of money in the past only by handing over the campaign to a person who does not has a decent knowledge of running the campaign. So what happens over here is, he has taken the money, he's just blown it off without doing much strategy, because he only knows how to operate the tools. So money is gone, the objective is not met, and finally what has happened is, the client is left with a very negative feeling towards digital marketing. Okay, ad auction now. When someone searches for a keyword phrase, Google does the following things: find all the players bidding on this keyword. Okay, then what it will do is, it will track and calculate the ad rank for each player based on the bid, as well as the quality score. Sort the ad rank in descending order and display the ad accordingly. Okay, so it has got an algorithm placed very well, which is very nicely organized. So what Google will do is Google will try and do all these calculations at the back end and will try and decide which one to rank first so that the customers can benefit. Okay. What is the quality score that you would be asking us? The quality score is check the quality score with each keyword to see how much keyword is relevant to the ad copy. Okay. Check the landing pages to see if the keywords that you have targeted over here are present. And finally, the historic click-through performance is what I was trying to say. And eventually, the domains click through it. Now let's try and understand how the CPC calculation works. Now you would say, I am a person, okay, I've got a lot of money, okay. If it is bidding for 10 rupees, I will start bidding for 100 rupees and it will start showing up, okay. So it is not something like that. If you have bid for 100, Google will take that 100 rupees. No, it what it will do is it will try and take the value which is 1 rupee extra than the previous bidder. Let me try and explain you with the help of an example. Let's say we have A, we have B. So we have this person A who is bid for maybe say 25 rupees for a particular keyword. Then I have this person who is bid for 22 rupees. Then I have this person who is bid for 25 rupees. Then I have this person who is bid for 30 rupees. I have this person who is bid for. Now try and understand one thing. Why does the bidding happen? So why does Google not showcase all of the advertisements? See, so you will say Google will make more money then. I will try and showcase everybody. That is not possible, right? Now the bidding happens based on a competition, the demand and supply aspect of it. Okay, the demand over the supply is very less. I've got a very few advertisements, maybe 5 to 6 maximum. If there's a lot of competition, okay, then Google needs to make some money. So what it will do is it will try and give more advertisers to it. But if it is the normal demand and supply, if you say you come from a management background or a business background, you might be knowing if the demand is high and the supply is low, the cost goes up. Yeah. So the same logic applies over here as well. Okay. So the demand is high. Everybody wants to be present on Google, but at the same time, what happens over here is cost is very low. So let's see how does the calculation happen. So what we say is the bid is, for example, say 21 rupees. The bid, okay. So I will show you where it shows the bidding. Now you will say that how do I know that where the bidding is and all those things. Let me just quickly show it to you so that you also understand. So once you this is a tool of Google that is called as AdWords. When we are working with it, I will showcase to you. Just try and understand this. This is a place where you're going to try and sign, like say maybe say use terms. Just for an example, I'm just trying to showcase you how it looks like. We'll be doing it in detail when we are doing it that way. Okay. So over here, this is the suggested bid. For used car, this is the suggested bid. Okay. So it shows you everything. These are the suggested bids over here. Okay. So you can segregate it by location, by negative, all those things we are going to look at it. So there's a lot of things that we can do. So that is, for example, let's try and say that 20 rupees is not within the bid amount. So if, for example, if this was 28 rupees. Okay, and this person is bid for 20 rupees. So it is not going to come up. What will happen is this person is knocked off. This person is knocked off. The next amount, okay, if this was 21 rupees, this person is knocked off. He's not eligible for it. Okay, so this person, who is the next person? So 22 fellow is the one next person. So how much is he eligible? He's eligible for not 22 rupees, but 1 rupee extra than the previous bidder. Means 1 rupee, he will have to pay 21 rupees. What will happen? Who's the next fellow now? He is the next fellow. So what is this? So he will be charged 23 rupees. This is the next fellow. How much will he charge? He'll be charged 26 rupees. How much of this will be charged? Is 31. So this is how smartly Google has tried and made their algorithm so that even if you bid for 100 rupees, it is not going to take 100 rupees. It is going to take only 31. Log into your Google account or just go ahead and search Google, okay, and then search Google AdWords and try and find out any keyword that you want to search for. For example, it will showcase over here what are the monthly searches, average monthly searches over here. It is from 10,000 to 1 lakh. Okay, so it's a fairly a decent amount of searches that is happening over here. The competition level is medium. So try and find out for a keyword that you desire. So when you click on this download option, it is going to download all the keyword ideas that it has generated for your business. So it's generated some 500 odd keywords. So your objective over here is, so your objective over here as a digital marketer is to try and segregate all the keywords that you think are based on comparison and buying oriented. Okay, I'm not over here to do any kind of awareness. Okay, so this you might find a bit of crude data over here. Why? Because I've just not put any location. You can try and put in location only, maybe India. So it will give you the phrases that people are normally using to search, and then it will, you can download this. So what I will try and do is, rather than, I would say, keyword intent. Okay, so keyword intent, this is too generic, it is not going to help me in any ways. Second and pause. So cheap car, intent oriented. So compare pre-owned cars. Pre-owned is anyways, I'm coming used vehicles. Best used cars comparison. Certified used cars under buy. So this is the way you, I'm not going to do it for the entire thing. You are a person who's going to try and only target these keywords. Yes, I will only target the person who's looking out for buy, who's looking at the end stage of buying, only intended oriented. Because what happens is this person is gone everywhere. He's gone online, he's gone offline, and now he's coming over here just to buy. Okay, so I am now over here, what I'm doing is I'm optimizing my strategy over here. I'm not going to give away money free of cost even to Google, or try and increase my overheads over here. Okay, so I will be uh, what do you say, sharp shooting at my customers over here. Okay, so this is a kind of procedure. So what you could see is, see, you didn't know there is something used cars under 5,000. Maybe this is dollars, I guess. But if it was India, it would have come up in rupees. Okay, so certified pre-owned cars, again a comparison kind of a thing. Buy, he's definitely going to buy. So he will definitely come ahead. He's going to leave details with you on your landing page, and then you get a very interested or a qualified customer is what you can look at. Let me try and showcase you how this activity will actually look like and why is it that I'm trying to tell you you need to be very specific about choosing up the keywords. Now there's something I will be doing a case study with you based on this, but just to give you an idea how the entire campaigning in digital marketing works. I'm sure you might have heard about this word sales funnel. Okay. So what will happen over here is we are trying to create a funnel over here. Now, what is this funnel happening over here is I will be doing an activity. Activity may be CPC. Okay. And what happens over this is cost per click. Maybe this could be like 100 rupees, 10 rupees, whatever. Then I will be having some clicks based on the activity. Whatever is the clicks, let's not get into that, is not the question over here. I would be trying and generating some leads out of that clicks. If a person is clicked, he's seen the offering that is good to him, then he is definitely going to fill in the details over here so that I can call him. Then after this stage, something called as the qualified lead. So for mobile phones, what is happening over here is for mobile phones, each and every person is not your customer. For example, let's try and understand you are selling Samsung mobile phones, which is worth 30,000 rupees. Okay. Now a person who earns maybe 5,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees a month is not your qualified lead over here. The lead, he's filled in the details, but it is according to you, according to the business, it is not a qualified lead. So only a qualified lead can try and get into sales. Okay, so this is what it's all about, sales. Okay, so this funnel, each of this will have a ratio. When we are done with all the campaigns and everything, when you have to optimize it, this is what we'll be doing basis a case study wherein I'm going to show you how you actually have to plan the campaign, how you know which strings to pull, which strings to leave, where to be stringent, where you have to be lenient. All those things will be discussed when we are trying to create. Once you try and master this thing, then you can run any campaign and you will be definitely on top of the game for this. Okay, so have you understood this thing? Activity could be anything. That could be impression, that could be clicks, that could be mailers, that could be uh, anything that is an activity. And then you, out of that activity, you're generating some action. That action is lead clicks, and from that click will be generating leads. And then from leads, everybody is not going to be a buyer. You get qualified leads, and out of qualified leads, certain people will buy from you and certain people will not buy from you. That you cannot control. That is going to convert sale, and you have to try and understand how to try and maximize the conversion for qualified leads to sales. You cannot leave them because he's come here, he's shown the interest, he's walked that mile, and if you leave him, then there is a gap over there in the business process. Okay, so all these things will be covered when we are doing the, what do you call it, the case study for the conversion rate optimization. So we have something called as the match phrases, match types. AdWords uses different match types. There's a broad phrase and something that is called the exact phrase, and there's something called as the phrase. So let me just try and explain you what is this. So try and look over here. So when I'm trying to type in mobile phones over here, now each and every advertisement, if there is something over here called as mobile phones, and if I've bid for that particular amount, it will definitely show. Okay, so mobile phones under 10,000, mobile phones under 5,000, mobile phones under 50,000, mobile phones online, mobile phones in India, mobile phones 4G mobile phones under 20,000, mobile phones direct. Okay. Now, if a person searches for anything, mobile phones should come over there. Before it, anything can come. Before this keyword, anything can come. Before mobile, after mobile phones, anything can come. In between mobile phones, anything can come. So this is broad faced. Okay. So this is a broad based keyword research. Okay. So this is what will be happening over here. That just mobile and phones, whichever position they are in, if they are there, your advertisement will show. So what happens over here is, over here, try and understand the objective again. Over here, over here, Google will make a lot of money if it is a broad base, because it will show up for whenever somebody is searching for mobile. At the same time, you are going to lose a lot of money, because what is the point if somebody is searching for mobile phone 4G, which you are not trying to target, or mobile phones direct, or mobile phones online, or mobile phones in India? You are not trying to target all those things and all these keywords. 15,000. Your basic mobile phone is for 20,000 rupees. Your range starts from 20,000 rupees. So all these keywords are going to be waste for you, but your advertisement will be shown. Your quality score will go down. Your impressions and everything, click through rate, everything goes for a toss over here. Okay, you are wasting unnecessarily money trying and reaching out to people who is not your target audience. So broad phase is, this is how it will be working. Now what we have is the phrase. The phrasal is what is, the phrasal would be coming in quotes. Broad phase doesn't come in anything. Okay, so I'm not trying to say that the person will search with quotes, but at the back end, it is tried and put it over there. Let me try and show it to you how it will be. Keywords to include. Okay. Um, so if you're just typing in mobile phones, this is something broad based. Okay. Then you'll be having something called as the phrasing. So you would probably put it in. This words should be coming together. Okay, it can come, phone and mobiles can be first, and the next it is okay, the sequence can change over here, but these two words should be coming together, and it in front of it, and anything after this keyword is okay, but this should come together. Then we have something called as the exact. The exact is something, it is displayed in such way. Okay, it is called as, now only when mobile phones, only it will show for mobile phones that are coming together, and it is searched only for mobile phones, then only your, what do you say, your advertisement will be shown. Did you understand this? What I wanted to also put in over here is, add on over here is, the broad phase is not going to really help you, but the phrase or the exact phrase is what is desired by a digital marketer or a business. The cost for exact phrases will be high. Okay, mobile phones, I am very specific about mobile phones. Mobile phones should come together, nothing before, nothing after, exact mobile phone together, as the way it is, it should be represented in the it should show in the advertisement, then only my ad should show up over there. Okay, that is how we have done it. Okay, great. So that was it about the exact phrase and the broad phrase, the phrasal, and the exact phrase. Okay, so these are the various types. So you need to know. Okay, so you need to know which ones to use. So you say this is buying based and this is C. This would be a reach based. If you want to reach more people, then use a broad. If you want to do more of sharp targeting, then you go for exact. Okay, so what we'll be looking at is the keyword to ad copy relation. Okay, so keywords and ad copies are grouped together in ad groups. Okay, ad copy should be crafted for keywords. Always experiment with alternate ad copies in one ad group. What this is, let me try and show. You saw this keywords over here. You see something called as the ad group ideas over here. So what are these ad groups? These ad groups are some things which are going to have your keywords. See, all these are your keywords in those ad groups. Okay. So what you are supposed to do is you are supposed to group up your keywords into an ad group so that it becomes more relevant to Google, and Google is trying to understand, okay, fine, this person is trying to achieve this objective through these ad groups. Okay, so ad groups will what will ad groups contain? Ad groups will contain the keywords that you're trying to target. Okay, so this was something about the ad groups. Let's try and show you the structure of what the ad groups will be having. Okay, so this is the what do you say the structure of the ad group. This will be your account. These will be the campaigns. Okay, so account one per advertiser. Okay, that is your email password and the billing info. Now how many campaigns can one account handle? One account can handle 25 campaigns. Okay, so 25 campaigns per account, bidding and budgeting, location and language networks and devices, all those things are included within the campaign. So 25 per account is allowed. How many ad groups? So I'm sure you have understood the concept of ad group. So how many ad groups can you have? And the keywords that you'll be having is 2000 per ad group, and the ads can have 50 per ad group. Okay, so display URL will be one per ad group. So it has to be very organized. I cannot keep driving people crazy with the variation of the ad groups and sending them to different locations. Okay, so this is basically the structure. Why am I trying to showcase or stressing this more is this is where you need to try and identify. This is where you will try and strategize or be more organized with your campaign. What is this also called is called as the vertical structure. Okay, let me try and show this. If I had to put it up into simple things, let me just go on to the Excel. So what this will happen is this will happen. Let me show you. The first will be the account. Okay, the next will be the campaign. Okay, and the next will be the ad group. Okay, next will be the ad copy. Okay, next will be the keywords, and the next will be the landing page. Okay, so these, so account will be one account, campaigns allowed is 25 campaigns, and ad groups allowed is, and ad copies allowed is 50, keywords allowed is 2000. Landing page, you can have one landing, more than one landing page, that's okay, that goes directly to your, that is something external. Okay, so this is what is happening. Let me just give you a scenario now over here in this case. I will give you a live scenario that is happening. Okay, so what I am going to take over here is I'm going to take an example of a real estate. Let me try and give you a background about the campaign so that you try and understand. What I'm going to do is I will not only be sharing the presentation with you, but how we actually work with the campaigns. That is what I'm going to show you. The execution excellence is what you need to get. Okay. So before you just directly dive into the tool and start creating a campaign, there is a lot of work that needs to be done on paper. Then you go ahead and take the campaign live. Okay. So let me just give you a brief about this client of mine. What this client wanted is, this client is into real estate. Okay. And he is trying to sell flats, that is 2 BHK, 3 BHK, and 4 BHK. And he is into the premium segment. Each flat starts at the cost of 1 crore. Okay. Now, what was the objective given to us was, the objective given to us was definitely to drive sales, but they had also given us, I don't know which location you are from. I will be giving you the example of my own location since I am from Pune. Okay. So if you, okay, so this property is known or present somewhere called as, the location is called as Kalyani Nagar. Just keep this in mind. If it's confusing, just leave it. Just name any location that, from your place. That is okay. So Kalyani Nagar is the location of the flat. What is the next thing? The next thing that the person told is, definitely you have to promote people who are looking out for a flat in Kalyani Nagar. But also, I want you to try and target the locations surrounding this area. For example, there is another location called as Viman Nagar. Just try and understand. Viman Nagar is probably maybe 5 kilometers away from this place called as Kalyani Nagar. But I can tell properties near Kalyani Nagar because this is just 5 kilometers away, or maybe just 3 kilometers away from this another place. And this place is also probably quite famous. So my what is it I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to increase my scope as well as trying and keeping the keywords intact. Kalyani Nagar should come in my keywords, but I want to try and target people who are around this place as well. Okay, so around this place would be places like Viman Nagar, places like Koregaon Park, places like something called as Magarpatta. So you don't have to remember the names. Just try and understand the objective. The objective over here is to try and find out people finding property in and around this place. I will only not target people who are only specifically looking out for that place, in and around that place. That is very important for me. Otherwise, what will happen? My scope reduces over here greatly. So I will not decrease my scope over here. I will increase my scope. Okay. So this was the background of the builder of my, sorry, my client rather than the builder, the client. So what I did was, before I could try and do anything, okay, I had to come up. Definitely, I would be looking at the keyword research and things like that. Okay, but what I did was just try and understand over here. I came up with this entire thing. What is this entire thing? You'll ask me now. I have, before even going on to the Google tool, that is Google AdWords, I have very well and very organized my campaign onto Excel, so that it is very much clear for me how I will go ahead and target my campaign so that I get the maximum output from there. Okay, so what I did is, definitely what I did was over here, let me try and showcase you something over here. If I was supposed to, let me try and draw it into Word and show it to you, if I can able. So I looked at the campaign in terms of graph. I put something in, I put something in y-axis, and I put something in the x-axis. Now the x-axis and the y-axis, they should not be changing as in they need to be constant as far as the property is constant. What is constant? The location is going to be constant. Okay, location on y-axis. Okay, and then I will be having unit, what unit size. So this could be somewhere I have to try and identify which are the variables that is not going to change. Okay, that is going to be constant. Okay, the location. Okay, now try and understand the location and the unit price is something that I have to try and target it, so that I can come up with the locations over here. See, in Kalyan Nagar, near Kalyan Nagar, these are the places that the person has given me to target, all these places. Okay, so most of the things in Pune also I have targeted. If the, since this location is in Pune, so in Pune also I have targeted over here. So what I do over here, I put the location as Kalyan Nagar, and then in the ad groups on y-axis, I'll be coming up the unit sizes: 2 BHK, 3 BHK, 4 BHK. So these are the certain things that I wanted to showcase over here. Okay, these are not present in the tools. These are something more related to the strategy part of it, which tools and techniques are not going to be showcased. Okay, so let's go back to the thing. Okay, so what you will be doing is okay, so what I would be doing over here is I will be doing the entire keyword research over here. So I will be going on to over here, sorry, going on to the tools. Okay, get back to the main, again back to the main menu. Try and find the keyword planner, and then it is the entire process that we follow. What will I do is I will try and find out places. So I need to keep populating these things. Okay, so if Kalyan Nagar is the thing, I have come up with all the keywords that could be possible over here. Okay, these many keywords is I have come up for 2 BHK, 3 BHK, and 4 BHK. I hope this you should be able to understand in a very easy way. So Kalyan Nagar, so many keywords I have come up with all these locations. Okay, fair enough. So, so this is a process that you'll have to follow, but it definitely makes your life easy. So this is the place now you know where you have to go ahead and search for your keywords. Okay, so maybe you will try 2 BHK, sorry, 2 BHK near. Then location targeting should be very Pune, Maharashtra. So this is the process that I would be following, and it is downloading them, and then the same process which I showed you. I would be doing it. So the same process is what you will be following. Find out the intended ones and the comparison ones and pick them, group them up into a very organized way as I have done it over here. So 2 BHK, all of them I've put up over here. By premium 2 BHK is what is there. So it is a task, but the output that you're going to do is going to be really worth it. Because if you try and think that it is so much of hassle, I have to try and do it, and it is not all that easy what I thought, then the outcome that you're going to get is not going to be in your favor. Okay, so try and understand that. Okay. So this is the summary over here, and this is the entire thing that comes up over here. So see how I have tried and maintained the entire thing onto an Excel. What this is, all these things will be useful for me when I'm doing the campaign. You will see that shortly when we do the live campaign. Let's try and get into it. Okay, so that is what I wanted to again stress on it is the most important thing is the framework. The framework for your campaign. If you get this framework right, then nothing like it. Your life becomes more simpler, the output is going to be fantastic, and then only you will help. So what are the various things that you are going to do? First of all, try and brainstorm. Try and brainstorm this. I hope you would be saying that what Sachin is really getting into too much of theory kind of a thing, but try and understand this is very important. Once you set this thing, your life is going to be really easy to take the campaign. So let's come back to the framework is what I was trying to explain you. The framework over here, you need to do a bit of brainstorming over here. Okay, so brainstorming may what will come is let's say the behavior of the customer. Okay, behavior of the customer. What is the customer asking for? Whether the customer is asking for a luxurious flat, whether the customer is asking for a budget flat. Okay, so budget is something you could get into. Location, all these things you have to put down on a paper before you actually uh, get up, get going with the campaign. Unit size, you can try and replicate these ideas onto your campaign that you are planning or maybe in future you will be undertaking. So what are the other things that you that person looks for when he's going in for real estate property or residential property? Amenities. Okay, amenities, then maybe say brand name. Okay, and then maybe say possession. Come up with roughly like say 5 or 6 odd variables, if you could say, which is going to form the basis of your campaign. So through this campaign, I know what is the customer behavior, what is the budget that, what are the information that I'm going to give to the customer so that his life becomes easy, and then he can take on with the and try and get the right information easily. Okay, what we are trying to make over here, we are trying to make the life of the person easy. That is the basic objective over here. Otherwise, the person, if the information that I'm trying to give the person, if he's not able to find out, then he will definitely not buy also from me. Okay, that is something that I want to showcase over here. So setting up adverts. Okay, so let's try and start building up a campaign then. So Ad groups make the campaign much more manageable. All those things. Set up the AdWords campaign not more than 5 to 10 keywords per group. Similar keywords in one group. Okay. When in doubt, separate the ad group. Okay. Always do an A/B testing. Okay. Let's try and find out how to go about doing a campaign. So one thing is, they have recently, Google has recently changed the interface. Okay, previously this was not the interface that was. Okay, so they have totally changed it. Okay, before getting into the right into the campaign thing, let me try and showcase you certain things that is very important over here. There is something called as measurement, and there is something called as the conversion. Okay, so this could be the conversions that is happening over here. So what is it that you want to try the conversion over here? There are various things that it is showcasing over here. The website tracks sales and other actions on your website. Okay, that is the conversion that is going to ensure that this is what is happening from your campaign. So many people are coming onto your website. Why I want to showcase measurement is this is one of the most important things. Unless until you know what is to be measured and what it is to be done, you cannot go ahead with it. Okay, so track sales and other actions on your website. Track app installs and in-app actions. Okay, how many apps have happened, what are the interactions with the apps that people are doing, all those things. Okay, phone calls, track calls from your ads or your website. You can do that. And finally, import conversion from another system. Now you would be asking, what is this import conversion from another system? Now affiliate is, there will be some people in the market who will help me. For example, if I'm into personal loans, okay, I want to reach out to the masses, okay, digitally. So what I'll be doing is I'll be trying and finding out people who blog nicely, or maybe there is a lot of traffic onto their website, and I will tell them, hey guys, can you please promote my product onto your website since you are having a lot of traffic. Okay, sorry. So what I'll be doing is I'll be giving him a particular code, and then I will be seeing is there any conversion happening from that guy as well. Okay, so this is the thing. So if I try and create the website conversion action over here, okay, so you can put in each and everything over here. Okay, so let's try and quickly look at each and every aspect of it so that we can understand. Conversion name would be, maybe I am working for this real estate, so let me say that the guy's name is prop buying F residence. Okay, is what I want to try and target. Set the category. What is the category? See how nicely and how in a very nice way he's saying. Is it some purchase or sale? Is it the sign up? Is it the lead or view to the key page? That is all. So maybe I will say lead, value. Select how to track the value of each conversion. Use the same value for each conversion. Use different values for each conversion. Don't use, so if I say use a different value, what is the value of it? Use a different value for the conversion. So what it is, maybe if I'm trying and looking over here in terms of Indian rupees, where it's gone, there you go. In terms of Indian rupees, how is it? Or you directly say that don't use a value. So what it is, the value is, basically we are trying to say, or we are trying to see the conversion. If I'm spending, if to earn a business of 100 rupees, it is basically the cost of acquisition. If to earn 100 rupees, how much is it that I'm spending? Am I spending 5 rupees? Am I spending 20 rupees? Or am I spending 200 rupees to earn 100 rupees? So that is what it is going to give me, the conversion value of this. Okay, count, select how many conversions to count per click or interaction. So each, there is a repeat person, you want to consider it as a new, or you want to consider only the person who's repeated as only the one time. Okay, so the what the system will do is, if the person has come once and if he goes ahead and then comes after another time, so he will be considered as one. So each time the person is coming, he will not be considered as a new conversion. Okay, the conversion window, see what is the conversion window over here, 30 days. Select how long to track conversion after an ad click or other interaction. So for example, this entirely see you, this is a serious aspect of it and you need to try and understand it. Which business you are in? Are you a person who is into e-commerce? Are you a person into real estate? So depend, there are certain factors that will actually be considered. Maybe the order, the average order value, AOV, the average order value need to be considered. If the average order value is maybe like a jeans or something which is 2000 rupees or 3000 rupees, you can keep it just, I'm not going to think so much. I will maybe within a week, within a day or two, I will see. If I like the jeans, I will buy it. If not, I'll just leave it. But if I'm a person who's into any financial products, maybe say insurance, maybe say personal loan, or maybe say real estate, the average order value is very high. So I will maybe put 90 days. Because it is not going to happen that I saw a flat today and tomorrow I'm going to buy it. No, I will see the flat, I will arrange, I will speak with a lot of people. So it is more, what do you say, a lengthier process than buying a jeans. View through conversion. Select how long to track view through conversions after an impression is made. Maybe 1 day, maybe 2 days. This depends upon the days. Okay. So if a person has come, he's seen your ad, he's clicked on the display ad after how many days he's come back. Maybe after 3 days he comes back. It's okay. If he doesn't come back after 3 days, what is the action that I need to come? Maybe this campaign is not really working to me. In conversions, you say yes into these conversions in your conversion columns. If you use smart bidding, your bid strategy will optimize for these conversions. We are digital marketers. We need to know our business very well. I don't need Google to come ahead and pitch in for my business and say, hey, I think this should be the price for your business and something like this. There is an option called as smart bidding, which we will soon be seeing. I am smart enough than Google, I think, because I know my business, I know my objective very well. I am not going to give my business into Google's hand because Google doesn't know nothing about what does it know about conversion about my business. If 100 people are coming onto my business, maybe two people convert, three people convert. So if there is a need, I will go ahead and make the bidding high. You please don't do any kind of smart bidding for me. So I will try and remove that. Okay, don't include that. Then there are certain attribution. This is quite interesting for you. Okay, let's see that. There is something called as the last click. There's something called as the first click, which happens very often. Let's try and understand what this happens is the last click. Now what happens over here is all the businesses nowadays, depends upon your objective though, but nowadays what happens is they give lot of value to the last click. Last click means the last click before buying your product. The person who comes through a particular advertisement or comes through a particular link and then buys it, that is, and then after that click he's definitely gone ahead and bought your product, that is considered as the last click. The first click would be considered as the person who comes and first clicks over there and then he's not bought it from you. Maybe he's not bought it, but he's gone ahead and found a lot of information. He's left the lead and all those things over there, but he's not bought it. He will be the first person. Maybe after a week he might come again to you, or maybe he's bought it from somewhere else. but this person is considered. Or if, for example, try and understand this. Affiliate is what I explained you. So the first click would come from paid advertisement. The second, the last click would come from a affiliate link. Okay, so it is your objective to give the value to the first click or to give the value to the last click. Okay, the person who comes from paid advertisement is important, or the person who's come from affiliate marketing is important for you. Linear, you are going distributes the credit for the conversion equally. For example, a person comes from paid advertisement, and then there is a person who comes from affiliate marketing. There's a person who comes from social media marketing. There's a person who comes from what do you say, email marketing. You give each weightages to this person. Now try and understand. You will say, why? Why do I have to give weightages to each of these person? Try and understand. Over here, you each of these channels or each of these affiliates are working in terms of exposing your brand to your target audience. So if you are trying to give him credit, give him the value, he will in turn give value to you. Okay, so that is something called as the, okay, so what is time decay? Gives more credit to clicks that happened closer in time to the conversion. Okay, so today I clicked, I saw this shoes, I liked it, I just bought it. Okay, that really is working for me. Okay, so there's no kind of decay happening over there. Position based, give 40% of credit each of the time, each of the first and the last click, and distribute 20 among the other clicks. So this is position based. The first guy who comes, give him this much. The second guy who comes, this. So this is entirely position based. So the most, these all these are not really used in the industry. The first and the last click is what is actually, because this is the first guy who is introduced your brand to the customer. This is the last guy who's helped you do the sale for your business. Okay, so I will try and do that. Then what you do is create and continue. Okay, so what you get over here is you would be getting this code over here. Now, just for an example, just for the sake of an example, I'm going to show you something. This is entirely technical. You don't have to do this. You just pick up this code, get over. Just pick up this code, give it. Okay. So over here, page load, or here it's called as click. I will say it's click. Okay, so this code is happening over here. I'll just pick up this code over here. I'll say control C. Let's try and go, maybe say I have searched on personal. Just try and understand. If it is not working for you, that's absolutely fair enough. So what I'm going to showcase over here is, this is your landing page. For example, if this is your landing page, all the details over here, and this is the submit button. On clicking on the submit button, it is going to go and show you the conversion. Just after the codes is what you have to put in the thing. If I don't expect that you do it, because you are not, you would not, you as a digital marketer, your objective is only to promote this. I'm only telling you so that what happens is, when I was working as well, this what happens is, these don't understand, the third party people. When I'm telling you, please put the code over here, put it on submit button, or put it on thank you pages, they don't understand it. People who are there working with your colleagues, okay, maybe your colleagues, or maybe a person on some other website, people don't understand where to put it. So that is the only reason I'm telling you, just copy that conversion code and put it on the submit button. When a person clicks on it, it will get fired and you'll get the report. Otherwise, what will happen is, this person comes in, he's submitted, he's done that. I'm not going to get any idea about what this person has done and whatever is happening over there. Okay, so see over here where there's different things. So I don't know what's your background like, but if you have a background, you can actually look at the JavaScript that is over here. So these are certain things that you have to keep in mind, because what happens is tomorrow people go, they try and claim that I am a digital marketer, but they don't understand the basics of it, which is a very pain area. Okay. So you as we normally what we try and do is we tell all our students that you are not digital marketers. You have to try and understand that you all are business owners. Unless until you get that business, what do you say, sense into you, you will never become a good digital marketer. Okay. So monitoring the campaign, apart from the cost and clicks, what should you monitor? Quality scores for keyword, click-through rates. Now click-through rates, let me just tell you, if you are now for example, this is an impression over here. Okay, if I try and click on it, it is a click-through rate, and I have landed on this landing page. This is a landing page for me. If I was supposed to give you the formula for it, it is very simple. Click-through rate. What it is the clicks upon impression into 100. So click-through rate will be the clicks upon the impression into 100, which will give you a percentage. And then we saw that how it is going to help you in terms of the search query reporting for additional keywords, which you can add to your account. Okay. Quality score a factor of cost. So we have something called as the match phrases, match types. AdWords uses different match types. There's a broad phrase and something that is called the exact phrase, and there's something called as the phrase. So let me just try and explain you what is this. So try and look over here. So when I'm trying to type in mobile phones over here, now each and every advertisement, if there is something over here called as mobile phones, and if I've bid for that particular amount, it will definitely show. Okay, so mobile phones under 10,000, mobile phones under 5,000, mobile phones under 15,000, mobile phones online, mobile phones in India, mobile phones 4G, mobile phones under 20,000, mobile phones direct. Okay, now if a person searches for anything, mobile phones should come over there. Before it anything can come, before this keyword anything can come, before mobile, after mobile phones anything can come, in between mobile phones anything can come. So this is broad faced. Okay, so this is a broad based keyword research. Okay, so this is what will be happening over here, that just mobile and phones, whichever position they are in, if they are there, your advertisement will show. So what happens over here is, over here, try and understand the objective again over here. Over here, Google will make a lot of money if it is a broad base, because it will show up for whenever somebody is searching for mobile. At the same time, you are going to lose a lot of money, because what is the point if somebody is searching for mobile phone 4G, which you are not trying to target, or mobile phones direct, or mobile phones online, or mobile phones in India? You are not trying to target all those things and all these keywords. 15,000. Your basic mobile phone is for 20,000 rupees. Your range starts from 20,000 rupees. So all these keywords are going to be waste for you, but your advertisement will be sure. Your quality score will go down. Your impressions and everything, click through rate, everything goes for a toss over here. Okay, you are wasting unnecessarily money trying and reaching out to people who is not your target audience. So broad phase is, this is how it will be working. Now what we have is the phrase. The phrasal is what is, the phrasal would be coming in quotes. Broad phrase doesn't come in anything. Okay, so I'm not trying to say that the person will search with quotes, but at the back end, it is tried and put it over there. Let me try and show it to you how it will be. Keywords to include. Okay. Um, So if you're just typing in mobile phones, this is something broad based. Okay, then you'll be having something called as the phrasing. So you would probably put it in. This words should be coming together. Okay, it can come phone and mobiles can be first and the next it is okay, the sequence can change over here, but these two words should be coming together, and it in front of it and anything after this keyword is okay, but this should come together. Then we have something called as the exact. The exact is something, it is displayed in such way. Okay, it is called as. Now only with mobile phones, only it will show for mobile phones that are coming together, and it is searched only for mobile phones, then only your, what do you say, your advertisement will be shown. Did you understand this? What I wanted to also put in over here is add on over here is the broad phrase is not going to really help you, but the phrase or the exact phrase is what is desired by a digital marketer or a business. Cost, the cost for exact phrases will be high. Okay, mobile phones, I am very specific about mobile phones. Mobile phones should come together, nothing before, nothing after, exact mobile phone together as the way it is, it should be represented in the it should show in the advertisement, then only my ad should show up over there. Okay, that is how we have done it. Okay, great. So that was it about the exact phrase and the broad phrase, the phrasal and the exact phrase. Okay, so these are the various types, so you need to know. Okay, so you need to know which ones to use. So you say this is buying based and this is C. This would be a reach based. If you want to reach more people, then use a broad. If you want to do more of sharp targeting, then you go for exact. Okay, so what we'll be looking at is the keyword to ad copy relation. Okay, so keywords and ad copies are grouped together in ad groups. Okay, ad copy should be crafted for keywords. Always experiment with alternate ad copies in one ad group. What this is, let me try and show. You saw this keywords over here, you see something called as the ad group ideas over here. So what are these ad groups? These ad groups are some things which are going to have your keywords. See, all these are your keywords in those ad groups. Okay, so what you are supposed to do is you are supposed to group up your keywords into an ad group so that it becomes more relevant to Google, and Google is trying to understand, okay, fine, this person is trying to achieve this objective through these ad groups. Okay, so ad groups will what will ad groups contain? Ad groups will contain the keywords that you're trying to target. Okay, so let's so this was something about the ad groups. Let's try and show you the structure of what the ad groups will be having. Okay, so this is the, what do you say, the structure of the ad group. This will be your account, these will be the campaigns. Okay, so account one per advertiser. Okay, that is your email, password and the billing info. Now how many campaigns can one account handle? One account can handle 25 campaigns. Okay, so 25 campaigns per account, bidding and budgeting, location, and language networks and devices. All those things are included within the campaign. So 25 per account is allowed. How many ad groups? So I'm sure you have understood the concept of ad group. So how many ad groups can you have? And the keywords that you'll be having is 2000 per ad group, and the ads can have 50 per ad group. Okay, so display URL will be one per ad group, so it has to be very organized. I cannot keep driving people crazy with the variation of the ad groups and sending them to different locations. Okay, so this is basically the structure. Why am I trying to showcase or stressing this more is this is where you need to try and identify. This is where you will try and strategize or be more organized with your campaign. What is this also called is called as the vertical structure. Okay, let me try and show this. If I had to put it up into simple things, let me just go on to the Excel. So what this will happen is this will happen. Let me show you. The first will be the account. Okay, the next will be the campaign. Okay, and the next will be the ad group. Okay, next will be the ad copy. Okay, next will be the keywords, and the next will be the landing page. Okay, so these, so account will be one account, campaigns allowed is 25 campaigns, and ad groups allowed is, and ad copies allowed is 50, keywords allowed is 2000. Landing page, you can have one landing, more than one landing page, that's okay, that goes directly to your, that is something external. Okay, so this is what is happening. Let me just give you a scenario now over here in this case. I will give you a live scenario that is happening. Okay, so what I am going to take over here is I'm going to take an example of a real estate. Let me try and give you a background about the campaign so that you try and understand. What I'm going to do is I will not only be sharing the presentation with you, but how we actually work with the campaigns. That is what I'm going to show you. The execution excellence is what you need to get. Okay, so before you just directly dive into the tool and start creating a campaign, there is a lot of work that needs to be done on paper. Then you go ahead and take the campaign live. Okay, so let me just give you a brief about this client of mine. What this client wanted is, this client is into real estate. Okay, and he is trying to sell flats, that is 2 BHK, 3 BHK, and 4 BHK, and he is into the premium segment. Each flat starts at the cost of 1 crore. Okay, now what was the objective given to us was, the objective given to us was definitely to drive sales, but they had also given us, I don't know which location you are from. I will be giving you the example of my own location since I am from Pune. Okay, so if you, okay, so this property is known or present somewhere called as, the location is called as Kalyani Nagar. Just keep this in mind. If it's confusing, just leave it. Just name any location that, from your place. That is okay. So Kalyani Nagar is the location of the flat. What is the next thing? The next thing that the person told is, definitely you have to promote people who are looking out for a flat in Kalyani Nagar. But also, I want you to try and target the locations surrounding this area. For example, there is another location called as Viman Nagar. Just try and understand. Viman Nagar is probably maybe 5 kilometers away from this place called as Kalyani Nagar. But I can tell properties near Kalyani Nagar because this is just 5 kilometers away, or maybe just 3 kilometers away from this another place. And this place is also probably quite famous. So my what is it I'm trying to do is I'm trying to increase my scope as well as trying and keeping the keywords intact. Kalyani Nagar should come in my keywords, but I want to try and target people who are around this place as well. Okay, so around this place would be places like Viman Nagar, places like Koregaon Park, places like something called as Magarpatta. So you don't have to remember the names. Just try and understand the objective. The objective over here is to try and find out people finding property in and around this place. I will only not target people who are only specifically looking out for that place, in and around that place. That is very important for me. Otherwise, what will happen? My scope reduces over here greatly. So I will not decrease my scope over here. I will increase my scope. Okay. So this was the background of the builder of my client rather than the builder, the client. So what I did was before I could try and do anything, okay, I had to come up. Definitely, I would be looking at the keyword research and things like that. Okay, but what I did was just try and understand over here. I came up with this entire thing. What is this entire thing? You'll ask me now. I have before even before even going on to the Google tool, that is Google AdWords, I have very well and very organized my campaign onto Excel so that it is very much clear for me how I will go ahead and target my campaign so that I get the maximum output from there. Okay, so what I did is definitely what I did was over here. Let me try and showcase you something over here. If I was supposed to, let me try and draw it into Word and show it if I can able. So I looked at the campaign in terms of graph. I put something in. I put something in y-axis and I put something in the x-axis. Now the x-axis and the y-axis, they should not be changing. Changing as in they need to be constant as far as the property is constant. What is constant? The location is going to be constant. Okay. Location on y-axis. Okay. And then I will be having unit what unit size. So this could be somewhere I have to try and identify which are the variables that is not going to change. Okay, that is going to be constant. Okay, the location. Okay, now try and understand the location and the unit price is something that I have to try and target it so that I can come up with the locations over here. See, in Kalyan Nagar, near Kalyan Nagar, these are the places that the person has given me to target, all these places. Okay, so most of the things in Pune also I have targeted. If the, since this location is in Pune, so in Pune also I have targeted over here. So what I do over here, I put the location as Kalyan Nagar, and then in the ad groups on y-axis, I'll be coming up the unit sizes: 2 BHK, 3 BHK, 4 BHK. So these are the certain things that I wanted to showcase over here. Okay, these are not present in the tools. These are something more related to the strategy part of it, which tools and techniques are not going to be showcased. Okay, so let's go back to the thing. Okay, so what you will be doing is okay. So what I would be doing over here is I will be doing the entire keyword research over here. So I would be going on to over here. Sorry, going on to the tools. Okay, get back to the main. Again, back to the main menu. Try and find the keyword planner, and then it is the entire process that we follow. What will I do is I will try and find out places. So I need to keep populating these things. Okay. So if Kalyan Nagar is the thing, I have come up with all the keywords that could be possible over here. Okay. These many keywords is I have come up for 2 BHK, 3 BHK, and 4 BHK. I hope this you should be able to understand in a very easy way. So Kalyan Nagar, so many keywords I have come up with all these locations. Okay, fair enough. So So this is a process that you'll have to follow, but it definitely makes your life easy. So this is the place now you know where you have to go ahead and search for your keywords. Okay, so maybe you will try 2 BHK, sorry, 2 BHK near. Then location targeting should be very Pune, Maharashtra. So this is the process that I would be following, and it is downloading them, and then the same process which I showed you, I would be doing it. So the same process is what you will be following. Find out the intended ones and the comparison ones and pick them, group them up into a very organized way as I have done it over here. So 2 BHK, all of them I've put up over here. By premium 2 BHK is what is there. So it is a task, but the output that you're going to do is going to be really worth it. Because if you try and think that it is so much of hassle, I have to try and do it, and it is not all that easy what I thought, then the outcome that you're going to get is not going to be in your favor. Okay, so try and understand that. So this is the summary over here, and this is the entire thing that comes up over here. So see how I have tried and maintained the entire thing onto an Excel. What this is, all these things will be useful for me when I'm doing the campaign. You will see that shortly when we do the live campaign. Let's try and get into it. Okay, so that is what I wanted to again stress on it is the most important thing is the framework. The framework for your campaign. If you get this framework right, then nothing like it. Your life becomes more simpler, the output is going to be fantastic, and then only you will help. So what are the various things that you are going to do? First of all, try and brainstorm. try and brainstorm this. I hope you would be saying that what Sachin is really getting into too much of theory kind of a thing, but try and understand this is very important. Once you set this thing, your life is going to be really easy to take the campaign. So let's come back to the framework is what I was trying to explain you. The framework over here, you need to do a bit of brainstorming over here. Okay, so brainstorming may what will come is let's say the behavior of the customer. Okay, behavior of the customer. What is the customer asking for? Whether the customer is asking for a luxurious flat, whether the customer is asking for a budget flat. Okay, so budget is something you could get into. Location, all these things you have to put down on a paper before you actually uh, get up, get going with the campaign. Unit size. You can try and replicate these ideas onto your campaign that you are planning or maybe in future you will be undertaking. So what are the other things that you that person looks for when he's going in for real estate property or residential property amenities? Okay, amenities. Then maybe say brand name. Okay, and then maybe say possession. Come up with roughly like say 5 or 6 odd variables, if you could say, which is going to form the basis of your campaign. So through this campaign, I know what is the customer behavior, what is the budget that, what are the information that I'm going to give to the customer so that his life becomes easy, and then he can take on with the and try and get the right information easily. Okay, what we are trying to make over here, we are trying to make the life of the person easy. That is the basic objective over here. Otherwise, the person, if the information that I'm trying to give the person, if he's not able to find out, then he will definitely not buy also from me. Okay, so that is something that I want to showcase over here. So setting up adverts. Okay, so let's try and start building up a campaign then. So ad groups make the campaign much more manageable. All those things. Set up the AdWords campaign not more than 5 to 10 keywords per group. Similar keywords in one group. Okay. When in doubt, separate the ad group. Okay. Always do an A/B testing. Okay. Let's try and find out how to go about doing a campaign. So one thing is Google has recently changed the interface. Okay, previously this was not the interface that was. Okay, so they have totally changed it. Okay, before getting into the right into the campaign thing, let me try and showcase you certain things that is very important over here. There is something called as measurement, and there is something called as the conversion. Okay, so this could be the conversions that is happening over here. So what is it that you want to try the conversion over here? There are various things that it is showcasing over here. The website tracks sales and other actions on your website. Okay, that is the conversion that is going to ensure that this is what is happening from your campaign. So many people are coming onto your website. Why I want to showcase measurement is this is one of the most important things. Unless until you know what is to be measured and what it is to be done, you cannot go ahead with it. Okay, so track sales and other actions on your website. Track app installs and in-app actions. Okay, how many apps have happened, what are the interactions with the apps that people are doing, all those things. Okay, phone calls, track calls from your ads or your website. You can do that. And finally, import conversion from another system. Now you would be asking, what is this import conversion from another system? Now affiliate is there will be some people in the market who will help me. For example, if I'm into personal loans, okay, I want to reach out to the masses, okay, digitally. So what I'll be doing is I'll be trying and finding out people who blog nicely, or maybe there is a lot of traffic onto their website, and I will tell them, hey guys, can you please promote my product onto your website since you are having a lot of traffic. Okay, sorry. So what I'll be doing is I'll be giving him a particular code, and then I will be seeing is there any conversion happening from that guy as well. Okay, so this is the thing. So if I try and create the website, conversion action over here. Okay, so you can put in each and everything over here. Okay, so let's try and quickly look at each and every aspect of it so that we can understand. Conversion name would be, maybe I am working for this real estate, so let me say that the guy's name is prop buying F residence. Okay, is what I want to try and target. Set the category. What is the category? See how nicely and how in a very nice way he's saying. Is it some purchase or sale? Is it the sign up? Is it the lead or view to the key page? That is all. So maybe I will say lead, value. Select how to track the value of each conversion. Use the same value for each conversion. Use different values for each conversion. Don't use, so if I say use a different value, what is the value of it? Use a different value for the conversion. So what it is, maybe if I'm trying and looking over here in terms of Indian rupees, it's gone. There you go. In terms of Indian rupees, how is it? Or you directly say that don't use a value. So what it is, the value is basically we are trying to say, or we are trying to see the conversion. If I'm spending, if to earn a business of 100 rupees, it is basically the cost of acquisition. If to earn 100 rupees, how much is it that I'm spending? Am I spending 5 rupees? Am I spending 20 rupees? Or am I spending 200 rupees to earn 100 rupees? So that is what it is going to give me the conversion value of this. Okay, count, select how many conversions to count per click or interaction. So each there is a repeat person, you want to consider it as a new, or you want to consider only the person who's repeated as only the one time. Okay. So the what the system will do is, if the person has come once and if he goes ahead and then comes after another time, so he will be considered as one. So each time the person is coming, he will not be considered as a new conversion. Okay. The conversion window, see what is the conversion window over here? 30 days. Select how long to track conversion after an ad click or other interaction. So for example, this entirely see you, this is a serious aspect of it, and you need to try and understand it. Which business you are in? Are you a person who is into e-commerce? Are you a person into real estate? So depend, there are certain factors that will actually be considered. Maybe the order, the average order value, AOV, the average order value need to be considered. If the average order value is maybe like a jeans or something which is 2000 rupees or 3000 rupees, you can keep it just, I'm not going to think so much. I will maybe within a week, within a day or two, I will see. If I like the jeans, I will buy them. If not, I'll just leave it. But if I'm a person who's into any financial products, maybe say insurance, maybe say personal loan, or maybe say real estate, the average order value is very high. So I will maybe put 90 days. Because it is not going to happen that I saw a flat today and tomorrow I'm going to buy it. No, I will see the flat, I will arrange, I will speak with a lot of people. So it is more what you say, a lengthier process than buying a jeans. View through conversion. Select how long to track view through conversions after an impression is made. Maybe 1 day, maybe 2 days. This is this depends upon the days. Okay, so if a person has come, he's seen your ad, he's clicked on the display ad, after how many days he's come back? Maybe after 3 days he comes back, it's okay. If he doesn't come back after 3 days, what is the action that I need to come? Maybe this campaign is not really working to me. Into conversions, you say yes. Into these conversions in your conversion columns, if you use smart bidding, your bid strategy will optimize for these conversions. We are digital marketers. We need to know our business very well. I don't need Google to come ahead and pitch in for my business and say, hey, I think this should be the price for your business and something like this. There is an option called as smart bidding, which we will soon be seeing. I am smart enough than Google, I think, because I know my business, I know my objective very well. I am not going to give my business into Google's hand because Google doesn't know nothing about what does it know about conversion about my business. If 100 people are coming onto my business, maybe 2 people convert, 3 people convert. So if there is a need, I will go ahead and make the bidding high. You please don't do any kind of smart bidding for me. So I will try and remove that. Okay, don't include that. Then there are certain attributions. This is quite interesting for you. Okay, let's see that. There is something called as the last click. There's something called as the first click, which happens very often. Let's try and understand what this happens is the last click. Now what happens over here is all the businesses nowadays, depends upon your objective though, but nowadays what happens is they give lot of value to the last click. Last click means the last click before buying your product. The person who comes through a particular advertisement or comes through a particular link and then buys it, that is, and then after that click he's definitely gone ahead and bought your product, that is considered as the last click. The first click would be considered as the person who comes and first clicks over there and then he's not bought it from you. Maybe he's not bought it, but he's gone ahead and found a lot of information. He's left the lead and all those things over there, but he's not bought it. He will be the first person. Maybe after a week he might come again to you, or maybe he's bought it from somewhere else. But this person is considered. Or if, for example, try and understand this. Affiliate is what I explained you. So the first click would come from paid advertisement. The second, the last click would come from a affiliate link. Okay, so it is your objective to give the value to the first click or to give the value to the last click. Okay, the person who comes from paid advertisement is important, or the person who's come from affiliate marketing is important for you. Linear, you are going distribute the credit for the conversion equally. For example, a person comes from paid advertisement, and then there is a person who comes from affiliate marketing. There's a person who comes from social media marketing. There's a person who comes from what do you say, email marketing. You give each weightages to this person. Now try and understand. You will say, why do I have to give weightages to each of these person? Try and understand over here. Each of these channels or each of these affiliates are working in terms of exposing your brand to your target audience. So if you are trying to give him credit, give him the value, he will in turn give value to you. Okay, so that is something called as the okay. So what is time decay? Gives more credit to clicks that happened closer in time to the conversion. Okay, so today I clicked, I saw the shoes, I liked it, I just bought it. Okay, that really is working for me. Okay, so there's no kind of decay happening over there. Position based, give 40% of credit each of the time, each of the first and the last click, and distribute 20 among the other clicks. So this is position based. The first guy who comes given this much. The second guy who comes this. So this is entirely position based. So the most these all these are not really used in the industry. The first and the last click is what is actually, because this is the first guy who has introduced your brand to the customer. This is the last guy who's helped you do the sale for your business. Okay, so I will try and do that. Then what you do is create and continue. Okay, so what you get over here is you would be getting this code over here. Now, just for an example, just for the sake of an example, I'm going to show you something. This is entirely technical. You don't have to do this. You just pick up this code, get over. Just pick up this code, give it. Okay, so over here, page load, or here it's called as click. I will say it's click. Okay, so this code is happening over here. I'll just pick up this code over here. I'll say control C. Let's try and go, maybe say I have searched on person. Just try and understand. If it is not working for you, that's absolutely fair enough. So what I'm going to showcase over here is, this is your landing page. For example, if this is your landing page, all the details over here, and this is the submit button. On clicking on the submit button, it is going to go and show you the conversion. Just after the codes is what you have to put in the thing. If I don't expect that you do it, because you are not, you would not, you as a digital marketer, your objective is only to promote this. I'm only telling you so that what happens is, when I was also, when I was working as well, this what happens is, these don't understand, the third party people. When I'm telling you, please put the code over here, put it on submit button, or put it on thank you pages, they don't understand it. People who are there working with your colleagues, okay, maybe your colleagues, or maybe a person on some other website, people don't understand where to put it. So that is the only reason I'm telling you, just copy that conversion code and put it on the submit button. When a person clicks on it, it will get fired and you'll get the report. Otherwise what will happen is, this person comes in, he's submitted, he's done that, I'm not going to get any idea about what this person has done and whatever is happening over there. Okay, so see over here where there's different things. So I don't know what's your background like, but if you have a background, you can actually look at the JavaScript that is over here. So these are certain things that you have to keep in mind, because what happens is, tomorrow people go, they try and claim that I am a digital marketer, but they don't understand the basics of it, which is a very pain area. Okay, so you as a, we normally what we try and do is, we tell all our students that you are not digital marketers. You have to try and understand that you all are business owners. Unless until you get that business, what do you say, sense into you, you will never become a good digital marketer. Okay, so monitoring the campaign, apart from the cost and clicks, what should you monitor? Quality scores for keyword, click-through rates. Now click-through rates, let me just tell you, if you are out. Now for example, this is an impression over here. Okay, if I try and click on it, it is a click-through rate, and I have landed on this landing page. This is a landing page for me. If I was supposed to give you the formula for it, it is very simple. Click-through rate, what it is the clicks upon impression into 100. So click-through rate will be the clicks upon the impression into 100, which will give you a percentage. And then we saw that how it is going to help you in terms of the search query reporting for additional keywords, which you can add to your account. Okay, quality score, a factor of cost. And
These are the topics which I'm going to take in the upcoming 1.5 hour, guys, or maybe before that. So let's see. what exactly SEO stands for, what is a search engine, why search engines, are being made, or what exactly they are used for, and why do you use SEO for your business. There are certain terminologies like guys called SERPs, SERPs. I mean, that's one of the terminology, and there is a categorization of SERPs. Another terminologies which are used in search engine optimization are crawling, indexing, and ranking. So you'll hear a lot many people talking about crawling, indexing, and ranking. So I'm going to make you understand in a very layman language what exactly they stand for. So how search engine works and the evolution of search engines would be at the end. So let's get started with SEO. Since we are learning SEO, it's very much important to understand what SEO stands for. So I would give you just 3 seconds to have a look into the slide and read what exactly is written over here. All right. SEO stands for search engine optimization, and it's very like it's being mentioned, it's a process of taking measures to gain organic traffic. What exactly organic traffic is, let me help you with a specific example by going onto a browser. Let's say this is Google search engine, guys. And why, who all use Google search engines? I would say everybody uses search engine these days. Provided if you are looking into this video, you are into the internet space and you would be using search engines, I believe. Let's say I am one of the search engine users and I want to buy in something. I want to buy an iPhone, right? I want to buy an iPhone 6. I have decided that I need a new iPhone or a new phone. I know that what phone I need, what phone do I want to buy. This query of mine in my head, I translate that into the search box, right? I type that across that query of mine into the search box. I press enter, right? So this query you can see, which I've mentioned in the Google search box and pressed enter, when that's being done, the search engine has given me a lot of search results. You can see these search results are there, right? You have search results on the top, on the bottom, second, third, and then fourth and fifth. And then you have on the right hand side certain image search results, and then there are again certain text search results. Now, I would like to tell you this first of all, the query which I put in internet marketing language, that is called a keyword. I know most of you might be knowing it, but it's very important for me to let you know right from the basics. This specific query is called keyword. I repeat again. A keyword is the same thing which is written across, submitted across by the search engine user in the search box. When the keyword is being pressed across, entered by the search user, and enter button has been pressed across, the search results come in. These all are search results. Now, what exactly SEO is? SEO is all about getting a website on the organic results which you saw. This is an organic result. Now, what is an organic result? The very first search result, which is not an advertisement. You can see the very first search result which you can see is this one, but this is actually a paid search result. You can see a yellow icon with an ad being there. This is something which we'll cover in the Google AdWords module, guys, right? So paid ads, we cover that in detail also. So just to let you know, this is not SEO, guys. This is a paid ad, which is any advertiser. So advertiser Amazon is trying to advertise their website over here, and they have got their website on the top. The reason why they've run this ad, they've got this advertisement on the top, so that the customer or the search engine user who's placing in a keyword, who is looking to buy a specific phone, can get in touch with Amazon very easily. The chances of the very first search result getting maximum traffic is the most. Whosoever will type in this particular keyword will definitely try to open the very first search result. This is a human tendency, that we generally try to open the very first search result, followed by second preference to the second search result, then the third, then the fourth. If I talk about these search results, the ones with yellow icon, these are the paid search results, guys. The first one, the second one, they come up with the help of Google AdWords. So we're not going to cover these in the search engine optimization module. That'll be covered in the Google AdWords. The one which comes on the bottom of the ad, this is what an organic result is, guys. There are three names which are given to a specific, there are 3 to 4 names which are given to the specific search result, guys. I would repeat, you can probably note them down. One is an organic result. It is an organic result or a natural result or a SEO, search engine optimization SEO result, right? Or an unpaid result. So you are not paying to Google to get your website on the top. You are just optimizing. You would be doing on page and off page. That's what we will study. How can I get my website on the top in the organic listings? No matter how many people come, type in a keyword and click on my website 1,000 times or 2,000 times, I am not going to get charged. Apple is not getting charged for whatever number of people come and click on this. But with Amazon being on the top, if 10 people type in a keyword and these 10 people get to see the Amazon ad and all these 10 people click on the Amazon ad, 10 clicks, on the basis of clicks, they would have to pay. Amazon would have to pay to Google for every click which happens on their advertisement. But over here, with Apple or with Snapdeal being there in the SEO result, they're not paying in anything. That's the difference between the organic listings and the paid listings. I repeat, these are the paid listings or the Google AdWords listing. And I repeat again, these are the organic, natural, or the unpaid or the SEO listings. So 4 names I've already given you, right? The search results which are there on the right hand side, that is basically a shopping ad, guys. A shopping ad, a Google shopping ad. This is also a paid advertisement. The difference between this top paid ad and this paid ad is that the shopping ad comes always with an image. The text ad, the text paid ad is just a simple text altogether, content, right? On an average, guys, maximum what you can see, maximum you would see top 3 results are paid, not more than that. Google has a strict policy that maximum 3 results on the top can be the paid ones. And on the right hand side, maximum 8 results can be the shopping ads, not more than that. So maximum 3 on the top, maximum 8 shopping ads. And even on the right hand side, if you would see, the paid ads are still there, the content, the text paid ads. There is a restriction for that also, maximum 8 paid ads on the right hand side. That is with one SERP. Now I would tell you what SERP is. So if you would see when the keyword was being typed across, this is one SERP, which is search engine result page, guys. This is one SERP, and then you have the second SERP. I'm clicking on that, right? You can see there are advertisement on the second SERP also, which is the second page, search engine result page. You have the Amazon, Apple, Flipkart, and then you have certain shopping ads again. If I go further, scroll further down, you would get to see that there is one, two, and then another third SERP, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on and so forth. That's what an SERP is. And with every SERP, which is every search engine result page, SERP stands for search engine result page, maximum 3 top paid ads. I repeat, maximum 3 top paid ads are given across. So since the maximum is 3, so it can be minimum 0 also. At present, in this particular example, there are only just 2 on the top. And on the right hand side, you have maximum 8 these product listing ads or the shopping ads. Shopping ads are also called PLA ads, which are product listing ads. On the right hand side, we have maximum 8 paid results, 8 paid ads. So 8 paid ads, text ads on the right and 3 on the top, maximum 11 in a SERP. In every search engine result page, you can have maximum 8 plus 3, 11 search paid results, search paid results, and maximum 10 unpaid or natural or organic. So you can see 1, 2, 3, I mean, you go so forth and so on. These are maximum 10 in the organic. We would study how can we get our website on the top for the unpaid listings, right? That's what overall search engine is. So search engine optimization, guys, I repeat again, it's an overall science, a process of getting your website on the top of the search results, right? So these are the search results for a specific keyword. You want your website to be on the top of these search results organically in the organic listings, not in the paid one. So that Apple has done it perfectly. Snapdeal has done it perfectly. Best Buy has done it perfectly. The higher you are, the better chances are that you're going to get maximum traffic, maximum relevant traffic, and ultimately traffic would result into sales, which is the end objective of every business. I hope you would agree that every business needs sales, revenue, and profits. Nothing more than that. I mean, definitely other things does get attached to it. I mean, customer experience, satisfaction, all these things are needed. But every business is there to earn money, and I hope everybody is over here to learn SEO to make money out of it, right? So that's the objective. I'll move back to my slide again. All right. So, like I said, SEO is the process of taking measures, which is taking all these corrective actions and measures to gain organic traffic from search engines. Your ranking and placement on a search engine website depends on user queries. So, the user query which I had used in that particular example was buy iPhone 6. If my end customer is typing in buy iPhone 6 and I sell across iPhone 6, it's a perfect thing. I should get my website optimized for those specific queries which my end audience would type in while looking for a kind of product which I also sell, right? So which in turn rely on what your web page have done for SEO. So we would do a lot of things on the web pages which we have for websites. It's very important to have a website to run the search engine optimization. So there are multiple ways to optimize a website, which include things like putting in a lot of content, and also ranging from using the front end user oriented content. So content is one thing, getting backlinks, and working out on the website layout altogether, right? So that's in brief, guys. I mean, not in brief, I would say in very much depth what SEO stands for, what SERP stands for, right? Search engine result page, and how is the overall categorization there. All right, another basics. So we are understanding the basics within search engine landscape. What exactly a search is? Why people search? Give me an let me give you an example. Let's say 20 years back or 25 years back, when there was no internet, hardly any internet, and the way we used to read books was like, I mean, we used to enter into a library, and let's say, just imagine a situation: you are in your school library or your college library, you enter inside the library and you're looking for a particular book. Now, when you're looking for a particular book, what are you trying to do? You're going to search for it, right? There's a huge database of books. There are huge towers of these books which are lying in your library. And out of those lakhs of books, or maybe thousands of books, you're just looking for one single book. How would you get to know that the book which you're looking at, where is that placed? Earlier, we used to ask our librarian that where can I get a such and such book with such and such author. He or she, the librarian, used to tell us that, or even now this happens in the other libraries, some of the old fashioned libraries, the librarian tells us that please go to the tower number A or tower B, or the overall this particular rack, and within that rack, then in tower A you have a certain section which is A uh, 1.1. So the librarian was helping you do the search part very easily. So we always do a search to find a lot of information. We always keep on hunting for various information. Now today I decide that I want to go to a restaurant for a dinner or for breakfast, whatever the time of whatever time you are looking at this video. So let's say I decide to go for dinner in a very good fine dining Chinese restaurant. What would I do? These days, we always keep a check on search engines. We always ask search engines. I need to buy a phone. I need to buy a car. I need to go for with any sort of online shopping. I need to complete. I'm a college student. I need to complete my project. I'm a small kid. I want to watch cartoons, or I am again a school going kid who is looking to look for certain movies, or what all things. We always, every sort of individual is searching in something or the other. So on the internet, searching is just all about finding and stuff. We all know that, right? So but it's very much important for me to let you know, even if you know that. So somewhere in a location, in a collection of huge database documents or web pages, also in the internet space, there are huge web pages which are stored across by search engines. Search engine stores a hell lot of web pages, a lot of web pages which gets constructed on day-to-day basis. They are being taken into consideration, they're being read and saved by search engines in their database. So all these search engines have their huge data centers, guys. Now consider, imagine one more thing. I'll ask you to imagine one more thing. Imagine you are in a particular corporate office which is way too tall, as in when the it's a taller building, and it's a cold storage unit, and it has a huge, I mean, very tall towers also, and these tall towers are data centers of these search engines. You would find, I mean, there are plenty of data centers which Google owns in various countries. So they have a good number of data centers in United States, some of them in India as well. So within their data centers, these cold storage units, which you have imagined just now, they've got heaps of web pages being stored. Now the search engines keep on searching for lot many new web pages in the internet, and the search engines keep on scanning, reading, and then saving all these data in their data center, so that whenever the end customer of the search engine puts in a query or the keyword, whatever you call it, the query or the keyword, the search engine algorithm works again and showcases only those search results which they find to be best and relevant, right? So all in all, it's a collection of documents or collection of web pages and other things. There is a lot of information which you would want to find. You look like you we were looking for the iPhone 6, and we were being given search results of Apple, Amazon, and Snapdeal, and other websites. So you don't have a web idea where exactly they are. So you perform a search activity, right? All right. So what exactly a search engine is? Now consider, I mean, there are various names, guys, for search engines, which I would like to tell you. One, you can write that down. It's people call search engine as a robot or a bot. Robot, bot, which is BOT, or a robot, 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 bot, or a crawler. Robot, bot, crawler, or a search engine. These are same names given to a specific program, guys. A search engine is nothing but just a program which is being devised and created by these companies, by these organizations like Google, Bing, Yahoo. They have created these overall program which they have sort of automated in a fashion that they run on their own. And when they run, what they do, they keep running, they keep jumping from one web page to another web page. Let's say today I create a new website, guys. If I create a new website today and I permit search engine to come onto my website, so there is a permission which has to be given. I'll talk about that in detail in a later stage, which is called robots.txt. So I permit search engines to come onto my website. Search engines are always hungry for new web pages. They'll come onto my web page, they'll start looking into my web page and start scanning the content. So let's say there is something written on my website, the written content that would be scanned from left to right and top to bottom. And after scanning, the scanning process, first of all, the scanning of the content or the reading of the content is called crawling, guys. In internet marketing language, scanning or reading of the content by search engine on a specific web page is called crawling. I repeat, crawling is a process of scanning or reading text or content on a specific web page by the search engine. So crawling is that process. Once the Google or any search engine has done the crawling part, they would, after scanning, they would go ahead and take all that content and deposit all that, save all that in their repository or in their data center, and that saving across of that content is termed as indexing, right? Indexing is the term which is being used for saving across the content, right? So I repeat, search engine is actually a program which helps in make doing the crawling and indexing part very easily, and this program searches for new web pages and reads, scans or that entire new set of database which is present, and also then categorize these search engines, these programs list down certain keywords for a specific web page. If my web page is talking about buy iPhone 6, while submitting my web page into the data center, they will also mention that these are certain keywords which are associated to a specific web page. So characterization would be done, categorization and characterization would be done for each one of my web websites, web pages, and they are used. These search engines are actually used for finding particular sites on the World Wide Web. So today I'm trying to find a specific thing on the World Wide Web. So I would use a search engine to actually find that, right? I've already spoken about SERP, but I'll still go ahead and let you know. So the search results are generally presented in a line of results. I have shown you the line of results which have the paid and the unpaid. Unpaid. They're often termed as search engine results pages. So one page is one of the SERP. The second page is the second SERPs. Third page is the third SERPs, so on and so forth. So search results are presented with the help of SERPs, and the information would be a mix of web page, image, and other type of files also, guys. So you would see these days it's not just the websites which rank. There are plenty of images, local maps files, or local maps also. Then you have social media sites also which rank. So not just the web pages, but also images and other types of files you would get to see within search engines. What SEO is, what is search, what is search engine. So it's very important to know all that. I've already made you understand what SERP, what crawling and indexing also. I'll talk about that in detail if I when I'll move forward, right? So I have certain slides for that also. So why search engines use people use search engines, or why search engines are used by people? I mean, we have already spoken about that. No matter whatever kind of audience it is, whether it's an individual working in a corporate, a businessman, or a small kid, a school going kid, or a college going kid, or an adolescent, or a housewife, or an elderly men or women, whosoever may be, they are using internet for their own purpose, either for finding information, whatever piece of information, for completing a project, for finding information about their day-to-day activities, for doing any sort of research. So everybody has different objectives to be met. For entertainment purpose, whether it's for playing games, or for watching movies, or for listening songs or whatnot. And the most important thing which have come up recently, which is like in past 6 7 years, the e-commerce boom has really begun, and the shopping part. So I'm talking about India in particular. So in the past 6 7 years only, we have seen these so many e-commerce players coming up and taking out the internet industry to a next level. So shopping is another thing, right? So I'll move forward. Okay, why now SEO is used by business? So we have understood the search part, what search is, what search engines are. So what search engines actually do, they do the crawling, indexing part, provide SERPs, all the search results in an SERP. We have also understood why they are being used, why search engines are being used, right? And what SEO stands for. So after getting to know all that, let's change our hats, guys. Now, instead of being search engine users, let's try to think ourselves as business owners or advertisers. Now think yourself as business owners and understand, why would you use SEO? The SEO is the entire process of making a business website come on the top for the related and relevant keywords. Do you think it's going to make sense for your business to use SEO and get much more value out of this particular? I mean, you can promote your business with the help of SEO. Just try to answer that question within yourself. What does it make sense for you as a business owner to use SEO? So we would try to analyze and understand some of these points, why businesses should use search engine optimization as one of the activity. Like I did mention earlier on also, SEO should be used by businesses before by first of all understanding the end audience. If my end audience is looking for the kind of product I also sell, if they're looking for that product over the internet which I also sell, then my job is done. If they look this end audience is looking for that kind of product over the search engine, then definitely it's a yes. Because if my prospective audience is searching for the related product which I also sell on the search engine, then I have to make sure that I also stay there and meet the prospective customer on the search space, on the search engine result space. So it's all about getting connected with the buyers. I am a seller, I am a business owner. I'm selling iPhone 6. then I should get in touch with those people who are looking to buy iPhone 6. I'm selling, so I have to connect with the buyers. So that's why search engine optimization is needed. So the very first reason why it's being said that SEO is important for every sort of business or most of the business, that the very first reason is SEO makes your business more visible in the search engines. So if your end audience is present in search engines and you do search engine optimization, you're at least making sure on the very popular search engines like Google, Yahoo, Bing, you are being present, right? So Google, Yahoo, Bing, your product is being present on these search engines, and the end customer will, whenever they would type in related search queries on any of these search results, your business is going to be visible, present, and somehow or the other you would start getting inquiries, leads, and that will ultimately lead into turn into a sale if things go really well, the product is strong, your sales team is convincing, or whatnot. So for many people to find your site, it's SEO is very much important. It must be optimized and must be in tune with the algorithm. So I hope I have already spoken about algorithm. Algorithms are the way Google or any other search engine identifies which web page would be on the top and which web page would be on the second or the third or the fifth position. So without SEO, your site will be lost in a big jungle. You can try to visualize that. So let's say a world wide web is a big jungle, and you don't know the way out, right? So if you want to know the way out, SEO is the thing, because when you know the way out, it's very similar to meeting the end customer, right? So that's reason one why SEO is needed for your business. SEO, the reason two, SEO offers passive traffic. So why, what we say as a passive traffic? So PPC, in other hand, which is Google AdWords, offers it's a costly affair sometimes, but everything has its own pros and cons. But SEO is a bit cheaper affair. But PPC marketing, actually you have to pay to Google, and when someone clicks on your ad, they would the advertiser would be incurring certain amount of money. With SEO, it's all about making your website rank on the targeted keyword, right? And once your site is optimized, you don't have to pay the search engines at all. Even a single penny is not supposed to be paid. It is free, it is targeted, and you keep on reaping on benefits when it comes to SEO, right? As compared to PPC. So both have their own pros and cons. This is one of the positives which I can let you know SEO has over PPC. It's free. You don't have to pay to Google, right? Number 3 point, why SEO is needed for your business. I tell you again, don't forget that you are business owners and you're thinking like a business owner. So if you are business owners, I'm letting you know why SEO is important. So SEO helps you improve your site also. So if you have a website, which I mean, definitely you need a website for the SEO. If you have a website which needs change on ongoing basis and you want to stay abreast with the other competitors also and make sure that you are performing much better than your competitors, customers are liking your product more than your competitors. So SEO will also help, will keep pushing you to make changes on your website and keep on improving it to make it much more relevant, pleasing to the eyes, pleasing not to the end audience but also to the search engines. So that's number three benefit, or I would say a reason for any specific business to run an SEO campaign. All right. Number four point why a business needs an SEO is that SEO is useful for any type of business, whatever kind of, whether it's a small business, small scale business, or a big or a large scale business. It's being needed by any sort of business. Whether you are a big billionaire, business tycoon, then also you need SEO. Or even if you are a local businessman, a businessman with a local business, with a small set of audience to cater to, still it's being needed. So that's a beauty of SEO. So every sort of business needs that, right? Number six is SEO will give you money's worth. So much better ROI is always needed, guys. When we look at performing any campaign, till the time we don't get a positive ROI, we uh, make a decision in terms of don't make a decision in terms of investing into it. So you can do SEO for free by doing all the hard work by yourself, or you can hire a freelancer or someone else to make it work for you. In many cases, you will definitely get back what you have invested and receive more for your business, right? So SEO should not be considered as a cost. It should be rather considered as an investment, guys, which I always tell all my trainees in which whatever sessions I take. It's more of an investment, guys, right? That's the number sixth point. So SEO will always give you much better ROI. That's what I've been seen so far. It's cost effective as compared to the other platforms. All right, number seven being SEO can leverage social media. So when we study the off-page optimization, I'll talk a lot about social media also. So with SEO, you're just not working on the site improvement. You're just not working on making your website ranking on the top. But the number third is that you're also going to work on your social media presence, because a huge amount of importance is being laid out by Google search engine algorithm, that until and unless you don't have good engagement, good presence on social media sites, your SEO campaign is not going to work perfectly. So all in all, SEO helps you in leveraging and getting ROI from your social media channels too. Social media channels, just to name few, like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Pinterest, and whatnot. Right. So all in all, it's all about connecting social media with SEO. Right. And the last one, I believe. All right, so SEO can't beat paid traffic. Now, this is one thing, guys, which many people feel that if they are running PPC campaigns, they don't need SEO. But that's not really the fact. In very specific markets or specific niche, SEO drives more or less 50% of the traffic from the search engines. You won't believe but that's a fact. For some of the organizations, some of the industries, I've seen more than 50% of the traffic is coming through SEO despite of running the PPC campaigns, because people generally tend to click after the PPC ads also, the top paid ads also. There is a very much tendency that they go ahead and click on the fourth, fifth, sixth, and the seventh search results also, and these are the organic ones. So PPC has its own perspective, has its own advantages, and SEO has its own advantage. A bigger chunk of traffic always comes from the SEO perspective. So you cannot really rely on PPC and forget SEO. That's another reason why one should look at SEO for the business, right? Another reason why a business should look at SEO, guys, is that a lot of trust and credibility can be built. So once we'll study that, once we'll study the online reputation management, you would see good amount of testimonials or good amount of reviews, much positive reviews, always leads to positive search engine optimization campaigns also. So it works in two way. Much better reviews will help in building trust and credibility, and also help in the SEO campaign. So like I said, with social media campaigns also, they work individually as a social media campaign, but also helps in the overall SEO process also. Similarly, online reputation management, once it's been taken, they help in building trust and credibility. On the other hand, parallelly, it helps in the SEO process also, right? And everybody goes and wants to buy in those brands which are trustworthy. Till the time you yourself as a customer don't trust a particular brand, you will never ever buy stuff from them, right? So that's very much important. So studies have shown that consumers are more likely to go with brands and companies that they think are trustworthy. Otherwise, they don't make a decision of going with them, right? So another point why a business actually should look for SEO is because that offers unlimited opportunities. So it's not just a one-time activity, guys. So it's a continuous process, and it's something that must be changed, tweaked. Strategies should be improved as per the overall Google algorithm. It should be improved once in a while to make sure that it keeps up with the ever-changing, algorithms of search engines. So SEO allows you to be more flexible and become responsive to change. So it's all about, meeting all these opportunities. SEO offers a lot of opportunities with the algorithm changes, right? The next come SERP, guys, which I've already spoken about. What are the paid and the natural or the organic ones? So once you enter a specific keyword, then the overall search results which can come in, they are divided into the paid and the natural organic results. And the web page where all these search results are listed is in search engine result, SERP. So it's a web page that the search engine returns within the results of its search. and the paid part being on the right hand side, paid search ads being on the top uh, portion. And the ones which are underneath the top paid ones are the natural or the organic or the unpaid or the search engine optimization. So there are four names which I've already given to you for that. Right, so this is another categorization where I've already told you about the PLA, product listing, or the shopping ads also, right? So these are the PLA ads, guys. I've already shown you live. So that's with the help of my presentation. I'm letting you know PLA ads are like this with the images, right? Now comes crawling, indexing, and ranking, guys. I've already explained it to you, but I would go ahead and showcase that to you with the help of this picture, which you can see right up here. So I did tell you whenever search engine comes to know that there is a new web page which is being launched in the internet space, or any existing web page which has made changes to its entire content or any specific change, Google keep crawling them. Google keeps scanning them, right? So the search engine, Google search engine is actually also called a Google bot. It says crawling is the process by which Googlebot, which is a Google search engine, discovers new and updated. You know, the old pages which have been updated, when they are being discovered by Google, that process is actually called crawling. So that crawling happens, and with the crawling, the indexation part also happens. When these pages are being crawled, they're being added, or they're being saved, or they're being indexed, means the same. Saving or indexing means the same stuff, guys. It says indexing is a process where each of the web pages which are being crawled, they are being saved in order to compile a massive index, a massive database, or an index, whatever you want to call it, with of the words which it sees. So if you look at this specific picture, guys, search engine Google, Yahoo, etc., they're at one place, right? And once the crawl happens, the search engine crawls these multiple web pages, pages included in search engine sitemaps. So we'll talk about sitemaps also. So the crawling happens on various search engines, and pages which are not permitted by the website owners to be read across, they are not read and they're not indexed. So let's say out of 30 pages, 10 pages were being asked not to be indexed. So 10 pages were not being indexed and 20 were being indexed. Who give this instruction? The website owner or the SEO professional gives the instruction that out of 30 pages, only 20 should be indexed. I can also do that for my website. We'll talk about that in detail, guys. So these 10 pages are not getting indexed. They are de-indexed, and 20 are being indexed, and they're being kept in the overall repository of search engines. Once that's being done, the ranking process happens after that. So let's say a keyword, like we also did, we typed in the keyword buy iPhone 6. When we did that, me as the user, once I inserted the keyword in the search box, the search engines will actually check for various web pages which they have already stored in their index, in their data center. And they would first start looking at all those web pages of which is a sort of a closest match. Which page is a closest match, that will be taken, and a score will be assigned. You know, the algorithm will work. You know, an algorithm of the search engine is again a sort of a process or a logic or a formula which Google will run after looking into these index page. It would run and give a score to all these pages which are closest match, and will judge and identify out of all these web pages which are a closest match, which one goes on the top, which one will go on the second position, and which one will go on the third. The web page which would have done good, better SEO would be on the first page, and the one which is after that, a bit lower on the performance as compared to the first one, will be on the second, so forth and so on, right? So a score will be assigned by the algorithms, and judgment would be done by them, and they would rank these pages based on the algorithm, consisting of hundreds of thousands of ranking signals. So there are certain parameters which Google algorithm takes into consideration. These parameters are these ranking signals only, and that's what we'll talk about in the on-page and off-page. When we do proper on-page, these are their on-page activities are the ranking signals only, which algorithms take into consideration. The overall off-page activity which we'll do, they are the ranking signals. If we are doing good on-page, good off-page, then better ranking signals would be given and better ranking would be achieved for our website. So all in all, if you're doing good on-page, off-page in a nutshell for your website, you would tend to achieve much better crawling, indexing, and ranking for the keywords. And your end audience, ma- number of your prospective audience would be able to reach you, and more traffic would result into more leads would result into more revenue and profit afterwards, right? So that's about crawling and indexing. The other part being how search works, guys. So how the overall search engine process works, you would see the search query, the end customer who's making a search query is residing up over here, right? The lady with the flower over here, the flower with over here. She makes a search query. Let's say she makes a search query of whatever, looking for salons in Mumbai, or maybe in Linking Road, Mumbai, whatever, any sort of search query. She types in across that query into Google. Google actually sees its entire database, which I've already told you. It would check its entire database of those web pages which matches to that specific keyword, that search query which she has done. All those pages, let's say out of 1 lakh pages in that database, only 50 pages matches to the search query, right? The search engine would actually take it from its entire indexing, take out those 50 pages, and out of those 50 pages, then the algorithm will work and list out, will provide the results in the ranking, in a much better ranking fashion, that which web page will rank on the first position, then which one would be on the second. Algorithm is going to make a decision on which web page would be on the first, second, and third. That's a straight function, a straight process of how the search query will work. From the search person who's making the search query goes to the search engine. Search engines on the back end looks at the entire database, and within the database, search engine pulls out the related web pages, and those related web pages are being diagnosed, accessed, analyzed by the algorithm will look into those 50 web pages and give the rankings of the search results accordingly to the end customer. That's a simple straight process. Along with that, Google parallelly, or the search engine will parallelly have its crawler working on crawling and indexing part. The crawler or the search engine will parallelly also keep on identifying new web pages and existing web pages which are being updated. So all those web pages which are being updated and created new, they would be put across into the database, right? So that's all about indexing and crawling, and the overall search process works. So search engines work by sending out these are automated crawlers or spiders or bots, whatever you call that index websites through links. This is how new and updated pages are found, guys. And in the search engine database, there are plenty of websites, images and whatnot, right? The very first being search engine landscape. If you have already seen the video, you would have understood a lot of basics about search engine, what search engine is, how the search works. So, how the crawling and indexing. So these are certain terms which are very important to be known before we move ahead with the other modules, whether it's SEO audit, which we're going to talk about right now. So before doing SEO audit, it's very important to understand these basics, the crawling part, the indexing, the ranking, and also some of the other aspects like how search engines take data, read that stuff, and also get that implemented in their data center, right? So that's all was being covered in search engine landscape. The topic for today for this video is SEO audit, search engine audit. So what do we understand by audit? We will have a assignment followed with by this module, guys. So this is something which I would recommend each one of you to please do it and do submit it across to us so that we can evaluate and let you also know how you have really performed. Your overall performance will also be measured by that. Audit, the term audit in itself means how am I performing? How am I doing? What is the present situation? If I have to really optimize my website, the audit part has to come in first. I have to first of all know where do I stand? Where does my website stand in front of in front of other competition I have, right? So if my competitors are doing really well and I am not, then it makes a lot of sense to analyze my website from the SEO perspective. Where is my website standing as compared to my competitors? So we'll take that in detail. I hope everybody's, or you can actually relate what SEO audit is going to be all about. So the audit in itself means where am I standing? When I have the goals in front of me, I know that my website needs traffic, and with traffic, I need uh, much better leads, much relevant leads, and sales in the end. If that's the objective, then with end objective being known, at least I have to know where do I stand so that I can judge how much distance I have to cover. And with that being known, it's the journey, the overall activity, the overall procedure is going to be very easy for me, right? We would be able to make my overall our SEO strategy in a very perfect fashion. All right, so these are the overall topics which we're going to talk about in this entire video, guys. The second module, what is an audit? We would understand that stuff. Reasons and benefit of doing an SEO audit. So once we know all that, then only we'll be able to move ahead, which would be again the third point, followed by the reasons and benefit. Knowing the reasons and benefit, it would be followed by search engine commands. Now, these are some commands, guys, which we as search engine optimizers would be using to go ahead and seed certain data about our website. So I would be talking about that in detail, and these commands are always used when we type them across in the Google search bar. Why I say Google search bar, I did mention in the last video also, because it's just Google where everybody wants to rank their website. Provided you're not very keen on getting your website ranked for other smaller search engines. I mean, so Google is the biggest one. That's why I keep saying Google search engine, right? So once these commands are being known, we'll also talk about how do you gather information about your domain and what exactly a domain is. A domain is the very foremost thing which is needed for making a website. Something like www.google.com. Now that's the domain, right? www.google.com, that's a domain. Then, followed by that, I'll make you understand one of the thing. It would sound very new to you if you haven't heard of it before. Then probably the pronunciation part can also be a problem. It says domain canonicalization. If you read that, it says domain canonicalization. What exactly that means and why is this something which we have to really look at while doing SEO audit? We'll explain and we'll understand all that. All right. After that, it's going to be about sitemap.xml. This is one of the file guys which Google or any other search engine recommends for having on our website. There are certain files which helps in success of our SEO campaign. For making a campaign successful, for making a campaign in shape, it's very much important to have these things in place. But while doing SEO audit, we are not going to create it, we are not going to implement it. We'll be just checking whether it's in place or not for our website or not. So while doing the SEO audit, we won't be creating the sitemap.xml file or we won't be uploading it to our website. We'll just be checking whether it's present on our website or not. What are the advantages and what exactly it is? That's something also which I'm going to explain as we'll move further. Right. So that's the overall index, guys. After sitemap file, there is a file called robots.txt. Now, robots.txt is another file, guys, which is very much important and which is actually needed by search engines to get the search engine optimization campaign successful. In short, I can tell you about robots.txt that it's a file which is created on a notepad. You can see it says .txt, and we take a notepad file and we write certain commands in it. And that command, you don't need to be a techie to actually create this file and write certain commands. Those commands are pretty easy. I'll explain it to you how this is being done. And the reason behind taking a notepad file and writing these commands is to actually instruct the search engine as in what all pages should be indexed on my website and what all pages should be not at all indexed, right? Why would I like to not index some of my web pages? Can you think of a reason? If I am trying to learn, if we all are trying to learn search engine optimization, we are trying to make our website rank higher in the search results, then we want each and every web page of our website to rank higher. Then why on the earth would robots.txt come in and give a command to the search engine that please index these many pages and don't index a certain set of pages? Giving you an example, let's say I have a website which is 20 pages strong. There are 20 web pages in my website. Out of 20 pages, with the help of robots.txt, I can instruct the search engines, whether it's Google, Bing, Yahoo, Amazon, whatnot. I can instruct them that please index only 15 pages. Please consider only 15 pages of my website, and rest of the 5 pages of my total 20 pages, don't ever index them. What could be the reason? There are several reasons to it. Let's say if I have a website which is in construction, I've got 15 pages properly shaped out, but the other 5 pages are not. I'm still writing content for it. I'm writing good stuff. Or maybe the images are not set up. This is number one reason. I don't want to portray a bad image to the search engines, uh, or to the end customer also if it starts ranking. It's always better to first of all get your website in shape first, and then only make it indexable. Then only allow search engines. Till the time your website is live and doesn't have proper content, that is one situation where you can ask search engines to not to index. This is situation one. Situation two can be if you are having a website which is having a payment gateway. All the payment gateway pages, most of the times, you would never see that they are ranked. Payment related pages, these are secured pages. Nobody, no websites make them ranked up on the search results, right? This is situation number two. Situation three, where you would also want some of your web pages not to be ranked, is the backend of your backend of your website. So all the admin panel these days of the websites are online, and they also can be indexed by Google search engine. But you have to instruct Google or in all the search engines, whichever you want to, or maybe just choose pick up some of them. So majorly it's done for all the search engines. You can tell all the search engines not to index the backend of your website. Why would you want somebody to look at your website's backend and by just indexing them? If those backend pages gets indexed, they might somehow rank for any keyword, and that can be harmful for your website. So that was number three. Number four, let's say if I am some security agency, and I don't want to be vocal about a lot of stuff of my business. Let's say if I'm into FBI or CID or whatnot, CBI, I have a website, and these guys do have a website. They do pass on information, but they don't want to be vocal about it, to be saying quite a lot of stuff about themselves. They don't want to promote themselves over the internet, over the search engine. That's how robots.txt comes into place. That's the overall objective, why we would be needing it. And while doing an SEO audit, we would be checking whether this particular file is present or not. So I did tell you a lot about what exactly it is, what it does. There are certain commands, and why would we actually try to get certain web pages de-indexed. Similarly, I would like to tell you about sitemap.xml. I'm moving a step back. Sitemap.xml is a file where you can automatically know the extension is XML. I would give you certain tools when we'll do on-page optimization. I'll tell you certain tools through which you can create the XML file. But why are we creating this and what exactly it is? A sitemap is like a sort of a hierarchy or a list of all the URLs, a small map of our website. Giving you the same example where I had 20 pages on my website, all the 20 pages will have their own respective URLs. When I say URLs, those are the same www dot google.com/AdSense, google.com/AdWords. These are two different URLs. For one website, there can be 20 different URLs, the example which I was taking. And out of those 20 pages, I want every web page to be indexed. So sitemap helps in that. When we are creating the sitemap, all the web pages of my website will get included into it. We as search engine optimizers will upload that onto our website. And the reason why we would be doing that, so that Google can easily find the sitemap, and within one source, within one sitemap, they would get the access to all the web pages of my website. So it acts as a great mechanism for indexing all the web pages which I want of my website. And it can simply be done by creating the sitemap with the help of certain tools, which I'll be taking. But while doing SEO audit, like I told you, sitemap.xml and robots.txt's presence has to be checked, right? And the third last point while we're doing SEO audit is to actually check for the 404 page. Now, what exactly 404 page is, how it should be set up, and why it should be set up in a certain fashion, what are the benefits, and how is it going to help with the overall SEO? I'm going to talk all about that in detail as we'll move further, right? So, but in short, 404 pages, guys, is something where a end customer lands onto your website, which is never being on a web page of a website, which is not being created by you. The domain is set up right, but the overall the URL is not correct. So it's a sort of a page not found. I'll show you with the help of example. I'll move this screens and then I'll go to the search engine and I'll show you. Second last point we have to check while doing an SEO audit is to check for the search engine friendliness of the URLs. So the URLs which are there on the website, are they very much friendly to the search engines? Now, what is the definition of a search engine friendly URL? How do they look like? What kind of a search engine URL, what kind of a URL would not be a search engine friendly URL? So I'll tell you all that and how can you form up a search engine friendly URL in the right effective fashion. That is also we are going to take in this session and also in this video and also in the upcoming video of on-page optimization. So stay tuned for that. The last point while checking the SEO audit is to look for broken links. Now, what broken links are? There are certain links which we create on our website. We give it to third-party websites. When we give external links to other websites, they sometimes can get broken up. Why would that happen? Let's say if I have given a link backlink to a third-party website, after a couple of weeks, that website sort of vanishes, or that website decides that they're going to discontinue that URL, and the same URL I have given a backlink, then it would actually make uh, a negative effect in my website because I have given a backlink to a page which is not existing now. Search engine will find this that I have got a lot of broken links on my website, so it's going to affect negatively on my SEO, right? So this is something which we have to check. How do we check that? I'll talk all that in detail. All right. What is an audit? I did speak about that. So what exactly audit is? Audit is all about evaluating and assessing where do I stand. In SEO terminology, I would say it's a process of evaluating the healthiness of a website. Is it suffering from something or is it very healthy? It's doing very well. I mean, all the areas which pertains from the parameters, which pertains from the SEO industry point of view, they are being looked at, right? So that's an audit part, an SEO audit. In short, reasons. Why do we want to do SEO audit? Can you think logically why exactly are we looking at doing SEO audit? I mean, we have decided that yes, my audience is there on search engine. I want to connect with my audience over the search engine because they use search engines while making a decision, while making a buying decision. So if my audience is using the search engine for looking for products and services, which I also serve, I'm an advertiser, right? So then I, as an advertiser, should try to get my website also onto the same places where they are trying to search for. If I'm selling an iPhone 6 and my end audience, which is looking to buy iPhone 6, they do make a decision by going onto these search engines by typing in certain keywords. I need to make sure that I have to connect with that audience who is looking to buy iPhone 6 and I'm selling iPhone 6. I have to connect with them with the help of my website, and my website should come on the top for those keywords which they're typing in, because only those websites which rank on the top, they get the maximum traffic, and as a result of maximum traffics, the leads, the signups, and the end sale come in, right? That's the way to actually build up your overall business. Now, once we have decided that yes, SEO is the perfect thing to do, and we have understood the search engine landscape, how the search engines work in the back end, the crawling indexing, it makes a lot of sense to first of all analyze how is my website doing, even if I have not done anything on for my website from the SEO perspective. I've got it made it myself, I've made it myself, whatever the case may be. It's important to actually look at the website do an analysis or audit of my website from the overall SEO perspective. So benefit is that I can also learn about my competition and I can really may take actions accordingly to stay ahead of them. So it's not important to only just do an audit of your website, guys. It's also important to take an overview of how your competition's website is performing. Because if your competitors are doing really great stuff, then it would act as a sort of a benchmark for you, right? It would act as a benchmark for you. You can really take lessons from there, make things work according to that. So if some website is really ranking high, definitely they would have done something better than our website because of which, or other websites also, they would have done something better because of which they're on the top. What makes them be on the top is something which we have to analyze. So we can do that by also doing an audit for our competitors. So I say that again, an SEO audit just not needs to be done for our own website, but also for the competitors or for those websites which are ranking really high, right? So the other point, the other reason for doing an SEO audit is to know the current health status of your website. And while checking the overall current health status of your website, you can also look at those issues which really hinders the business online visibility, right? So there are certain stuff which can really lead to a dent in your SEO campaign. You can look into that and take corrective actions. Number 3 point increases the overall authority of the domain by applying the right SEO strategy. So if you're applying in right SEO strategy, the SEO while doing the SEO audit, it will help you to improve the overall authority, not just in the business perspective, but in also the domain perspective. The web domain which you have, it does carry certain credibility in the eyes of the search engines, right? And that credibility or the authority gets built up when you perform an SEO audit, right? And do an overall SEO. The fourth point being the reason on benefit of doing an SEO audit is that it gives you an opportunity to optimize your websites for search engines and fix the overall on-page issues, right? So the opportunity is there to get your website much more optimized and get it fixed. So audit gives you that overall gap which has to be fixed up, which has to be filled up, right? Number fifth being it helps you devise a plan to improve sales, conversions, and lead. If you have much better SEO strategy with the help of SEO audit, you can further improvise that, you can further nourish that, you can further plan it accordingly and twist it and turn it around as per the present situation. If you can mold it uh, as per the SEO audit, it will help you always to stay ahead of the competition. And as a result, you can improve sales, conversions, leads, and that's what the end objective is. So if you're meeting the end objective by doing all these stuff, which is part of the SEO audit, then it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile to always perform an SEO audit, not just in the beginning of the campaign, but also at frequent intervals. SEO audit, guys, we are taking this as a second module, but or maybe I'm letting you know that this has to be done in the very first go while starting the campaign, not just for your website, but also for your competition. But I would say do it for your competition and for your website, even at regular intervals. If, let's say, I mean, you have to decide on every month a sort of a SEO audit needs to be done just to keep an eye of how things are moving. Are we are really on the right track? In the when we started, this was our the SEO audit gave us these results. After a month, the SEO audit gives us some more. I mean, these results. Are there any differences? We have to really map that by doing SEO audit on regular basis. All right. The third last point says the SEO audit helps us to maximize the prospect of generating volumes of targeted online traffic. Absolutely. So in case you're performing the SEO audit right, which is helping you to build up your SEO strategy perfectly, it can end result is that it would help you to maximize the prospects of generating volumes of targeted online traffic. You're looking at getting certain traffic onto your website, and that can happen. You can get much more traffic with the help of great SEO strategies. Second last point, which is another benefit and the reason of doing an SEO audit is that it helps you to get a better understanding of factors that could affect your website search engine ranking. So there are plenty of factors, guys. There can be factor A, factor B, factor C, which are really leading to overall search engine visibility, the overall optimization of your website. With SEO audit, you are getting to know each and every aspect which is affecting the website search engine ranking, right? And the last but not the least, it helps you to understand the overall weakness of your SEO campaign, right? Why wouldn't I be knowing that? It's always better to know your weaknesses so that you can very soon take a corrective action and strengthen the app. If you are really ignoring your weaknesses, no matter whatever sort of SEO campaign you do or paid campaign you do, it's not really going to help you, right? So these are some of the reasons and benefits. I hope all of you would agree to what I have just said. It is definitely a theoretical stuff, but it's always good to make your fundas clear on why are we doing an SEO audit and why is it worthwhile. All right, let's get the practical stuff up and start working on each and every activity. All right. So from the practical point of view, SEO audit, the very first thing is search engine commands. So I would be taking a website in as an example, and we'll start performing these activities. So the very first command is cache:/domain.com, guys. So I'm going what I would google.com and would run this particular command. Cache colon and then the URL. So there is no space in between, guys. What are we trying to do? We are just trying to collect certain data for performing the SEO audit. So cache colon intellipath.in, and then I press enter. I have got this command entered into the Google search box, right? I enter this, and what it gives me, it tells me when was the last time when Google search engine came on to my website. So it was 15th of August at 1838 Greenwich Meridian Time, right? Makes sense. So that's what, guys, is it's all about. It just gives me the idea in terms of when was the last time search engine came on my website and crawled my website. If the crawler is coming on my website at on regular intervals at very frequently, it is making my SEO campaign much more stronger. Now the next question is, how can we really can we instruct the crawler in terms of how soon they should get it, how soon they should come onto my website? The answer is you can make the crawler come onto your website at regular intervals by doing overall SEO campaign in a perfect fashion. But there is one funda through which you can get that very easily on regular frequent interval is by having a lot of content on your website. If you would have a lot of blog posts or articles or some of the other stuff being posted across on your website on regular intervals, that will help the crawling of your website being done at a faster pace. So it might happen to early morning, the search engine has come and crawled your website, and then after a couple of hours, and then after a couple of hours, I mean, even after a frequency of certain hours, not just days, but also hours, the search engine can come and crawl your website. The more crawling happens, the better it is from the SEO perspective. You will have much better rankings this way, right? So that's about cache colon command, guys. So you can check it for yourself, for your website. Keep on doing it and on regular intervals just to check how frequently uh, Google comes onto your website. Similarly, you can do it for your competitors. If your competitor's website is getting crawled at a much frequent rate, at a much faster pace, then this is something to worry about. This is something then you have to really go ahead and check with your overall content on your website. So you have to get this SEO campaign running properly. More content would help you with search engine optimization perfectly. All right. So the second command, guys, is site:/domain.com. I hope everybody is clear on the cache colon command. The second command says site:/domain.com. The site:/domain.com, let me show you how it works. So site:/intellipath.in, I press enter. And what you get to see is that there are 412 results. This is something which you have to be checking at all the times. What is happening that Google, with the help of this particular command, tells us that how many web pages of our website have been indexed. So there are 412 pages which are being indexed. If you look at the very first command, very first search result, it says intellipath.in. The second one is also intellipath.in / the internal blog page. Then the business intelligence page. Then the fourth one is also All of them are of the same domain, but these are all internal pages. These all pages are the ones which Google have got within their indexed data center. They have indexed it and they've got that in the data center. You can simply run this command also for your competitor and get to know whether your website has got more web pages or your competitor has got. So if your competitor is ranking on the top, is ranking for some of the keywords on the top, then it's something to worry about. And when you have to really worry about that, you have to get your website on the top. You have to also check not just for the cache colon command through cache colon command that what frequently how frequently the Google search engine has come into your website, but you also have to check the index pages. How many pages of your website have been indexed? If it's a very low number as compared to your competitor, you really need to gear up because more the number of web pages on your website, better it is from the SEO perspective. Because Google or any other search engine is always hungry for uh, great content, and if you have great content being posted across on uh, higher frequency and you keep doing that, your website goes bigger and stronger, much more web pages are there, then it will really boost up the ranking, right? So that's the second command, guys. And the third command is related colon domain.com. Now what it does, this particular command, let me show you that. So let me say if I do it, I take an example of snapdeal.com. So you can say related colon snapdeal.com. Now I'm looking for those websites which are very much related to Snapdeal. All right. So you can see Flipkart, Home Shop 18, Jabong, eBay, Yevi. I mean, these all are related e-commerce sites very much like Snapdeal.com, right? So you have Myntra, Jungly, Maidala, Shopclues, and whatnot, right? So these all websites, guys, are sort of related to the website which I have mentioned over here. You can always do it for your website. This is just a great command to check for people within your industry and uh, a great way to get some learning out of the other websites too. All right. So that's with the third command, guys. The fourth command says info colon domain.com. Let me show you what exactly it does. All right. So what it does, it helps us to first just understand. So if I do it for IntelliPart.in, it helps me understand the overall information I want to take from a particular for a website. So you can see only one search result being provided, only the main web page of my website where the major information of the website is present. The information as the command says info, that's something we get to know. You can also check for how other your competitors have really provided information, and you can see is your information the way you are presenting information on your web page is better as compared to your competitor or not. So that's in regards to getting information about your website, how people are actually looking into it. The last one is define. Now define colon command, define colon domain.com. This is something to know about a specific uh, thing. If I need to know a definition, let's say define SEO, I'm not taking the domain.com. You can see the definition comes in, right? I can do the .com also, but I can also post across a specific word which I want to get defined, right? So search engine optimization is the process of affecting the visibility of a website or a web page in a search engine's unpaid result. We have already spoken about that. So often referred to as natural, organic, or earned results, right? So that's the overall way you can get to know. So this is more to do with playing across and getting to know about the meaning of a specific word, right? So information was all about getting to know info about your website. The related was all about getting to know those websites which are similar to our websites. Site colon gives us the overall index pages. And then we have the cache colon command. The cache colon command gives us the date and the time when Google search engine came onto our website last. Then there is another particular command, guys, which somehow works. I have the reason why I have not taken that on the PowerPoint is intentional, and because this command gives us half information, but it still helps us. It's called link:/domain.com. So when I press it, it's right now at present it's not giving me certain results, but let's say if I do it for link:/snapdeal.com, it gives me 48 results, and it's not that in total. These are certain backlinks which Snapdeal is actually receiving, right? So Snapdeal is getting backlinks from all these places. You can check it for yourself, and you can also check it for your competitors. How many backlinks are you receiving and how many backlinks your website is receiving. We'll have a detailed session, a detailed video in terms of off-page optimization. All right. And this is what I can tell you about link colon. It doesn't give us all the result. When we'll be studying about the overall tools, the paid tools which are there, they gives us the maximum results. They gives us some overall list of results which gives us backlinks, right? So that's in short about the search engine commands. The next comes in domain information. Now, what domain information is all about, if I have to see uh, the information about a domain of which I own and also the domain which my competitor owns. So why would we do that? So the most important aspect is to checking the age of the domain. Giving you an example, you let me know the example which I'm going to give you. I'm going to ask you followed with that example. I'm going to ask you a question and let me know what thing would actually be right. Let's say you uh, are residing near a high street market or a market where you would all for the past 15 years you see a particular person having his shop for the past 15 years, and somehow a new entrant, a new competitor also comes in, and it's been just a couple of weeks that they're there. So out of these two, who would have much more credibility? Obviously, the one which is there in the market for the past 15 years and have been staying and surviving there and have been selling across his product, he would have links, network, and more credibility with maximum number of people. So that's in similar fashion. And so if somebody has to really offer him credit, out of these two people, somebody has to offer credit to any one out of these two. The person who has been there in the market for the past 15 years, he has a better chance. He has a better chance, right? Similarly, Google always gives importance to those websites which have been there in the internet space for good number of years. So older your domain, the better it is. It's always said in SEO campaigns, right? So if your website domain has been there for in the internet space for quite some time, then it's going to benefit you. One of the tool which is being used to check the domain information, the age, expiry, the owner details, and all that, that can be checked with this particular. So you can check it on whois.net or you can check it on whois.com also, whichever one. So let me show you both of them. Let's say if I do it, so if I do it for snapdeal.com, it will give me information about the domain. All right, so some of this one is in there perfectly. Right, so whois.net, when I type in the keyword right up here, you can see the overall details being mentioned up. It does say the domain name is Snapdeal. It was being registered by with the help of GoDaddy panel. All right. The server details are there, the name server. So you don't really need to get into the depth of what server details uh, is exactly. It does tells us that this was being updated. The overall domain was being updated in on 5th of September 2012, and this particular domain was booked initially on 25th of September 2002, right? It's getting expired on 25th of September 2015, right? I hope it makes sense, guys. This is the expiry date and this is the creation date. So it's been quite some time. It's doing really well. The old the domain age is really helping them as well with respect to the SEO campaign. So that's with the domain age, guys. I mean, that's something which you check while doing an SEO audit. So you will check it for your website, you will check it also for your competitors. Similarly, you would also be running the search engine commands not just for your website, but also for your competitors. I hope it makes sense. And let's move further from search engine commands, domain information, and then comes in domain canonicalization. What exactly canonicalization says that there are two ways to open your websites, right? This is one way, which is www.example.com. You can see my cursor. This is one way of opening your website, and the other way is to open your website by example.com. All right. So if you're opening your website with www.example.com and example.com, and the end result is that your website is opening with both of them as different, when the same website opens with these two different URLs, and the URL doesn't change. Either this one becomes example.com or example.com ones would redirect to the www.example.com. Then there is no canonicalization. But if both of them, the end result remains same for both of them and the same website open, it's a canonicalization issue. Let me show you, let me tell you by the help of an example. So there are two ways to open, let's say, Flipkart.com. All right, so one is these websites will never have an problem with their canonicalization. That's the reason why I'm taking that, and I'll tell you how they have resolved it also. So one way is Flipkart, www.flipkart.com, and the other way to open that website is scenario 2 is flipkart.com. So I repeat, the very first tab which I have taken www version, www.flipkart.com, scenario 1, and scenario 2 is without www.flipkart.com is the scenario 2. I've not pressed enter, so let's press enter for the scenario 1, www.flipkart.com, and see whether the end URL on which website will open, will it be same or it will differ. Let's press enter. All right, so it remains same, which is www.flipkart.com, and in the third next one, scenario 2, if I open it, I press enter. Sorry, the spelling I have to. Right, so it's flipkart.com. You can see it automatically got redirected to www. I'll show it again so that you can relate to it. This was the scenario 2 where I had mentioned it, flipkart.com without the www. You just see how things will change right now, right? So I hope it's all clear, guys. So that's the way canonicalization thing works. All right, so I believe the canonicalization part is clear to you guys. Let me explain once more what happened just now, that I had taken example of opening a particular domain in two different ways. One was I type in www.flipkart.com. All right, I have not pressed enter, and the number two, scenario two, is without the www version. Flipkart.com. All right. So I enter flipkart.com. What you see, it got redirected automatically, right? It got redirected to the www version. So in the scenario one, when I pressed in www, I type in enter, and what's happening in both the scenarios, the end result is same, right? There is no canonicalization issue. Had it been something different, had it been like the website is opening as without www and the website is opening with www also, and it's not redirecting, had it not been redirecting and the end URL would have been different, then Google would have considered, guys, this website as a duplicate website with duplicate content. Two different websites would have been considered by Google. Would have considered this website, Flipkart, as running on two different URLs. Same content on two different URLs, Google will penalize the website. Now they have done it very well. In case your website is uh, uh, opening up with two different URLs, which is with www and without www URL, it means it has a canonical issue. In that case, what will happen? The overall way to get that resolved is with the help of 301 redirect. You can see that this particular image does say that with www and without www. These are the two ways to open a website. If the end URL in both the scenarios is same, there is no canonicalization issue. If the end URL in both the scenarios is different, then it's a canonicalization issue, and canonicalization issue will treat your websites, both your websites running on two different URLs, and a copied content issue will be there, and Google will not give you preference over other websites. Your SEO campaign will can get hurt. The way you can get this issue resolved is by doing a 301 redirect. Now, if you are from the development background, you would relate to it very easily. If you're not, then you have to take assistance from your developer and would have to instruct your developer as a digital marketing consultant or an SEO consultant to please do a 301 redirect from a non-WW version to the WW version. Either way you can do it. You can do it from non-WW to the WW or WW version to the non-WW version. But the end URL has to be same, right? That's what has to be done. 301 redirect is that's the permanent redirect. If you check the slide says the search engine friendly URL that you want the search engines to treat as the authoritative. In other words, a canonical URL is the URL that you want visitors to see. It's only one URL which you should make the visitors to see, or also the search engines also to treat as one of the authoritative. So I've given you example. The typical example used in most people treat the following URLs as same, which is not the case. We treat these two URLs as same, but search engines don't. Search engines treat these two URLs with www and without www as different, right? In canonicalization, in other words, it's a process of picking the best URL, whether it's the with www or without www, in order to present to the search engines when there are multiple choices available. So typically, a search engine such as Google will attempt to pick the best URL that they feel is authority for the web page, right? So I hope the canonicalization part is clear. So in while doing the SEO audit, it's very important to actually check for the canonicalization part, right? Next thing being sitemap.xml. I did give you an understanding of sitemap, what sitemaps are. Sitemaps are sort of maps of your a small list of your entire URLs of your website. So if I go on to our website, which is intellipart.in, the way I can check for sitemap is by having domain forward slash, typing in the domain forward slash sitemap.xml. That's the common way of checking sitemap. Many websites don't have it. When you're doing an SEO audit, you have to type in the domain forward slash sitemap.xml. If you press enter and you find something there, it means the sitemap file is present. Right, so you can see the sitemap files are present over here. If I click on very first sitemap, it will give me the results. It will give me the URLs which my website has got. So it gives me 27 URLs in this particular sitemap, which has been created, right? So all in all, it's all about telling the search engine that how many web pages are present on my website. When Google gets to know, or any other search engine gets to know that these all search engines are present on my website, they would give it a preference over others. When I say over others, over those websites which don't have a sitemap. It's always recommended to keep updating your sitemaps in our on-page optimization. It's a pretty easy way, pretty easy tool to actually run it and make it in a proper, make it and use it in a proper fashion. But all in all, sitemap, like I told you, when search engines will come on the website, they will analyze, they will index each and every web page. Let's say if we don't have a sitemap, what will happen when Google will come onto our website? They might not index every web page. They might just index out of 27 URLs, they might go ahead and index 20 web pages. But with the help of the sitemap, which we have created and uploaded, they will get to know that there were 7 URLs which they have not indexed. So they'll go ahead and index each and every URL, right? So that's with sitemap. We just have to check while doing an SEO audit whether the sitemaps are present or not. So that's a screenshot of what sitemaps look like. I've already shown you in the live example too. And these are the URLs, guys, of every web page which are present. So 27 URLs are there, right? How do we create the sitemap? Is with the help of this particular tool, guys. It's called xml-sitemaps.com. Now, if I have to create a sitemap for my website, I can simply go on, first of all, I can take the URL of my website, go to xml-sitemaps.com. I repeat, it's xml-sitemaps.com. This is a free tool, guys, which most of the renowned practitioners use it. It's http the website, and then change frequency none, and then by pressing in start, it should start working. All right, so you can see it has started working, and it shows that the time left is 2 minutes. It's taking a look at each and every web page which is present on my website. It's scanning, and it's going to include in the XML sitemap. What's going to happen once it comes across, once it's gets created, we would be able to download it from here. This particular tool will give us the opportunity to download this particular sitemap. Once we download it, we can upload it on the root folder of our website. So it's important to upload it on a website, and whenever there are new web pages being built across on a website, it's always important to keep on creating fresh sitemaps and getting it updated by replacing the old one and having the new one, right? So it'll keep moving. We'll come back to it once this is done in totality. It's 112 pages left, 110 pages left, right? So that's with sitemap XML. And why do we need a sitemap? Like I've already told you the reasons behind that. It's a, it gives a quick and easy way to the search engines also to refer to the entire structure of our website. It's an easy to follow overview of the website. So what all pages are there? You can see, whether it's MSN or Ask or Google or Yahoo, when they go onto the web sitemap page, they would get links to different URLs. Where exactly are they placed and where exactly they're not? Whenever the new sitemap comes in, they would analyze and index every web page which was present earlier also, but they would see that yes, there is a new page. So updation of sitemap is very much needed whenever there are new pages. If you are looking at indexing your new web pages very instantly, sitemap is the best way to do it. Update your sitemap and get your new web pages indexed in an easy fashion, right? Next thing, the reason why sitemaps are important or they should be used is that it provides a pathway also to the search engines. It gives a particular way to be followed. It provides text links to every page of your site. It does help me to get to know what all are the text links of my website. It also not just helps the search engines, guys. It also helps the visitors to know how to get where they need to go. So if they want to go to a specific place, a specific web page, they can refer the sitemap and go directly there. Also, it utilizes the important keyword phrases. Sitemap helps in overall indexing from the keyword phrases also. When we'll do the keyword research part, you'll get to understand how it gets related. So there are certain keywords which get links to the overall URLs, right? And these URLs all are part of the sitemaps. Right. Next thing is robots.txt. I did give you an understanding of robots.txt is, what exactly it is, what is this file all about, and why one should actually create these files. Now, robots.txt, guys, is a file. It's not an HTML file. It's a notepad file. It helps you to put your site put to let search engine robots know which pages they should come and index and which pages they should not visit, crawl, or index. whether it's visit, crawl, index, or read. I mean, they all are part of the overall process which search engine does. I don't want certain pages of my website to be crawled and indexed. I can let the search engines know with the help of robots.txt. So when we are doing an SEO audit, guys, we would keep a tab on, we would keep a check on whether the canonicalization issue is there for our website, or the sitemap is present on the website or not. Plus, we'll check for the domain age. We'll also check for other information about our website with the help of these commands which we have spoken about. The commands, the who is, the domain age part, the canonicalization. So we just have to check whether it's there or not. And once we know that the sitemap is also present, we would also look at whether the robots.txt is present on our website or not. How do we check that? So the way we checked our sitemap, that was an easy way. We checked that with the help of the domain.com / with the sitemap.xml, right? We press that and we got to know whether the sitemaps are present or not. Similarly, if you have to check for the robots part, the robots file is domain.com / robots.txt, right? I go ahead and press enter. You can see that it's very much visible. It's very much present. Now, what exactly is this? We're going to take this in detail once we'll do on-page optimization, but I'll give you certain more inputs on how this is being created in a while. You can see it does say user agent, and there are certain things which is disallow, 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 and disallow. So these are the pages, guys. These are certain sections of the website which are being not being indexed at all, right? So let me show you how this overall things work. All right. So this is the one of the command which really disallows every web page on the website. If we are creating the website right now and it's in the under construction phase, it's in the construction phase, it's not being built up properly at present, we can write in this command user agent colon asterisk and then disallow colon and then the /. It will disallow the entire site. Let me show you how this is being created. I would take a notepad file. All right. So why we have to take a notepad file, guys, and if I want to block every web page, I would type in user hyphen agent colon and then the asterisk sign, which is shift and 8. All right. And the next thing in the second command. So what happens, right? So this is user agent colon, right? So what happens? User agent means all the search engines, right? All the search engines are right up here. If I have to give a command to a specific search engine, I can type in their name also over here. So let's say if I have to do it for Googlebot, I can mention the name Googlebot. The name for the Google search engine is Googlebot, right? So usually people do it for all the search engines, and all the search engines are referred as an asterisk symbol, user hyphen agent, and then the asterisk symbol. All right. I press an enter and then I do it disallow colon and then the /. This is used, guys, when we have to disallow all the web pages. All right, when we have to disallow all the web pages. This is scenario one, guys. Now, scenario two, I would delete all that and would start fresh and tell you in the scenario two when I want all the web pages of my website to be indexed by the search engine. I would type in the same thing, user agent, and user agent means the search engines. So user agent colon the asterisk sign and then forward enter allow colon /. That's what we have to do. And once that's being done, we can go to file, we can save it, and we can save it as robots.txt. right? We save it as robots.txt, save it and send that across to your developer to upload that in the root folder, right? So if you're not from the development background, you're a digital marketer, you don't need to have all the technical skill sets, which is perfectly fine. You need to be a marketer and not to be a developer. So, but if you have that skill set, which is good. So user agent colon, the asterisk sign, and then the allow. This was scenario 2. Now comes in scenario 3, which is user where we want certain pages to be indexed and certain pages not to be indexed. I can do that by typing in user agent colon and then the asterisk sign followed by disallow. Now why I'm typing disallow right now is because if I am typing disallow forward slash, so it's forward slash followed by, let's say I don't want the backend of my website to be indexed at all. If I do this, what will happen? Only the backend will disallow, not the everything. If I would have done it this way, which was scenario 1, then all the web pages of my website would have been disallowed. But if I want only the backend of my website not to be indexed, I can mention that wp-admin and then the forward slash. What is happening now that every page of my website is getting indexed, but only the backend of my website is not getting indexed. Similarly, let's say if I have a specific e-commerce site, I don't want to include a certain category of my website to be indexed. I can simply go ahead and write in the name of that category. So all the URLs which will have the mobile thing, it's very much a possibility that all the pages which carries the mobiles, they will have the word mobile in it, or there is a specific folder. Either the folder can be disallowed or the URLs. Both the things can be disallowed. Right now, I am disallowing a specific folder which has got all the mobiles. A category, specific category, the mobile category gets disallowed in that case. Another thing, let's say if I want to type in a specific URL, which is not to be any one. So the first thing was the backend panel overall was being disallowed. The second thing is that overall category, the folder is being disallowed on the backend of my website. If I want a specific web page, let's say I want to name it as iPad Air 2, I can do that. So the URL which would have the domain is not to be written. The overall URL is not to be written. Only the last part of the URL has to be written after the domain. So that particular URL will get de-indexed. That particular web page won't be able to rank up till the time we would remove it from here, right? So that's all about creating a robots.txt, guys. And when we're doing the SEO audit, it's always important to keep a look at what all pages on my competitors' websites are getting indexed and what are not getting indexed. Similarly, we can check it for our website too, right? So it says to block the entire site, you can mention this, which I have already told you. This allow colon the forward slash. If I want to block a directory and everything in it, then I can do a disallow colon forward slash private underscore directory. So this one particular uh, folder which I'm disallowing. If I want to block a specific page, that's something also which I've told you. It can be done forward slash private underscore file. That's the end part of the URL, right? So all in all, these are the things with respect to robots. I've already told you about how can you allow indexing of everything, and which is this allow colon, disallow indexing of specific page, specific folder. That can be done, and you don't want spider to come on your website at all. De-indexing of each and every web page. It can be done it this way, right? So that's with robots.txt options. You can see that's how we have done it. We have got the WP admin that includes the PayPal part, the payment part. I did tell you there's something which we don't want to ever get indexed across. And there are certain more things which we have de-indexed at present. All right. The next thing comes in 404 page. Now, what are 404 pages? I did tell you that these are the pages which have never been constructed and never been created, but somehow people type in the URLs uh, with the right domain, but not the exact right URL, overall URL. So 404 page or 404 pages, which is being said in a most popular way, 404. 404 pages are what you see when you click on a broken link. What is a broken link? I'll tell you that. They're oftenly spatially populated with little content other than a message as page not found. Many people just have a specific 404 page being created saying that no page found, page not found, which is really not the right way. 40 custom 404 pages needs to be designed in a proper fashion so that and it needs to have the links or resources where the search engines can actually click and also go to different segments of the website. So let me do one way I would click, I would show you the 404 page of one of the website and tell you the way they have done it. So let's say this is the website snapdeal.com and I try to open a specific internal page, which is snapdeal.com /products kids toys. All right, somehow I go ahead and type in wrong spelling. Instead of toys, I type in toy. All right, what has happened just now? The 404 page, this page has not present. It's not present with Snapdeal. They have got a very great custom 404. Do you see? It's not that they have got a blank page which says that page not found. They've got a very interactive page. They have got these categories, these options. A custom 404 page is designed that if I'm looking at furniture, home and kitchen, if I'm looking at women's footwear, I mean I've got an option on a 404 page which is not present. What is happening if the end customer or the search engine, both of them somehow are able to land on a page which is not no more in existence, they would not actually leave the website very easily. It's not going to be a lose of the customer, a loss of the customer, or loss of the search engines who's coming onto my website, right? So what's happening? The end customer will have a lot of options right up over here, and also over here by clicking on the header. So all the categories are there. Plus, also with the footers, with the footer options, there are plenty of links. The wrong way of having a 404 page is that by just having a plain text saying 4 page not found, but and not having any links. This is a good custom 404 page. Search engine will also come onto this page by somehow because of any broken link. The broken links makes them land to the 404 page and they for the search engines will have access to so many other things. Search engines and end customers will not straight away leave your website and you will be at a losing end by losing the search engine or by losing the end customer. Both of them can be uh, kept on your website with the help of a custom 404 page. That's what custom 404 page are really meant for. A good design, right? And that's another thing which you have to look at while doing an SEO audit, right? So this is something which you have to design and get your developer make a 404 page, which is a good looking custom 404 page. Uh, there's another way of handling this 404 page, guys, which also the Snapdeal's competitor Flipkart actually does it. Let me show you. I don't recommend that, but it's also something which many people do and it's not harmful. If I do flipkart.com /, maybe anything, a page which is not present, the domain is right, but the page which is not present, I write flipkart.com /, blah, blah. You can see the 404 doesn't come, but they redirect it to the home page. So redirecting the end customer to the home page whenever there is a 404 is another way of dealing with the 404. It's up to you, whichever way you want to do it. But I personally recommend the way Snapdeal has done it because it does gives a lot of options to the end customer and does tell them that the page which they have clicked on, they have I mean, that's no more there. That has been changed. So having a 404, a custom 404 is an important thing, and one needs to check it while doing an SEO audit. Another thing with SEO audit, guys, is checking for search engine friendly URL. Now, when we check for URLs, we have to see whether the URLs which are present are search engine friendly or not. Now, URL, how do we check whether a specific URL is search engine friendly or not? Let me show you. So let's say if I'm on the Flipkart site only, and or maybe on the Snapdeal, I would take that one as first. All right, so let's say I go into the internal page of my website, of this Snapdeal website. What's happening? You can see it is a plain, simple URL which doesn't have any special characters. You know, some people have a lot of very lengthy URL with a lot of special characters, just like at the rate symbol, dollar symbol, percentage symbol, and symbol, or some brackets or plus sign and whatnot. But these are something which are never ever recommended. Another thing which you can look and decide whether a specific URL is a search engine friendly URL is not or not, that the words within the URL, they need to pertain to the overall page which is there. So the keyword of the page is present right up here. It's mobile phones, right? So mobile phone is what is being targeted here, and the keyword is right present up here, right? So another thing which you can also check and decide whether a URL is friendly, search engine friendly or not. The first one was no special characters. The second thing was a very tidy thing, not a very long URL. And third thing being the keyword being there. Fourth thing, while you're checking whether a URL is search engine friendly or not, is that the two words, the space between two words, are depicted with the help of a hyphen and not a underscore or any other thing. So it's always recommended that you present the space between two words with the help of a hyphen. No underscore, no question mark, or no special character. Hyphen is the recommended thing what search engines really like about search, URLs. So that's with checking search engine friendly URLs. If you find all these things, you are good to go. You can say that your website has got search engine friendly URL, and you can also check for your competitors' search your URLs, right? And take some lessons from there if your URLs are not at all search engine friendly. It says that it's always better to have meaningful words and keywords. Like I told you, mobile phones was a word in that example which I've taken. So having meaningful words and keywords is something which is recommended. And also, like I told you, the space between two words has to be separated, has to be depicted with the help of an hyphen. So use hyphen to separate two words, right? The space has to be shown with the help of a hyphen. One should not ever use these underscores, spaces, or any other special characters to separate words, like I did tell you. And URLs must be shorter than 2083 characters, guys. So 2083 is quite a lot. And one of the ways through which you can, you can say whether a specific URL is search engine friendly or not. This is one of the great ways you can check. So it says example.com, one of the website / category hyphen keyword. So the main category forward hyphen the keyword associated to that category / subcategory hyphen the keyword related to the subcategory, and then / the primary keyword, primary product, the main product for which the overall web page URL is there, that product name / the keyword associated to that primary product. So if you have iPhone 6, let's say, then you would be like, and if it's a Snapdeal thing, snapdeal.com / mobile hyphen, the keyword would be mobile phones, and then the subcategory may be the Apple phones, and then the keyword would be Apple Apple mobile phones, and then / the product being iPhone 6 and the keyword being buy iPhone 6. So in this way, the overall example, if it's like this, the URL is crisp and cleaner like this, which does have a folder path, a proper folder path with category followed by the subcategory and then followed by the main primary product and all the keywords for every specific main category, subcategory being mentioned, then it definitely means that the URL is search engine friendly. All right, so that's with the overall search engine friendliness of the URL, which you can see and check while doing and performing an SEO audit. The other thing being check broken links. Checking of broken links is something which is very much important. How can this be done? Is with the help of a specific tool. Now, what exactly broken links are, guys? Let me show you this. Let's say I open a website, searchenginejournal.com, which is one of my favorite website. I keep a tab on it. So let's say I open the very first. All right, so I will open one of them. So one of the articles which I'm opening right now, what happens, you can see this is an hyperlink, right? They have created a hyperlink. If I click on this and open it in a new tab, this particular page opens up, right? When this particular page opens up, it becomes an internal link. But now the point which I'm trying to tell you, let's say tomorrow what happens, this link remains over here, but somehow the page which used to open, the link remains and the URL which is there, somehow these people decide that they're going to discontinue this URL, they're going to delete this overall stuff. What will happen? This will become a broken link for this website, for this particular page. More broken links you have, bad it is. If I uh, take a look and show you one of the external link, even for the external link, it works in this way. So you can see this one, this particular URL, this particular link founder at Quiet Light Brokerage. This will actually open a third party website. Now tomorrow, now this is a broken link, guys. That's great. So this is a broken link. It's not opening up. This is an example of a broken link. This is going to affect search engine journal websites ranking. How can we really check for the broken links of a website? We have to always reduce the number of broken links on a website. While doing an SEO audit, after checking the search engine friendliness search engine friendliness, we have to also check for the overall broken links on our website. So let's say if I do it for searchenginejournal.com, I just have to type in, it's brokenlinkcheck.com, guys. I would take brokenlinkcheck.com, would enter the URL over here. I'll click on find broken links. It's X3QJJ, and I go ahead and click on find broken links. It'll start first of all analyzing all the web pages and start giving me the broken links which are present. Along with the broken links, it'll also tell me, this particular tool, where exactly these broken links are located on my website, so that I can easily get to know the source and reach that particular page and remove those broken links which are present on my website. So it will take some time, guys. You can simply go ahead and check it yourself. Let me show you. Okay, you can see the very first broken link has come up over here, right? And if you click on the source page, it'll tell you where exactly this this broken link is over there. It's a 404 page which is opening up when this is being clicked across, right? And so that's with the broken link, guys. That's overall, it will keep on performing its activity. I hope most of you are clear on that part. That's with, so when someone clicks on a page, what broken links, why should we check them? So when someone clicks on a page and it doesn't lead to a working page, I did show you with the example, it's called broken link. It's very important to diagnose this. The broken links actually breaks the journey of the search engines also, and also the end customer. Hence, they can't really lead to much better crawling and indexing. So it does adversely affects the health of the websites and lowers the potential of the website to rank, right? That's all I have, guys, in this video. I'll just do a recap of what we have done just now. So we started with understanding the overall SEO audit part and what exactly it is. We also understood the reasons and benefits of doing an SEO audit, right? We understood that in detail. We understood some of the commands, the cache colon site colon, the link colon command, related colon command, info colon command, define colon command. They're very important in terms of getting to know about our website and our competitors' website. Followed by who is stuff, whereas in we understood how can we get to know the domain age. It's very much important to know about the domain age. Then also about making sure that our website is not in the trap of canonicalization, right? So canonicalization of a particular domain happens when our website opens up with two different domains, right? So with www and without www version, right? XML sitemap, we also understood what exactly these are. These are the certain maps and how should we go ahead and get them created. I did tell you about the tool XML sitemaps, and once that's get created, you can download and send it across your developer to upload it into the root folder. When you're doing an SEO audit, you can check whether the sitemap is present. How you do that? By entering domain.com/sitemap.xml. Similarly, you can also check for the robots.txt by typing in the domain.com/robots.txt, right? So we understood all that. We understood overall ways through which we can create the robots.txt file and get that uploaded across. All right. So these are certain ways through which we can, through commands in different scenarios. Robots was being followed by understanding of 404 page. How can we get the 404 pages working in favor of the overall SEO campaign? So a custom 404 page is something which is recommended, right? We also understood how can we really check whether the URLs of a website while doing an SEO audit. We can check 404, we can check the search engine friendliness of the URLs as well. So there are certain ways to check that, which is a human intervention is needed. And the last one, we understood what broken links are and there is an adverse effect with respect to broken links and how can we check that. So these are the topics which we are going to cover in this overall module, guys. The third module, which is on-page optimization. What exactly is on-page optimization? We first going to cover that up. Then the second part being reasons and benefits of doing on-page. So until and unless we don't know what is the benefit of performing a specific activity, there is no point in going ahead and doing that. So the overall basics needs to be clear. The what exactly are we trying to achieve with the specific activity? Then the all overall activities which are part of on-page optimizations are so forth and so on, starting with keyword analysis. Now, what is keyword analysis? In my first couple of videos, I've already told you what exactly the word keyword means. What is a keyword? It's a query which the end customer types in the Google search engine. Now, if I give you an example today that I'm an advertiser and I have got, for an hypothetical situation, I own a car garage and you guys are digital marketing consultants. Now, today I ask you, does it really make sense for me, as in the car garage owner, to spend on SEO? Then how would you get to know whether it is a great thing for the car garage owner as well? It would first need asking and asking the client. You as the digital marketers would really ask me, which is who's the client, that whether my end customer is actually present on the internet or not. So giving an example, if I am car garage owner and my audiences are those people who owns car and they want to get their car serviced, their car AC may be repaired or car wash kind of a thing, then the car wash services are basically bought by what kind of audience? And this audience which buy the car wash services, are they really present on the internet or not? If they are present on internet, then the second thing which we have to really look at is that within the internet, does the end audience really go on to search engines for finding in services like car wash? If the answer is yes, the search engines are used for car search, car wash services, then it is a good exercise to go ahead. It is a good investment to go ahead with SEO campaigns. So investing in SEO campaigns only makes sense if the client's end customer is using search engines for finding products and services which the client is serving. Once that's being known, once that is decided, then only the keyword analysis part comes in. If I select in wrong keywords, if I am the digital marketer or I'm the advertiser, let's say I'm the advertiser and I get any digital marketer to work on my website and rank my website on certain keywords, let's say 5 keywords. If those five keywords really don't match to what my end customer also types in while looking for products and services of mine, then there is no benefit, because my website should be up for those specific keyword which the potential audience is going to type in. So we take that in detail. We'll be using certain tool which is called Google Keyword Planner tool. That would be used, and I would show you how can we get to know about lots and lots of keywords which are used by end audience to type across in the search bar. And we'll also check the competition of a particular keyword. When I say competition, it means how many websites are trying to rank themselves on the top for a specific keyword. Plus, we'll also analyze, while doing keyword analysis, how many searches have happened for a particular keyword in the last 1 month. So Google gives us certain statistics, Google gives us certain data to analyze, and this data is actually captured by Google themselves when people actually come onto their platform on their search engine and do a lot of research. Once that's being done, let's say if we have finalized 50 odd keywords for by doing keyword analysis, that these are 50 good keywords which are uh, good and should be targeted and they are relevant, and my end audience actually types in that keyword while looking for my products and services. If once that's been done, we will move ahead and start doing URL mapping. Now, what exactly URL is? URL are the pages, the inner pages of my website, right? So the inner web pages have to be mapped across to those keywords which I have taken out. Every URL needs to be focused on certain 2 to 3 keywords. If 2 to 3 keywords are being used for particular keyword for particular URL, then it will add a lot of benefit to my SEO campaign. So we'll talk about that in detail, followed by once the URL mapping is being done, then we'll start making changes to every web page. So let's say I have got 50 keywords and those 50 keywords are targeted for 20 URLs. Now those 20 inner web pages data needs to be checked and needs to be optimized perfectly. Every web page has got its own title tag, and every web page has got its own meta tag description, meta keywords, and there is another thing called focus keyword. So I'll explain all of that in detail, what exactly they are, and how do we go ahead and change them. That'll be in the fourth upcoming video, but in this particular video, we'll talk about what exactly these things are, right? And after that, there is an alt tag, guys. Now, what exactly alt tag is? It's also another tag which Google uses, right? Which Google uses in terms of looking at a particular image. Images are not at all seen by the search engines the way humans do. So humans look at the images in a very fine way, but Google or any other search engines cannot check them. They check it with the help of alt tags. So we'll specify certain tags for an images so that even the images gets searched, indexed, and crawled. We've understood these things, the crawling part and the indexing part. So the crawling and indexing of images only happens with the help of alt tags. So whatever images are there on every web page, they needs to be optimized as well. So along with the title tag, meta tag description, meta keywords, and focus keyword, we'll have the alt tags being optimized too, followed by certain header tags, guys. So I'll show you how these header tags looks like in every web page. These things have to be implemented at the back end also. So when we have a specific website, we'll be making changes to the header tags, and within the header tags, it's very much important that the keywords come in there. The keywords which we are trying to which we have mapped while during the URL mapping and the URL mapping phase, every keyword needs to be mapped across and to particular URLs, and these keywords needs to be part of the header tags, alt tags, and all the other tags which we are talking about, right? Next thing which we'll talk about is anchor text. So there is a process of creating backlinks from our website and also internal links. So within our web pages, there are internal links and external links both. While creating internal and external links, there is a particular text which is used to hyperlink. That text is called anchor text. I'll show you in practical way how does it really look like. In short, the text which is hyperlinked is called anchor text. So this is the overall objective, guys. These are the overall things which we're going to talk about, right? The other one being the third The third last point is internal links creation. So it's very essential for the success of every SEO campaign that internal links are built. What exactly internal links are? It's like linking one of the web page to the second page or the third page or the fourth page or the fifth page. Every web page would have links to the other web pages of my website. If there is a good amount of internal linking being done and relevant internal linking being done, then it will add quite a lot of value to my overall SEO campaign. So we'll talk about that, and I'll also make you understand how this is being done practically in the fourth video, right? The second last point within on-page optimization is creating search engine friendly URLs. Now, what URLs are? These are the uniform resource locators, which are on the top. So I'll show you what exactly they are and how can we make them search engine friendly. Search engines have got certain parameters on the basis of which they see URLs as well. If those URLs are not designed and created, are not shaped up as per those parameters, then Google is not going to give much value to that. So, but if in case there is a lot of great stuff being done with the URLs. They have been shaped up by keeping the search engine friendliness in mind. Then it will add a lot of value, and the website will rank higher. All these things with the on-page optimization, once they are being done in perfect way, it will help the overall SEO campaign to perform better and make our website rank higher, right? And the last thing about on-page optimization is all about removing broken links. Now, what exactly broken links are? Broken links are like when we are giving a particular external link to one of my website, let's say any other website. From one of my website, I give a backlink. I give a link to any other third-party website. Now, maybe tomorrow or day after, this particular third-party website tries to remove the backlink, tries to remove that URL from their website for which we were also giving a backlink. So once they remove that, it will become a broken link for us. I'll show you how it is being done. So it's just like, today I decide to give a backlink. Today I decide to give a vote to a particular website, which is IntelliPath from my website. From my website, it goes to the IntelliPath website. Tomorrow, IntelliPath just finds that this web page is not doing that great stuff, and they remove that URL, and then they come up with a new URL. So the old URL to which I was giving a backlink would become a broken link, because search engines, when they will come onto my website and check this particular URL or this particular link which has been created, search engine will land onto a 404, a broken page, because that page doesn't exist anymore, right? If the page doesn't exist anymore, it becomes a broken link for my website, and it is harmful for my SEO campaign. So I'll tell you how do you find broken links for a particular website, and how can you edit and delete and make right do right steps for your successful SEO campaign, for making your campaign successful. All right, so let's get to all these pointers step by step, and in a very layman language, I'll make you understand each one of them. All right. So the first thing is, what is on-page optimization? Like I told you, on-page optimization is all about making changes on the web page, right? So what does a web page comprises of? Let's say today I open a particular website, which is intellipart.in. All right, so this is my website. Now, what you can see, this is the URL of my website, right? This is called the URL, which is Uniform Resource Locator. If I'm on the home page, let's say I go on to any of my internal pages from here. If I go into Browse Courses and I go to the Big Data or maybe the Salesforce one, now this is one of my internal web page, right? This is the internal web page URL, and within the internal web page URL, you can see, if I talk about on-page optimization, everything which is part of this page, whether it's this text, whether it's the image, whether it's this video, whether it's these tags, or the content underneath. These are the headers, guys. These are certain headings, the about heading, then certain text, then the learning heading, and then certain text. Playing around with all these things, there's another text which is a heading, recommended audience, and then you go further down. This is the paragraph content. Making changes to the content, making changes to the headings, making changes to further subheadings or the major headings or the images, all that becomes part of the on page. Besides that, there are certain tags which I told you. I'm going to show you. Every web page has its tag, guys. Right, so I'll talk about that. In brief, what exactly the on-page optimization is. In search engine optimization, on-page optimization refers to factors that have effect on your website or web page listing in the natural search results. I hope each one of you remember what natural search results are. So just to give you an example, again, if I go into google.com and type in something, when I type in something, there are various search results which come in. This is the first search result, the second one, the third one. But the first three ones are the paid ad ones, right? When I talk about the natural or the organic, where we are trying to get our website also with the help of SEO, this particular website is there on the top with the help of SEO. The top three ones are the paid ads. They're over there with the help of SEM activity. But the Snapdeal, Apple, Amazon, Flipkart, they all are there because they have done great amount of SEO on their website. So they definitely would have done good amount of SEO on page optimization. I'll show you by taking one of the example, let's say for Snapdeal, how they have done it perfectly and how they have shaped up things in the right effective fashion. Right. So that's the definition of on page, guys, right? So you have the internal linking, selection of the keywords, which we're going to do, meta description tags, which we are also going to understand, the header tags, we'll also check that, title tags, the content part, and the alt tags, which I've already briefed you on a bit. I'll make all those things clear to you as we'll move further. Now, why do we do on-page SEO? Why is it important to do the on-page SEO? So absolutely, for getting much better rankings, all of you would say that SEO is done in order to get much better organic rankings, and much better organic rankings would lead to good amount of relevant traffic coming onto my website, and traffic would ultimately convert or would actually lead to some more inquiries, and these inquiries would actually lead to end sale also, right? So this is all about on-page SEO, all about SEO, why we're doing it. But for on-page SEO, better search engine rankings achievement is definitely one of the objective. Also, on-page SEO leads to much better credibility. So search engines give good amount of credibility to those websites which have done a good amount of on-page SEO. So on page with search engines, they look at various aspects while ranking a particular website. Now, in between all these various aspects, on page SEO plays a vital role. Almost 50% of the SEO is dependent upon on page search engine optimization. Once on page search engine optimization is done perfectly, then the website would actually move up. Third important point, third reason why the on-page SEO is needed, it's beneficial, is that it also helps us to make our website set up perfectly. So no matter, let's say if we haven't really set up our website perfectly, but with SEO campaign, with SEO campaign, once on-page SEO would come into action, the website would shape up properly. The website would be looked at in much finer terms, in much perfect way from the search engine perspective and also from the end customer. If my website is not giving in that information which my end customer is looking in for, then there is no benefit of having that website, right? So website's purpose is to give in those information which the end customer is looking for. And SEO would actually help us to shape up our website in that way. All right. The fourth important point, the fourth important reasons for doing an on-page SEO, guys, along with search engine ranking being achieved or the credibility part with search engines or with setting up website properly, the fourth one is to is content creation and optimization. There is a lot of content which goes into the website, right? So today, let's say if I have launched my website and I launch my website and get something or the other being written for the end customer, but that's not sufficient. I have to always look at the content of my website from two perspectives, guys. One is the particular content on my website giving in the information which my end customer is looking for? Number one. Number is one is for the end user. Number two is that is the content written on the web page really talking to the search engines? Are search engines able to understand what is this page all about? And if they're able to understand, then they will definitely make my web page rank higher for the targeted keyword. So let's say my targeted keyword is Salesforce architect training. If this keyword is being typed across in search engine, then Google or any other search engine will give certain benefits to me for doing things right. If I have selected, if I have got the URLs perfectly created right, if I've got the title tag correctly right, or if I've got the other alt tags and whatnot, which we are going to talk about. So if all those things are done perfectly, then the creation is being refined and also being optimized, right? So that's about what on-page optimization is and what are the benefits of doing on-page SEO, right? Now let's move on to the keyword analysis part, which is the number one activity before we move ahead with doing on-page optimization. So this is when the overall SEO campaign starts. After doing the SEO audit, which we have covered in the last video, after doing the SEO audit, we try to start with the on-page SEO. And on-page SEO always starts with a good keyword research. And when we have spoken about SEO audit, it's not just our website which has to be audited, but it also our competitors' website which needs to be audited. If I've audited my competitor's website, if I audited my particular website, I've got to know what is the overall difference between the two websites, where is the gap? Is my website lacking something as compared to my other website, my competitor's website? I would get to know that gap, right? So once that gap is known, I would start doing optimization for my website. And with the overall optimization on page is number one, and with on page keyword analysis is the number one activity. Right. So with keyword analysis, guys, I have listed one of the tool which is called adwords.google.co.in/keyword planner. So we'll be taking that and I'll make you understand how this is being done. I'll take with the help of one of the examples. So as it says, keyword research is a practice used by search engine optimization professionals. So all those search engine optimization professionals are using keyword research as one of their activity to find and research the actual search terms people are using on the search engines while conducting a search. Till the time I don't know those keywords which the end customers are using and typing in the search engines, then there is no benefit of doing SEO, because if we are assuming my audience would type in this, my audience would type in that, assumptions really lead to bad results. We have to be very sure of what people are typing in, what my end customers are typing in this Google search results. And Google Keyword Planner tool will actually help us with that. So SEO professionals research on the keywords part in order to achieve better rankings in search engine. So better ranking is needed also, plus better conversions are needed. So for that, keyword research is important. Let me first show you the keyword planner tool, guys. I'll just take that. So you'll have access to the your presentation as well. Okay, let me open that. So this is the tool, guys. All right, so what I need is a username and password of my Google account to be punched in. All right, so it's loading up. All right, so let's take an example of the similar web page which we have shown up here. For this particular web page, let's say one of the keyword which I feel is the base keyword my audience might type in, which is Salesforce architect training. I'm going to use this base keyword over here in Google Planner tool. I first of all would click on, after going into that Google Keyword Planner tool URL, this is the first thing which you would get to see. You would need to click on search for new keywords using a phrase, website, or category, and then type in that keyword, base keyword which you have. Let's say you get to know about this base keyword from your end audience also. So your end audience tells you that you probably need to ask them uh, in a sort of a face-to-face or over the phone or over the email, you need to really ask them if they're using search engines to find out about products and services which you offer, then you really need to ask them what sort of keyword do they type in. Do they type in this or that? Take that keyword, use that as one of the base keyword. You can even type in your product or service name also, whichever way. So this is one of the product or service, one of the service which we are providing. And then the landing page. So I would use the URL over here as the landing page. All right. The third thing comes in is a product category. So I would be looking for the product category, and which is going to be, so it's internet and telecom jobs and education, right? It's all about education, education and training. And within education and training, it's all about training and certification. And within training and certification, I can also see whether there's something else. So let's go with training and certification only. And that's the product category, training and certification. Now, do I want to do it for a particular region? Let's say I want to do it for India, or I also want to do it for United Kingdom. So as of now, let's say I want to just do it for India. I can go ahead and add that part. And once that being done, I go ahead and click on. So you can just ignore the other part because they're used for the SEM purpose. So this tool is majorly used for the SEM purpose for the Google AdWords paid tool. We're using it also for SEO because that's how you go ahead with your SEO campaign. Now you need to click on Get Ideas. It'll give you a lot of options of keywords which are used, which are typed in by end customers and users of search engines. So scroll further down, and instead of grad group ideas, you can ignore that part and look at keyword ideas. So keyword ideas is something which really needs to be looked at. All right. So now you can see plenty of permutation and combination which Google provides in terms of what people are typing in related to the landing page we have offered, related to the category, and related to the base keyword or the product and service which we have offered. First of all, you can see the data over here. It does have three major things which we have to look at. One is the keyword. We have to always categorize keyword or filter out keyword on the basis of relevancy first. If I have got a keyword, all these keywords I have to see first of all from the relevancy point of view. Does it really make sense for my business or not? Then the second thing is the monthly search, and third is being the competition. Let's give you an example. So it says TOGAF certification, it's not valid. SFDC certification, solution architect training. This is something which is relevant to my particular business. I would take that. I would choose that one. Salesforce online training in Hyderabad is again very much in sync with what I offer. Then architect training courses is also very much relevant. Project management courses is not in sync with what I'm talking about right now. But similarly, all those much more keywords. Salesforce training Chennai, I also provide training, Salesforce training in Chennai and Salesforce online training in Hyderabad. All these things. So once from the relevancy point of view, if I filter out, there are 224 keywords. Out of 224, I filter out, let's say 100 odd keywords. After taking 100 odd keywords, I have to see the keywords from the monthly searches and the competition part. The monthly searches always has to be higher and the competition has to be lesser. So this is all about how many people, monthly search is all about how many people are typing in this keyword in Google search bar uh, on month after month, right? So 210 people have typed in Java Architect solution certification, and the competition is less. When we say competition, it means very low number of people and less number of websites are really trying to get their website up on search engines with the help of either SEM or SEO. So less number of people are trying to get their website up for this particular keyword. So higher the number of searches and lower the competition, that's the best uh, uh, best combination to go with. First of all, it's a relevancy. I can go ahead and first of all download the list of overall certifications by clicking on add all 224. or download ideas. So let's say I click on download and it'll get exported into an Excel sheet. So it says Excel CSV. I go ahead and click on download. All right, somehow it did fail. Let me try once more. All right, so it says it's available right now. I would go ahead and click on save file. All right, so once I click on save file, I would go ahead and click on this. And these are the keywords. Here are the key overall list of keywords. We can start categorizing them on the basis of relevancy first. Once they have been diagnosed and checked in the relevancy part, let's say out of 100 odd keywords or 200 odd keywords, I've got 100 keywords which are relevant to it. The second thing is the competition, like I told you, and also the average monthly searches, right? So you have the average monthly searches. You have to look for those keywords after finding out the relevant ones. Within the relevant ones, you would have to see which keyword has more monthly searches and lesser competition. In the advert panel, you had seen only high, low, and medium, but over here you can get to see the competition detail in much more specific terms, which is on a scale of 0 to 1. On a scale of 0 to 1, if you can see 0.92 for project management courses, this is pretty high competitive. So 0.92 out of 1, and this is 0.08, which is SFDC certification. This is on a very lower end. So we would try to find out bunch of those keywords which have higher monthly searches and relevant and have got lower competitions. So we'll sort of segment them in a descending order. Descending order in the sense more monthly searches, lesser competition, and relevant ones. So we'll get that bunch of keywords. I would show you how I have done it for one of my client. I have got them, and also show you the steps for that. So majorly it's being said if your website is fairly new, then you should always try and look out for those keywords which are longer key phrases. Those longer key phrases are majorly the bottom funnel ones. What are these? The top of the funnel, middle funnel. So just to give you an example, let's say I type in a keyword, very generic one, iPhone. Okay. An iPhone is a very generic keyword. Even a small kid would type in to get to know what exactly an iPhone stands for. Or maybe somebody who doesn't have an iPhone also again wants to keep it look into the overall picture. So generic uh, word basically is the top of the funnel word. They are high traffic driven keywords, but they are not conversion related keywords. But let's say if you have got certain section of people coming into your website with the help of generic keywords, many would filter down and they would start typing in bit longer key phrases. Bit longer detailed search phrases would form part of mid funnel. This set of audiences, those audience which are trying to right now find out which particular product or service they should buy. Now, for an example, top of the funnel was about iPhone, and the middle funnel is all about buy iPhone. So somebody who wants to buy an iPhone would type in keyword like this, or where to buy iPhone for cheaper price. Now this kind of keyword, where to buy iPhone for cheaper price in New Delhi, is a bottom funnel where it's a longer key phrase and very specific. It's the exact word which the end customer is looking for. So maybe iPhone 6, buy iPhone 6 16 GB online. This is the bottom funnel because somebody who wants to buy that is typing in the word buy, is also typing in the overall product specification, whether it's 64 GB or 16 GB or whatnot. So I hope you have understood. Very generic keywords comes on the bottom, and then as we'll go further down, it becomes a bit longer key phrase, and the larger bottom funnel one is much more larger, right? And the most conversion related keywords are the bottom funnel one, guys. The bottom funnel ones are those who type in this bottom funnel one, they are ready to buy in instantly, right? So that's with keyword analysis. I'll show you a list of the keyword analysis of what being done for my client, 15 keywords which we have got from them. And this is some more information about keyword analysis. Like I did tell you, don't ever make assumptions. Always research, because assumptions would lead to a bad overall uh, campaign, right? So if you don't want bad results for your campaign, always make assumptions, guys. And as it's rightly said, researchers make money and assumptions cost money. So it's always scary to go with assumptions. So keywords are usually broken up into various groups, like I did tell you in the last slide, in the longer, middle, and the broad, very shorter key phrases. So the longer key phrases are the ones which have lesser traffic. The longer ones, which are the exact one, which they have lesser traffic, but they are more conversion related. This particular keywords are more traffic driven, but not the conversion related ones, right? So these are the major groupings. They're majorly broken up into groupings and based on the number of words within the query phrases, like I did tell you. Just to give an example, the word shoes is something which is generic and it's on the top of the funnel. It would have a lot of search volume, but it would not really lead to a lot of conversions. And another keyword which is men's shoes is the in medium one, which would have certain conversion related audience also and just generic audience also. But somebody who's very much specific, who what exactly they want, they would type in keyword like men's leather shoes or buy men's leather shoes in black color. These kind of keywords are very less number of people would type in, but these are long tail and conversion related keywords. So the more words in a keyword, more usually it is easier to rank them. It is easier to rank the keyword men's leather shoes, and it's difficult to rank the keyword shoes because there would be plenty of websites trying to rank themselves up. It's always recommended to target majorly the long tail, or if you're done with long tail, step two would be to go with the men shoes one, the medium ones. It's very much like levels. Level one is longer key phrases. Longer key phrases are easy to rank, lesser competition, and also conversion related keywords. It would fetch you lower traffic, but lesser traffic would also let you at least give you good amount of conversions, right? So the more words in a keyword phrase, usually it is easier to rank them, and since usually there is less relative competition also, right? So that's with keyword analysis, guys. The next stuff comes in with keyword mapping. I'll show you how keyword mapping is being done for one of my client along with the keyword analysis in a short while. And once the keyword, let's say we have come on to a conclusion that we have to take 15 keywords for which we want to get our website on the top. I have funneled down keywords on the basis of relevancy, on the basis of the average monthly searches, and also on the basis of the competition. Keywords with lesser competition, higher average monthly searches, and relevancy, they form part of my overall bunch of keywords which I'm going to target. And after that, every keyword has to map with a specific URL. So you cannot rank only your homepage for all the 15 or the 1500 keywords which you're targeting. Whatever the number of keywords which you're targeting to get your website on the top, it's never ever there that the homepage will rank for the keywords which you have decided. Your internal pages will also rank. You cannot put a lot of pressure on the homepage. You have to really divide it, dissect it on the basis of the URLs, right? So the very first one, just a sec. So keyword mapping and URL mapping, they both mean the same. So whatever keywords which we have got so far with the help of keyword analysis, they needs to be mapped across to relevant URLs. Like I said, you cannot put a lot of pressure on one single URL to be ranked across on multiple keywords. You cannot say that for 15 keywords, the homepage URL has to be ranking across, right? So let me show you how I have done it for one of my client. And before showing you that, also let me tell you that the minimum one and maximum three keywords is what I recommend for mapping across to a single particular URL. Every keyword, first of all, has to have a particular URL which has to be ranked up. Also, if I talk it in the other way, for how many, for every particular URL, how many keywords should be mapped across? Maximum three. Because if you'll have more than three, it will take a lot of time to get your particular web page ranked up higher. So more the number of keywords, it'll take more time, and lesser the number of keywords. So optimum is three, and so minimum one and maximum three. Out of those three keywords which we are trying to get for particular URL, we need to have one focus keyword out of those three keywords which we have defined for every URL. Let me show you how I have done it for one of my clients. That'll give you a much more idea. All right, so right now you can see that this for this particular client of mine, I've got the keywords in place. So out of, let's say, there were 100 keywords which I've identified. Maybe the keyword planner have given me 800 keywords. Out of 800 keywords, I got to know that there are just 100 keywords which are relevant, have got lesser competition and more search results. Out of those, I have just filtered down 15 keywords. And for those 15 keywords, I have mapped them across to the internal web pages on my website. I have to manually check my website which particular URL will match to what particular keyword. You can see the Noida related keyword is very much related to the specific URL. The content which is present on the URL on the web page has to be in sync with the keyword, right? So you can do the other way also, where you can just list down all the URLs first and then list out the keywords which will map to it. How can that be? I'll just show you. But let me go ahead and let you make you see that the Gurgaon related keyword is focusing on the Gurgaon related URL. Similarly, that same Gurgaon related URL is also targeting one more keyword. There are two keywords for this particular URL. The Gurgaon related URL is targeting for two keywords. Similarly, the Noida related URL has got a couple of keywords which it is trying to target for. Similarly, the Bhopal one is matched to the Bhopal one. Indore one has matched with the Indore one. Now, this overall mechanism was by taking out the list of keywords, listing down those keywords, and after listing down the keywords, finding out what particular URL will match to what particular keyword. I can do it the other way also. I can take the URLs first and then get keywords for them. Let me show you. All right, so this is the Excel sheet which I generally use for doing the overall on-page optimization. All right, so you can see the home page URL being mentioned right up here. And for the home page, you can just ignore the title tag as of now. I'll show you what exactly that means. You can ignore the description part also, but just focus on the target keyword part. For the home page, it's these three keywords. Like I did tell you, focus keyword also has to be there. So out of those three keywords, one focus keyword. The very first keyword I have taken, out of three keywords, I have taken one of the keyword as the focus keyword, and there are three keywords being defined for every URL. So for the second URL, there are three keywords. For the third URL, there are three keywords. In this particular example, I have done the other way. I've got the URLs of my paper overall website listed here, which is 41 URLs of my website. For every web page URL, I have targeted three keywords. So all in all, what it means, for 120 keywords, I'm trying to get my website on the top. 3 into 40 keywords or 41. So 120 to 123 keywords, right? So almost 120, 123 keywords, I'm trying to get my website on the top, and which is very much possible. Now there is a reason why we take focus keyword. Out of every three keyword, we take a focus keyword. It's just like setting a priority, that if Google asks you out of these three keywords or out of the overall keywords which you're defining for a particular web page URL, there should be a specific focus keyword. And that's the one, that's the major priority one. And I'll tell you how to implement that. I'll tell you how do we go ahead and include these keywords within the content, within the other stuff, and from the backend also. So just stay tuned to what I'll cut, right? So that's with the overall keyword mapping, which I believe most of you are okay with, which is the most easy stuff to do, right? So you can also see in a pictorial format way, it does tell you that keyword one is focusing the home page, keyword two is focusing one of the category page, keyword three focusing the other category page, keyword four focusing the third category page, right? So we have the keyword five focusing on one of the content page, then the second content page for keyword 6 for seventh content page focusing on the another content page, right? That's how you distribute. It's very much uh, uh, required to distribute keywords across all the web pages. If you don't do that, let's say had it been just all these 7 keywords focusing on the home page, you will never ever reach anywhere, right? These are the internal pages. These are the internal pages of my website, and I'm having keyword category set 1 for this particular internal page, keyword category set 2. So when these sets are there, it means those minimum 1 and maximum 3 keywords. So the set of those 3 keywords is targeting this particular page, set of another 3 keywords is targeting this particular page. So mapping is definitely needed, right? So you can see, so I have shown you one of the Excel sheet where I've shown you how things look like in the mapping part. This is another example for the major homepage. I've got keyword 1, I've got keyword 2 in place, right? So I have another keyword 3, and all these keywords which are there in keyword 1, they are the focus keywords, right? And you can see the kind of keywords I have taken for this particular client of mine. They are very much longer key phrases. How to send cargo to Australia. I mean, these are very much long tail keywords, and the chances of getting them converted is higher. This is very much needed, right? And you can also see the keywords pertain very specifically to what the web page is. The web page is vehicle shipping to New Zealand, and it says vehicle shipping New Zealand. It says vehicle shipping to Australia, and the URL says vehicle shipping Australia, right? So the content has to be matched with the keywords which we are trying to select. All right. Moving further, I would like to now tell you about the tags which are there on the websites and which we as search engine optimizers would be making changes to it. Now, title tag is the most important factor, guys. Once we are done with the keyword analysis, we are done with the keyword mapping. Now we have to change things on these respective URLs as per the keywords which we have chosen for them. Now, where all these keywords would come in these respective URLs, we'll talk about this, and they will come first of all in the title tag. Now, if you see with this particular image, when we type in something, it's food poisoning which is being typed across, the very first content which comes on the top of search results, these are the title tag, guys. That's how the title tags of every web page appears on the search results. Let me show you with the live example. So if I go on to the same particular, let's say I type in google.com once more. All right, now I type in buy iPhone 6 as one of my keyword again. And these are the paid ads, we all know, so we're not going to focus on that. Now, if we scroll further down, these are the organic listings, the store.apple, then the Snapdeal, then the Amazon. This particular wording, guys, on the top, which is in blue color or purple, whatever you call it, that's the title tag. Similarly, over here for the Amazon one, this is the title tag. Now, search engines uses title tags as one of the mechanism to know about a web page. If my web page has got a title tag which is also including the focus keyword has to come in the particular page so that it can rank up. You can see the keyword I had typed in is buy iPhone 6, and that same keyword buy and then iPhone 6, maybe the continuation part is not there, but still it's very much there. So some or the other words will actually be part of the title tags, whatever keywords which we are typing. So this is the title tags, guys, in the top, and the wordings, the text which is there in the gray color. You can see the gray color text. This is very much their part of, this is very much a meta description, guys. So that's the title tag, and this is the meta description. The meta description is overall this. All right. So let me show you how title tag and meta tag looks like in the front end. Let's say I open this particular same search result in a new tab, and this is the home page. Sorry, this is the exact web page. There is no place where the title tag is going to appear. It doesn't appear on the top, it doesn't appear on the bottom, it doesn't appear in the content part. If I scroll further down, the title tag which was there, which said iPhone 6 16 GB by Apple iPhone 6, it's not presented over here, the same content. But if I take my cursor, guys, on the top, all right, now you can see that small rectangular, a pretty, a small rectangular thing which has the white background and black content. I'll show that again. It went, okay, I take my cursor again and you can see it says iPhone 6 16 GB colon buy Apple iPhone 6 16 GB online at low price in India colon snapdeal.com, right? That's the title tag, guys, which you can see on the front end of the web page. This is one. And when I talk about the meta description, which was over here, the meta description in the gray color text, this is something which is not visible over here. The meta description is not at all visible on the front end, no matter wherever I take my cursor. Now, how can I see it on the back end of my web page? I would first of all go to the source code of my web page. For this web page, if I have to check the source code, either I press Control U, guys, and then check it. So Control U is one way to check the source code, or you can do a right click by taking the cursor on a particular place which is not clickable. I would do a right click and then do View Page Source. Also, the short command is uh, the shorter way to go over there is Control U. I click on this and the overall source code which forms up my web page comes up over here. This might look French to most of you. So you really don't need to get confused. If you don't get scared with so much of content, with so much of code being over here, you don't need to be a coder to do the on-page optimization. Let me show you how it looks like on the back end. On the back ends, the title tag and the meta description and the meta keywords, I'll show you all. So you can see the title part over here. Let me scroll down and then show you. All right. So if you can see, the title tag starts, and this was the title tag, same text, which was which was over here also when I took the cursor. Same text is on the source code, the same text, and the same text, which is iPhone 6 16 GB colon, is also there on the front on the search result, iPhone 6 16 GB, right? So the title tag, guys, appears for every web page in the search results over here, and in the main page you can see it by taking your cursor over here, and in the source code you can check it where the title tag are starting and title tag ends. So the title tag ends like this, right? So that's with the title tag, and the meta description looks like this over here at the back end. Is that same gray color text, guys? That same gray color text. You can very much see the number of characters which are used in meta descriptions are more as compared to the number of characters which are there in the title tag. You would obviously see that there is a reason to it, because Google says with title tag minimum 55 characters and maximum 70 characters is what is needed. 55 to 70 characters, and with meta description what is prescribed is 150 to 160 characters, or maximum 160. Don't go beyond 160 characters. So you can see the meta description which was over here in the gray color text is the same text. It says iPhone 6 colon buy iPhone 6 16 GB online. If I go again over here, it says iPhone 6 colon buy iPhone 6 16 GB online, right? It's the same thing, same meta description. Now what, from the SEO point of view, what Google says that my focus keyword should be at least minimum, so minimum or maximum at most, rather I would say, just once my focus keyword should be used. Let's say the focus keyword which was used by the search engine guy as iPhone 6 16 GB online, or Apple iPhone 6 16 GB, let's say this was the focus keyword. Same focus keyword would have been used over here also, right? So iPhone 6 16 GB online, buy iPhone 6 16 GB online is present in meta description, and there is addition to it word Apple, but buy Apple iPhone 6 16 GB online is also present in title. So the focus keyword comes in the title and focus keyword comes in the description. And the character limit, I've already told you, it is 150 to 160 character limits. Every space is counted as a character also. And over here in the title tag, it's the 55 characters to 70 characters maximum which Google prescribes. Other thing with title tag, guys, is Since it's shorter in nature, it's recommended that you always have your brand name at the end of every title tag. Let me show you the Excel sheet which I use. Over here with the Excel sheet which I've used, you can see it does tell me how many characters I used over here in my title tags. So you can see the main backend. So the brand name, sorry, the brand name actually comes at the back, at the last point of the title tag. The brand name comes up here, right? So you have the overall home page, inner pages URL, and for every web page, you have the targeted keywords being mentioned. And for every targeted of all those three keywords, we have the focus keyword. This focus keyword is made part of the title tag and also the meta tag description. Now, the content writing part for the title and the meta description, either the content writer does it or the SEO guy has to do it themselves, right? So no matter whosoever does it, but have to really make sure that it is relevant, it makes sense, it's right English. So the English sentence formation is also something which really needs to be looked at, right? So this is one of the great Excel sheet which I use. In case you guys want this, you can email me across for asking me for this particular Excel sheet. I can send that across to you, right? So you can see the brand name is there for each and every title tag being mentioned right up here. All right, so that's with meta description, the title tag, and with the meta keywords, like I told you. They are using plenty of keywords, but I prefer to have three keywords for every particular web page. Three keywords for every particular web page has to be listed out here. All right, so that's with meta keyword, guys. All right, so like I told you, title tag length has to be kept between 60 to 70. So you can have it 55 also, but not lesser than that, not lesser than 55. And title tag is the most important factor in on page, since this is the very first thing which search engine crawls. Crawlers will get to know about a particular web page with the help of a title tag only, right? So that's about title tag. This is how the title tag looks like on the browser also. I've already shown you also the title tag, the way it looks like in Google Chrome and the way it looks like in Firefox is similar, not much difference. All right. So title tag for every web page, guys, another thing which I want to tell you has to be unique for every web page. You cannot have same title tag being used for multiple web pages. Don't ever try to have same content being there for all the web pages. Make sure that you are using unique content, different content for every title tag. And make sure that maximum only once the focus keyword is used in the title tag. So I did tell you, if you're using more than once, it's going to be called as a keyword stuffing. So in between a 60 or a 55 to 70 character thing, you're using same word multiple times, which is two times also, is going to be considered as a keyword stuffing. Just use it once. And title tag for every keyword should make, for every URL should make sense. And brand name has to be used at the end of every title tag, like I told you. Another thing, guys, the pipe symbol. There is this pipe symbol which has to be used between two words in a title. Now, how this pipe symbol comes in, if you're using a laptop, the button which is above enter, you need to press that along with shift. The button which is above enter, which is the forward slash thing, the forward slash button with shift and the forward slash button, the pipe symbol comes in. This pipe symbol, guys, has to be used whenever there are two words in a title and they are being separated, right? Make sure, another thing, guys, about title tag is that make sure focus keyword is there in title tag, and it is also present. The focus keyword also has to be present, has to be used in the meta description, the major content, and also the URL. I'll show you in the next video how they are being implemented also, and how do we get to know whether the focus keyword present over there in each and every location, whether it's title tag, meta description, meta keywords, URL, content, is adding on value to your SEO campaign. So more number of places my particular focus keyword is going to be present without stuffing being there. So mind you, the stuffing is not to be there, but it has to be present at all the places. Then Google or any other search engine will value it and will make my website rank higher, my main web page rank higher for that same focus keyword or for the other two meta keywords also, right? So it's also better when you're forming title tags. So let's say you say that I am not a good content writer. and how do I create content for the title tags, then you can always try to learn from your competitors, but don't copy their content. Don't copy their title tag. Now you know how to actually check for the title tag in the source code. You can simply go into the web pages of your competitor's website and do a control U and check for the what kind of title tag have they prepared. You can get certain sense of that. All those competitors who are ranking on the higher position, even learnings can be derived from them also, right? So title tag has to be a solution, not to be a problem, right? So I hope it makes sense. Now the next one, like I told you, meta description. Meta description is that content which was appearing in the gray color text. Now this is the second most important tag which is considered important for search engine optimization campaigns. So this is more about what the web page is all about. So, or what are the great features which you're offering. Let me show you the kind of changes, the kind of things which were presented over here. If I go to the same example, you would see the kind of content which is there on the title tag. It's all about what the web page is all about, and this meta description is all about what all unique features and offers which are there. So you can see it says free shipping is available, COD option is available, EMI option is available, and that too across India. Something which is enticing the end customer to look into it and then click and then go to the website. So good number of meta description, great meta description always leads to much higher CTR. You know, people are looking into it, the impressions are getting counted, but more clicks will come only, more impressions would lead into more clicks only if the better meta description is being written. So if somebody is reading free shipping, COD, EMI options also available, that will entice. So if you have something unique about your product and services, that should be formed part of the meta description. And with the title tag, it should be all about what the web page has to offer, right? So that's with meta description. And so unique feature, benefit, exciting offers, like I said, don't stuff in keywords. Only and only have just one keyword being part, your focus keyword being used only once in the meta description. Also, like I said, for the title tags, in similar way for meta tags also, each page to have their unique meta description. Don't go with same meta description being used for multiple keywords. It's really going to be like stuffing using duplicate content, and that is not at all recommended. All right, so that's with meta tag. You can also see I did mention it. They need to be between 150 to 160 characters long, and don't repeat the same sentences which are already used in the title. This is another thing. So if you're trying to use same sentences which are already used in the title tag for a web page, don't do that. That's not something which is recommended. Both the descriptions, both the tags has to be in different language altogether. So your copywriting, your content writing skills are going to be used in that. Also, like I said, description tags, meta description tags should be able to inform, engage, unique, compelling, and clearly communicates the call to action. Like I did explain it to you with the help of example, which Snapdeal has done. The EMI option being available, the COD option being available, the free shipping. Let's say you're coming up with certain promotional stuff, then you can also enter that across within their meta tags, right? Now the next thing, guys, is alt tags. Now what exactly alt tags are? Alt tags are the tags which are linked to every image. Every image has got a particular tag attached to it. And the way you can see within the code, it looks like this. I'm not going to go to the overall code and show you so that you don't get scared. Over here, I can show you, or maybe I'll go to the front end and then also show you. The image source is being written, the URL of the image source along with the alt keyword, the alt tag. Over here, the keyword which we are using for every web page, that needs to come in for an alt tag. Let me go into the same uh, example of Snapdeal. So the image over here is this iPhone image. If I take my cursor on the image, can you see? Okay, right now it's actually not taking me to the alt tag, and they have removed that. All right, now you can see it says by iPhone 6 128 GB. This is the alt tag to the image. If I take my cursor to this, it says iPhone 6 plus 16 GB. You can see these are the keywords which are being put in for these images.
And these are the alt tags. These are the alt tags which are coming in. It says iPhone 5s 16 GB gold. Now for the second, another one, it says iPhone 5s 16 GB gold, right? And the last one, it says, all right, so somehow the alt tag is not presented. It's not being built up for this one. And but all of these are these ones. You have the alt tag. How do we implement that? We'll actually see that in the next video in a practical way. This is the most theoretical way how actually we can see the alt tags. There is no limit to the characters for the alt tag. All in all, it's the focus keyword which has to be used for the images so that the search engines can actually scroll could actually crawl the images and on the basis of the alt tags which are there. So they need to be told about the images. Search engines also need to be told about the images used on the web, and alt tags is the syntax used in the HTML. Like I've already shown you that syntax. And search engines refers to alt tags to read and index the pages and consider to rank against relevant query, right? And also, alt tags are displayed on the site when you hover the images with your mouse. So I have shown you when you actually take the alt tag on the image, they are being displayed when you hover the image on over the mouse, right? So that's with alt tag, guys. This is the third most important tag. Now the next thing being meta keywords. Now what are meta keywords? Meta keywords are those three keywords only which we have already defined, which I've already shown you. How do they look like in the backend? Let me show you again. So for the Snapdeal thing, the meta keywords, right, are these. We have taken that. So this was one, this was two, this was three. They had more keywords, but what I recommend is to always have meta keywords which are 1 to 3 so that you can rank your web page very easily. All right. So that's with meta keywords. And use keyword phrases instead of single keywords. I've already spoken about that. So having longer key phrases, longer keywords is something which is most appropriate for the success of your SEO campaign. Keywords needs to be unique words, and each keyword phrase should be found on the web page. If they are not present on the web page, then they're not talking the same language as you want them to talk, right? So it should not happen that the web page is all about iPhone 6, 16 GB, and the meta keyword is all about Samsung Galaxy, right? So that is something which shouldn't be done. And also use commas between keyword phrases and with no spaces. I did show you that. So having commas to separate them is something which is needed. And keyword length maximum should be 10 words. Not Don't go beyond 10 words. It would be way too much. All right, that's how you can see the meta keywords. I've shown you also the live example. That's how meta keywords. So meta keywords, alt tags, meta tag description, the title tag part. This is very important once you're done with the keyword mapping and the keyword analysis. So we started with knowing on page what exactly on page optimization is, guys. Then we went ahead and also understood the benefits of doing on page SEO, followed by doing keyword analysis, understanding what sort of keywords should be taken and what keyword accounts for what, and how can we change gears between the targeting of keywords. After keyword analysis comes in the URL mapping or the keyword mapping part, where we understood that for every particular web page, a specific keyword has to be defined. I made you help understand this with the help of certain examples. Then came in the title tag part, wherein once the keyword have been decided, where exactly these keywords are going to be placed. So they're going to be placed for the title on the title tag on every web page. Every web page will have its own specific title tag. Every web page will have its own specific meta tag description. So we'll be using that. And every web page will have its own specific alt tags for the images which are displayed on the web page. So for whatever images, let's say even if there are 5 images or one image on the web page, every image does have its own alt tag, and alt tag needs to be the keyword driven tags, right? And meta keywords are those set of keyword sets which we are trying to target for the particular URL. All right. So once that's been defined, the next thing which comes in is unique content. As it's being said, content is the king for our website, right? It's only the content which makes a lot of difference to the overall SEO campaign. So if you are trying to please the search engines, if you're trying to rank your website on the top, make sure that the content is doing really well. The content has to be good, unique. It should not be copied from any source, and it should be creative. So also make sure whenever you're writing the good, unique content, make sure that your keywords are being part of it. And keyword, when it's being part of it, it's 1% keyword density, guys. When I say 1% keyword density, what it means, for every 100 words, only one time your word. So out of 100 words which you're writing for your content, only once the keyword should be make part of it. So you've written 100 words. Out of 100 words, 99 words are different, but one of the word is keyword. So that's how the keyword density thing works like, and it's 1% which has to be maintained. Moreover, the quality content also helps to get more inbound links to your website. So we'll talk about more about the links part. But if you are just trying to get a lot of backlinks for yourself, for your website, then try to focus quite a lot on the content part. If your content is really attractive, really unique, people will start copying or taking content from your website and would give you credits for that. If they will give credits to you, then you will get inbound links automatically. So formatting is also very much important for search engines. Whenever you are writing content, make sure that they are placed perfectly with good headings being given, proper uh, you know tagging being done, or maybe the proper font size or font text, the font style, and overall formatting is being done perfectly. Even though search engines don't really focus a lot on the font type, but it's always better from the end customer also point of view. Well, it's being said that one of the optimum page size, for every web URL, it's 500 to 3,000 word. If you're looking at competing for a keyword, trying to rank your website for a keyword which is highly competitive, then it's always recommended to have at least 3,000 words. If for higher competitive keywords, write 3,000 words for every web page. And if it's a normal, generic, low uh, low competitive or a medium competitive, then low would be 500, or for somewhere a medium competitive keyword, somewhere close to 1,500 to 200 or 2,300 words kind of a thing is something which is recommended. Right, so that's the optimum page size, guys, between 500 to 3,000 words. All right. Next thing, guys, after all those tags and having the unique content being there, comes in header tags. Every web page has its own headings. It's just like writing for a newspaper. Every newspaper have a particular headlines on the top, followed by certain paragraph content written in the paragraph, then a subheading, then some more content, then another subheading, and then some more content. It's being said that there is an H1 tag. I will talk about implementation of it in the next video. An H1 tag is being given to the very first headline, and the focus keyword is being defined. It's being said that the focus keyword should be there in the H1 tag. If the focus keyword is there in the header, then it will add a lot of value to the SEO campaign, right? So heading tags also helps the human readers and search engine spiders to understand the content better and focus on those themes, right? Next thing being, there can be more than one heading tag, guys, which should be used carefully and only where it makes sense to highlight. So as you can see in the image, the H1 tag over here is the most important one, which is there on the top, and then you have H2, H3. The overall size of those headers keeps on decreasing. The most important one being H1 tag, which should have the focus keyword. Then the other meta keywords, the second meta keyword, the third meta keyword, they should be part of the H2, or they should be part of the H3. So more oftenly, people use H1, H2, and H3. They don't really go to the H6. But if you are doing a 3,001 or 3,000 words kind of an article thing, then you should go for at least up till H6, right? So that's the overall part of header tags. Let me show you how does it look like in a web page. So this is one of the header tags. This particular page does just have one header tag, guys, which is iPhone 6 16 GB. If I scroll further down, there's just content which is right up there and certain images. All right, so that's with the header tag, guys. Header tags need to be from H1 to H6. You can also see over here one of the web page what they have done. They've got header tag candy shop. as one of the headers, and then they have got other second keyword and the third keyword being part of the H2, which is chocolate candy, and then the H3 being milk chocolate, dark chocolate, or H3 being the red or the black Liborsi, right? So the H1 tag has to be thought really well, and there is a huge importance which lies on the overall on-page optimization. Use of H1 tag is the headline of the page, and H2 tag is used majorly for the subheading. Separating out, so majorly headers are used for SEO purpose also, for making the search engines know what particular word accounts for what particular weightage. Also for the end customer, it makes a lot of sense to have these headers so that they can separate out and they can skim through the overall content. If they're skimming through the content, they can just read the major words within the paragraph, and they can also just keep reading the H1, H2, and H3. Do not use H4, H5, guys, if you don't have a lot of content for you for to be written across for a particular web page, because it would very much look like that you are doing a lot of stuffing intentionally, just trying to please the search engine. Till the time you don't have a lot of great content, don't go with H4, H5, and H6, right? All right. Now the next thing, guys, is called anchor text. Now, like I said, any text which is clickable, you can see this is the home page, guys. So sorry, this is the web page where this content which is written. You really need to check out this website. It's owned by Chicago dentist who cleaned my teeth with peanut butter flavored cleansing wash. So this is one of the web page where you can see in the front end, none of these words are actually hyperlinked. When I say hyperlinked, there is no link to it. If I click on it, they are not clickable. But this particular word, Chicago dentist, is clickable. This particular text, which is always hyperlinked, is called an anchor text. That's how this is being created. When someone will click on Chicago dentist, he or she will actually get redirected to this particular word, this particular URL, which is Big Mill Dental, right? Big Smile Dental. So that particular visitor, when after clicking onto this particular text, which is the anchor text, after clicking on the anchor text would actually go to the bigsmiledental.com. So it's very much visible in clickable text, which is hyperlinked, with that is the anchor text. And this is very important to establish unique theme for each pages. For every page, they are very much needed, and it also helps to build relevance and helps in link building. So we'll be doing link building at a later stage. Let me show you how the anchor text also looks like in a live scenario. So you can see over here for the same Snapdeal page, learn how is the anchor text since it's a clickable text. Click here for details is an anchor text since it's a clickable text. We'll understand how can we also create it for our website in the next video. If I scroll further up, uh, there is no other particular text which is clickable. I hope most of you are clear. And this particular text, which is view other sellers, is also an anchor text, right? So that's with anchor text, guys. Now let's move on to the internal links creation. If I talk about internal links, it's almost like linking one of your web pages to the other web pages of your website. As you can see in the image also, you have the home page, then you have the category pages, category A, B, and C. If let's say you have certain content posted across on one of the post page, and the content which is there on this particular post has got three different internal links. One of the links actually makes the visitor go to the other post, or it makes them go to the other post of a different category or a different category altogether. So there are three internal links. Let me help you with the live example again. Let me show you that. So if I go on to, let's say, this website, searchenginejournal.com. Within searchenginejournal.com, let's say if I open this particular one, this particular article or the blog, when I scroll further down, you can see this particular huge text is the overall anchor text. When I click on the anchor text in a new tab, let's see what happens. If the new page which is opening up is of the same domain, which is search engine journal, then it would be an internal link. But now after clicking on this, it's opening in a different it's a different domain altogether. So it's not an internal link, guys, it's an external link because it's opening a different web page altogether. It's not the search engine journal. Let me show you where is this internal link. So that is a backlinking which is being given by search engine journal to brightcove.com. This is an off-page activity of brightcove.com. I scroll further down and let's say it says see all search engine journal marketing think tank webinars. If I click on this, and what happens, the new after clicking on this particular link, a new web page opens up, but this is the web page within the website only. The main domain remains same, but that there is a different page. This is an internal linking. It's very much said that internal linking helps in overall success of a particular SEO campaign, right? You can see that this is the internal link, and also with the other one, which is see all search in marketing nerds podcast. If I click on this, I'm very much expecting the same domain, right? It's the same domain, but a different web page. Again, this is an internal link. The end visitor goes to a different web page, and that different web page is of a same domain. If it's of the same domain, it's internal linking. If it's of a different domain, which was the part of this, the blog brightcove.com, then that is an external link. So coming back to the internal links part, internal link is a link to another page of your website from one of the other page of your website only. I hope you are clear on that. You have understood that. It also, the benefits of having internal links is that the SEO campaign works properly because search engines really like having internal links. The crawler will actually keep on jumping from one page to another with the help of hyperlinks. Overall, this process helps in building authority of pages. The overall authority of in your home page, category page, internal pages builds up, and also they are very much within your control. It's not that tomorrow, if you are giving a external link to someone and tomorrow that particular web page gets deleted, then it's not in your control, right? These all internal links are in your control because they are all part of your website only, right? It's very much like internal links are very much like voting for yourself. I am voting from one post, I'm giving votes to another three posts of my website. Also make sure whenever you're trying to do an internal linking procedure, have right words being used within the anchor text so that it also makes the search engine understand that the new page which is going to open up, also the search engine and also the end customer, they should get to know that whatever web page they're going to open up, it is going to be somewhat related to this particular word they have, which they have used in the anchor text. So the usage of anchor text, the particular deciding upon the anchor text while doing the internal linking is also important. The anchor text has to match with the new web page which will open after clicking onto it. If it's going to open the podcast page, my anchor text should actually say about watch all other podcast. Or if it's all about the webinars, the anchor text should say that it's all about click on this to get to know about other webinars of our website or of our brand, right? So that's about internal linking. This is very much important, and how you can actually create that. Practically, again, we'll cover that, the practical stuff in our next video. So stay tuned for that. So after anchor text, header tags comes in the internal links part, and the other part of which is of search engine optimization, on-page optimization, is creating search engine friendly URL. Now, URL can be created with various ways. You have the right of deciding on how the particular URL is going to look like, except for the domain. So you cannot change anything about the domain, guys. So let's say with this particular URL, you cannot change anything about the domain, which is search engine journal. You can just only make changes to the part which is underneath that. Always and always try to make sure the words which you are making part of it, of this overall search engine URL, of this URL, for making it search engine friendly, you have to make it part of, you have to make the keywords part of it. So the keyword for this particular page would have been marketing nerds podcast. If you remember the focus keyword which we have taken, the focus keyword has to come and be part of the URL, right? So let me go ahead and show you. So URL naming convention is what is needed, and name should ideally include the meaningful words. Also, if there are two words where there's a space between two words, they need to have a hyphen. In between two words, always try to use a hyphen to separate them. One should not ever use underscore, spaces, at the rate symbol, or the exclamation mark, or a hashtag, or whatnot. These always try to make the search engine URL unfriendly. So for having friendly URLs, hyphens is something which is more friendly for the search engines. Plus, another third point which has to be kept in mind while creating search engines these URLs for making them search engine friendly is to have them shorter than 2083 characters. If you are going beyond that, it's going to take, good amount of effort to rank them up. 2083 is, which is also pretty huge. Also, again, just as an example, what a good search engine URL looks like, it's like this. You have a domain which is example.com / the main category hyphen the keyword of that main category / so let's say this is for one of the one of the product page of your particular e-commerce website. So how do we reach to that particular product page is having the domain.com / category hyphen the keyword associated to it / the subcategory hyphen the keyword associated to that subcategory, then / the product name, which is the primary product, hyphen the keyword associated to that product page. Right, so that's all about the friendly, how to get the search engine friendly URL, guys. Right, we'll see how do we create them, but from the theoretical perspective, I hope you are clear on the internal links, the search engine friendly URLs part, you are clear on the anchor text part and the header tags, title tag, meta tag, alt tag. We'll see how do we implement all that in the next video. All right, so the last point about on-page optimization, guys, is removing broken links. How do we remove broken links and what exactly they are, first of all? So let's say when someone clicks on a particular page and it doesn't lead to a working page is called broken links. Giving you the same example, which we have already uh, understood before. So let's say this was one of the URL, all right, one of the anchor text. If I click on this particular, it will take me to another page of my website. Let's say tomorrow somehow this web page is not working, doesn't work. It will create a non-performing, a non-functionable page will open up, and this particular link will become a dead link or a broken link. It's always said that keep a tab on or keep a check on the broken links and remove them as and when that happens. So let's say if it was a third party website, you know, like in the previous example, this was a third party website when somebody had clicked on the blog home part, the bright, one of the links on the search engine journal. When somebody clicked on it, on that URL and this particular web page opened up, then let's say tomorrow they discontinue this, Brightcove discontinued this, then only what will happen, this Brightcove will actually have got nothing to lose. Only the search engine journal people will have broken links on their website. How do you get to know how many web broken links are there? Because Brightcove will never let search engine journal that we have removed the URL. There is a particular tool to get to know on various on day-to-day basis. You can check, and that's called brokenlinkcheck.com. You can simply enter your website into this and do a run and then get to know about it, about the broken links. All right, so I type in, all right, so, all right, some problem. Oh, okay, just a second. All right, so it's 2DGQ3. I type in the captcha and try to look for the broken links. All right, so now it's actually diagnosing. It's gonna check for the overall. So if you need to, okay, this particular website has got plenty of keywords. That's why it's asking uh, that if you need to scan more than 3,000 pages, check subfolders. So I have to type in the subfolders separately. I can take another website and then can show you. Let's see if I do it for my website. All right, so it has started working, guys. It'll show me all the broken links which are there. So by the time it does, let me take the slide and show you. So like I said, broken links is all about when one clicks on a page, on the link on the particular page, and it doesn't lead to a working page, it's called broken links, and they're very important just to diagnose that whether the links are working or not. Broken links, actually, you know what happens with broken links? They breaks the journey. You can read that out. They breaks the journey of the search engine spiders, and hence they can't travel to all the web pages of your website, which is really not a good thing, right? So if there are plenty of broken links on your website, it will always break the journey of the search engines, and search engines will not like it. Search engines won't be able to crawl and index the other pages. It adversely affects the health of the website and lowers the potential of a website to rank on the organic results. So like I've given you brokenlinkcheck.com. That's the tool from which you can check the overall source. And once you get to know about broken links and their source, you can simply go ahead and remove them, right? So that's the email, guys, where you can also just send across your queries and you can visit our website. Plus, let me just wrap up on what we have done so far. So we have started with on-page optimization, the reasons and benefits of doing on-page SEO. So that was the on-page optimization brief, the reasons, benefits of doing SEO on page. We went ahead and worked on the keyword analysis in pretty detail. We understood all that, followed by URL mapping and keyword mapping. How many keywords needs to map across to a particular URL, right? So you can see with the help of the pictures, the pictorial formats are also being mentioned. Some more examples were being taken so that things are much more clear. Followed by title tags, what exactly they are, why are they needed, what sort of character limits is being required for that, where can you see all that, whether they should have a pipe symbol, the brand name at the end, and also they should be unique, all that stuff. After that, the meta tags part, where the meta tags are mentioned in the search results, followed by how many character limits, and they should not be same, followed by the alt tags part. If we take our cursor on the top of the image, then where does the overall text, whatever text comes in, that is the alt tag part. Followed by meta keywords, which we have understood 1 to 3 keywords per web page, unique content to be there for every web page, header tags from H1 to H6. So we'll do the overall implementation. We saw where exactly we can see all those stuff, the anchor text, the internal linkings if we link one page to the other web pages. Then also we understood about the search engine friendly URLness. So all those URLs of our website should be search engine friendly. And last thing about removing broken links, right? All right, so what we are going to cover with practical part of on-page optimization, the tags which we have understood, we're going to implement all those tags once we have created them in the Excel sheet, where I have shown you that Excel sheet. You can similarly create an Excel sheet by yourself, or you can just contact me uh, for that same Excel sheet format. We can just mail that across to you. So and you can use that. Once you have created, using that Excel sheet, you have created all the title tags and meta tags. How are you going to implement them? That's what we're going to cover in the practical session. Now, there is a very essential, we're going to use a WordPress based website for that, and there is a very essential plugin for a WordPress based website, and that plugin is called SEO Yoast. I repeat, there's a great plugin in a WordPress based website which is called SEO Yoast. Now, what are plugins? Plugins are like extra functionalities. If I have a website right now and that website comes up with certain default functionalities, but that default functionalities are not really doing the purpose, are not really helping me with everything which I need, then we need to add top up onto that. We need to really accessorize our website. It's very much like I buy a car today, and within the basic model, I get certain features. But what if I'm not happy with those features? I need to add certain more features. I would go to the car accessories showroom and buy in certain more accessories and plug it inside. The similar way, the plugins also works like accessories. I have got a website. There are, let's say, 10 default functionalities, but I need couple of more functionalities. So SEO Yoast is one of the great plugins which gives us a lot of functionalities about uh, implementing our SEO activities, our overall on-page activities to be precise. So we're going to cover all that. Let me just walk you through what are we going to cover in the entire video. First of all, we would understand what exactly the Yoast plugin is all about, a small brief about it. Since we are going to be using it, so it's very much needed that we know about that. And I would be logging into the WordPress panel of my website so that you can also relate it to how your website also looks like, which is always definitely going to be same. If your website is also in any of the CMS and specifically the WordPress based website, there is a reason to using a WordPress based website, because majority of the website owners these days use WordPress as one of the great CMS. Now, what CMS stands for, guys, is Content Management System. It's not just WordPress, it's also plenty of other CMS like OpenCart, Joomla, Magento, and whatnot. So, or TypePad. These CMS are generally online softwares which are used at the back end of the website to manage the content of the website. So I have got a lot of stuff on my website, whether it's pertaining to images, whether it's related to the content, the text which is being written, or it's related to, let's say, the videos which are over there. So, or the contact us form of the menu, or a lot of other things. All that particular properties on my website can be managed very effectively in a way, in a non-technical fashion by the CMS, which are called content management system. And WordPress is a fairly renowned CMS, guys. So I have got my website, even IntelliPart website is also based on WordPress. And like I said, 85 to 90% of the website these days are based on CMS. And if we talk about CMS, the most popular CMS is WordPress. That's the reason why we have chosen to go ahead with WordPress. And if you have a website in other CMS, still there are various plugins for those different CMS as well. So SEO Yoast being the most popular one, we would be taking them. And once I'll open the backend panel of my website, I'll show you how the front end panel looks like, how the front end of my website, the web page looks like, and how the back end looks like. If I make any changes on the back end, similar changes would actually appear then and there on my front end. It's very much like creating a PowerPoint presentation. It's very much similar to updating your Facebook status on your profile. So in case you are a non-techie, you don't really need to get scared. In the last video also, I did tell you, you don't need to be a technical person. You don't need to be a coder to perform search engine optimization activities. So I'm making your work pretty simple. I'm making your work pretty easy. And also really not letting a lot, not making you dependent upon the web developer. So all in all, if your website, the website which you're handling is pretty huge, then definitely a web developer is needed. But if it's a smaller website and it's based on CMS, then you don't need to be, you don't really need to rely on a web developer. You don't need to be dependent upon a web developer. You can simply work independently by yourself, and no knowledge of technical coding stuff is needed for that. So that's how I'm gonna make your work simple, and I would be opening one of the web page of my website. So I'll be opening one of the web page of my website, which is going to be an individual blog post. I'll show you how am I going to put meta keywords in that blog post with the help of SEO Yoast. So SEO Yoast is going to help me put all those tags which we have worked on, also help in creating internal links or the search engine friendly URL, or we'll also speak about how to remove the broken links in a non-technical fashion. We did that in the last video also, but I'm going to take that in much more detail, right? So the blog post, which is also a blog post, is also going to be considered as a different web page overall. A different web page has to have a unique title tag, has to have a unique meta tag description, also needs to have a specific focus keyword and certain meta keywords, which are going to be like almost 3 keywords, which should be there in meta keywords. So we'll take all that, and within those meta keywords, like I did mention in the last video, out of the 3 meta keywords, it's always essential to have one focus keyword. I repeat once again, out of the 3 total meta keywords which we are trying to focus, which we are trying to get our website on the top, for one web page on the top, out of those 3 keywords, we would be needing one focus keyword which would act as a primary keyword for that page. That primary keyword, we need to make sure that it should be mentioned at least once in the title tag. That same focus keyword or the primary keyword should also be mentioned at most in title tag and at most in once in meta tag. And similarly, out of those 3 keywords, uh, the focus keyword should also be present in the title tags once, and with the header tags, at least in the H1, the very first meta keyword should come in the header 2, the second most meta keywords, and in the header 3, the third most meta keyword should be typed across. So that's we're going to really look into. For one of the blog posts, we'll do the practical part. And also, after looking at that, after implementing that part, we'll also see how can we really go ahead and place alt tags for all the images which we are going to put over there. So I'll show you how to get image up for a blog post, and for that image, while we are uploading it, while we are getting that for a particular blog post, we need to make sure that the focus keyword is also embedded in the alt tag. And how the alt tag is going to be edited, I'll make you see that. So once we are done with that, we would move on to the header tags. A lot of content is needed to optimize a particular web page, but in my particular example, I'll be just using certain dummy text or certain content to show you and make you understand how this overall process looks like, right? And within that text, I'll show you how can we simply go ahead and take certain words and make them part of the header tags. And once we'll make certain text part of the header tags, maybe the H1 and also the H2 and H3, we need to make sure that the H1 does have the focus keyword and the H2 should have the second meta keyword. The H3 should have the third meta keyword. I hope I'm making sense right now, guys. I'll still just go ahead and make things much more clear by doing that in a practical fashion. So just hold on to that. The other thing which we'll talk about is how can we create anchor text. In the last video, I have told you the text which is clickable is an anchor text. But what if, I mean, theoretically, it's pretty good to know the text which is clickable is an anchor text. And how do we create a backlink is something I have told you in the last video as well, that we would be taking certain text and hyperlinking it. But how do we actually do that? How is the link being created? We'll take that in a practical fashion. So how to create the alt tags, how to create the header tags, alt tags for all the images, header tags within the content, and the anchor text when we are doing the internal linking part or the external linking. So if I today decide that I'll be giving a backlink to a third website of mine or a third party website of someone else, then I need to take certain word and need to make those words hyperlinked. And when these words are hyperlinked, they would be referred as anchor text, right? And after understanding and creating a hyperlink on the anchor text, I would make you see how the internal links are going to be created, as well as along with internal links, I'll show you the internal link cross-linking along with an external link being provided to a third-party website. It's pretty important to understand how this overall process works so that you can do it by yourself and get your hands dirty. Till the time you don't get your hands dirty, it won't make really sense to give instruction to the developers. So from the first part, In the very first go, it's important to do it yourself and then give instructions to your content writer or your designer or your developer or your junior SEO or whatnot, right? If you know it by yourself, then you can go ahead and uh, just speak very confidently to your clients. I would recommend, if you guys are learning SEO for the first time, please do have a website of yours. The recommended thing is to have a WordPress-based website. And once you have a WordPress-based website, you can implement all these things. Whatever we have spoken so far, in the very first video, it was a lot of knowledge, a lot of education about the search engine industry, which is good. But the second video, the third video, the fourth video, they all have been about doing an SEO audit. And for an SEO audit, if you have a website of yours and you know your competitor's website, it would be really great. And the third video was all about on page. That is the time where exactly you would start working on the campaign. You would take out certain, let's say, 5 keywords or 10 keywords. I would want each one of you to take out those 5 keywords, 10 keywords, implement all those on-page optimization techniques. And as we'll move further, we'll also do the off-page. Once you'll start implementing the on-page and off-page in synchronization on regular basis, you will automatically see the ranking for your targeted keywords from the day you started. And after a month or a two, there have been a shift, there have been a change in the positive manner. Why I'm confident that things would move in the positive manner? Because I'm talking about all those activities which search engines really recommend, search engines really appreciate, search engines like. If we're going to implement all these things, there is no doubt that things will always be in the positive side. It would be all positive of on-page optimization, which is going to happen. There is no black hat or illegal stuff which we're going to talk about. Now, what is the difference between black hat and white hat? We'll study that at a later stage. Just to give you a small brief, white hat is all like things which are prescribed by search engines. We should be doing all that, and things which are never ever liked, and Google or any other search engines consider them as spam. And any search engine optimizer using those spam activities would get penalized for that. Any SEO professional working in a black hat SEO technique fashion, their website, those black hat guys' website will always get penalized, and they would never ever be able to rank up. This has been seen, this has been experienced, and it is a fact. So the choice is yours. How do you want to go ahead? Whatever we are talking about right now, they all are white hat. So white hat is a great techniques, and black hat are the bad techniques. There's also a thin line of difference between white and black. People would say there is a gray hat technique. So gray hat techniques are something which are not easily recognizable Google, and they are some sort of black hat also. But I would also not going to tell you about gray hat SEO techniques. What are we going to focus is only on white hat SEO techniques. All right. So like I said, after working on the anchor text part, I'll show you how the cross-linking thing happens, how the internal links and external links would be created. And within the internal and external links, we would be using certain features within the WordPress CMS. And it's going to be an easy task. You don't really need coding. You don't really need to learn certain tags. Any HTML language or any other language is not at all needed to uh, get that implemented. Once that's been done, we'll focus on how can we go ahead and create search engine friendly URLs. So in the last video, we have spoken about how the search engines really look at the URLs. How can we make sure that the URLs which are being created are going to be liked by search engines, and what all parameters do we need to take into consideration while writing these search engines? Now, you might ask me, how can we go ahead and write these search engines? This is again something which is a development task. Maybe a developer is needed to create a URL, but not really. Whether it's all those title tag, meta tag description, or meta keywords implementation, or whether it's the alt tag, header tag, anchor text. Similarly, the URLs formation is also going to be very easy when we would be using the SEO Yoast plugin. So you don't need to know the coding part, and the aspects which I did tell you in the last video, that 2083 characters is what is maximum for a URL to be search engine friendly. Also, the meaningful words, no special characters, and also keywords being placed in the URL. That's another thing. So we have spoken about that, having meaningful words and keywords within the URLs make them search engine friendly. Plus, in the last video, I did also tell you for having URLs search engine friendly, you need to separate two words with the help of a hyphen. The space between two words needs to be uh, showcased with the help of a hyphen. So just for an example, words like meta keywords. So if I have to write in these particular words within my URL, I cannot have a space in between. It's not at all, there is no feature for that. And also it's not recommended to have things like underscore or at the rate symbol or hyphen or hash or and symbol or an asterisk symbol or a bracket. All these things are not recommended. The space between two words, which is meta and keywords, needs to be defined with an hyphen. So how can we place that? We'll see that practically. I'll walk you through. And the last thing is going to be all about what broken links are. So we have spoken about what broken links are. If somebody has changed a specific URL which we were giving a backlink to, then if that link gets expired, it becomes a broken link for us. Just for an example, today if I have my website and from my website I am pointing out a backlink, I'm giving a backlink to search engine journal website. Now tomorrow, after let's say after 2 weeks, search engine journal website decides that they're not going to continue with that URL to which I have given a backlink from my website. Now, if they remove that URL, somehow it becomes a broken link for my website. It will affect the search engine optimization of my campaign, of my website. I have given a link, I have given a backlink from my website to another website, and that website removes that page. It is not going to affect them, but it is rather going to affect me the most from the SEO perspective. So we'll take that also into consideration. We'll also uh, start with working on a particular tool which is used for finding out broken links, and how can we, after finding broken links with the help of that tool, how can we simply go ahead and start editing and start removing that broken links from my website. So let's get started and understand the SEO part and do the practical part. All right. So what exactly is Yoast, guys? A small brief about Yoast. It was actually it's a Dutch website optimization and usability company. The name is Yoast, and it was founded by Mr. Joost de Walk, and these guys actually created a very famous WordPress SEO plugin, like I've already told you, SEO Yoast, and this is the renowned and the topmost plugin. There have been a couple of plugins, guys, SEO Yoast and All in SEO, which have been competing against each other. But the best part about SEO Yoast is that they have exceeded their market share I mean, with great numbers in the past couple of years. In the last couple of years, All in SEO, which was just fighting neck to neck with SEO Yoast, All in SEO and SEO Yoast were fighting neck to neck. SEO Yoast has really exceeded in the numbers of likings and also the downloads, and there is no doubt about SEO Yoast has the best functionalities when it comes down to optimizing a website. All the great optimizers are they rely quite a lot. They use most of the features which SEO Yoast provides, and we're going to talk about most of those features as well. So they blog, these guys blogs about SEO and user experience. And if you want to check about those particular stuff, you can also follow them, their website. You can keep a tab on, keep a check on what do they write on daily basis. So you can refer yoast.com. The URL is mentioned right out there. You can learn more about these guys by going on to their website. All right. So the next thing, guys, is all about starting with installing the WordPress SEO by Yoast plugin. So let me take that practically. So what you would see if you are on the back end of your website and you have to install this plugin, you have to go to the plugin section first, click on add a new plugin, and after you do that, there is going to be a search bar where you would have to type in the words WordPress SEO by Yoast or SEO by Yoast. This is the kind of image which you're going to get where it will ask you to install the plugin. You just need to go ahead and click on install. Once you install that, it would take probably 5 to 6 seconds. It would ask you for activate, and once you also click on the activate button, you can simply start working on the SEO Yoast plugin. So let me show you with the help of an example. All right. So I'm just opening my website. I'm making you see the front end of my website, and I'll also make you see the back end of my website, which is the WordPress based website. I'll show you the WP admin and how am I going to make changes onto it. So that's my website, guys, which is my agency, yourcreations.ca. All right. And it's a WordPress based website. I go ahead and click on a new tab. I open a new tab and I open the backend. So the way you open a backend of a website, a WordPress based website, is the domain first of all, then /WP WP admin. I repeat once again, this is my URL, this is my main website. If I have to go to the backend of my WordPress website, the default URL through which you can go into the backend of a WordPress based website is by placing a / ahead of the main domain. So this is my main domain. And after my main domain, I would press in the / and after that WP admin. Once you press that, the backend of your website would open up where it's going to ask you for the username and password. So I'm assuming all of you would be having your username password of the WP admin of your website. Simply go ahead and type in the username and password. So guys who are already known to this thing, the WordPress thing, so just you might have to take some. I mean, you really need to practice on some patience because I'm assuming that I've got all set of audience. I have to take right from the scratch. Right, so I log in with the help of a username and password. I have entered the username and password of my WP admin and just log into the backend panel. All right. So what you can see right now is the backend panel, and this is the CMS, guys. This is the WordPress CMS where you can see all the content of my website is actually dissected and categorized and managed. So these are the blog posts. All blog posts are mentioned over here. These are the overall images in the media section. Then there are certain web pages of my website which are present over here. Then certain comments which people have commented on my web pages. If I click on this, all the comments are going to appear up. Then certain templates, I mean, a website does have certain templates on which they are made up of. Then there are certain sections on my website which are related to projects. I have shown some of my projects over here, so I can make changes onto them very easily by going over here. There are certain galleries, which when I say galleries, these are certain sliders. I've got my team members' name entered into it, the staff and whatnot, my clients' testimonials, my clients' partners, the appearance part, and now the comes in the plugin parts. So you can see plenty of other things at the bottom, but plugins is the thing where we have to go in and get the SEO Yoast plugin installed. Right. So like I told you, this is an extra functionality if you're looking for a website, if you're looking to add on certain extra functionality to your website. Uh, more than to what you're getting in the default website. So there are certain default functionalities. I want to add on the SEO functionality. I would go to the plugin part, and after going to the plugin part, I would go ahead and click on Add New. Right. So why I'm not clicking on Install plugin because I'm here to add new plugin, not check for the existing plugins. Right. So once I click on the Add New plugin, you can see a search tab on the right hand side where I need to enter what I hope all of you would be knowing that. So WordPress SEO by Yoast or SEO Yoast, whatever I type in, or I can type in WordPress SEO by Yoast. So let me type in SEO Yoast to make it pretty easy for me. All right, so now it's going to search for SEO Yoast plugin. All right, so what you can see, the very first plugin, which is right up here, the Yoast SEO, that's the one, which is by Team Yoast only. You can see the number of installs are more than 1 million active installs. So you can just imagine how much popular is this. There are plenty of other plugins on the bottom, so you really don't need to get bothered with that. So but this is like huge. This overall plugin thing, there are plenty of plugins which are available. So don't get yourself confused by looking into the other plugins, guys. There are 212 plugins which are related to SEO as of now. So this is the most important one. Now what you can see over here, it says installed. Right, since it's being already installed by my website, so that's why it's saying installed. I have taken a website where this was already installed. If you're doing it for the first time for your website, it would say install now. It would say install now. You would just really need to go ahead and click on install now. After clicking on install now, it's going to ask you for another thing, which is activate. It would take probably, I believe, 8 to 10 seconds or maybe maximum 15 seconds to get that installed, and another 10-15 seconds to get the activation part done. Within 30 seconds, 30-40 seconds maximum, the SEO Yoast plugin will get embedded in each and every web page of your website. Whether it's the media part, whether it's the blog post part, whether it's the page part, whether it's the projects pages or the galleries or the staff pages or the testimonial, for every particular thing on your website, which can be optimized, whether it's an image, whether it's a particular slider, whether it's a blog post, or whether it's an overall home page or the internal page, they all will get the SEO Yoast functionality. All right. So what I would do, I would take you through one of my blog posts, you know, and I would show you how the SEO Yoast plugin gets installed over there. And we can simply go ahead and make use of that plugin by uh, just punching in right keywords, right title tag, whatever we have actually decided. We have got that written in our Excel sheet. So I say that again in case you guys needs that Excel sheet, which I have taken in the last session. You can simply email us. I would show you that same Excel sheet once more before I go into the post part, where we would have been. All right, so let me show you that same Excel sheet where we have created the tags, guys. So this is an example of one of my clients. I believe it makes always makes sense to show you from live campaigns. So this is one of the live campaigns which I have. And in the last video, I have shown you this particular uh, Excel sheet where we had done the URL mappings first. We had done the URL mapping by first getting the overall URLs of my website at one place. You can see the homepage URL and the other internal pages of my URL have been mentioned in this particular Excel sheet, right? You scroll further down, all the internal pages are being mentioned over here, right? And the home page. For the home page, in the last particular video, we have seen how do we do the keyword mapping. So I'm not going to take that. Since if you want to get to know in detail how we got the meta keywords in place and how we got the keyword mapping done, or how we did the keyword analysis, just refer to the last video, which was the third video. So you can see these meta keywords which were being typed in by the SEO professionals. As in, let's say if you guys are working on an SEO campaign, either you write these meta keywords, you decide on them, or any resource of yours who is working underneath you would actually write in these keywords, select one of the focus keyword. All you have to do is either do it yourself or get it done by someone, and then make sense, and then just try to watch on the quality aspect. So if you're watching from the quality aspect, you would have to check whether the title tag that is being created, first of all, there are three meta keywords only. Out of those three meta keywords, you have to make sure from the quality aspect that there is only one focus keyword being taken out of those three keywords. Another quality aspect was to actually look at the title tag. Is it complying the length character limit? And also looking at the meta description from the character limit. Another quality aspect was to check whether the brand name really comes in at the end of the title tag. So you can see in all the title tags, the brand name has come on to the end. So your content writer or your SEO guy has to write in title tags and meta description within the character limit, making sure the brand name comes at the end. Also making sure that two different words, the space between two words are being depicted with the help of a pipe symbol. So you can see the pipe symbols have been used quite a lot over here by me and my team. And also with the pipe symbol, another thing was all about making sure what is the content written in the title tag and meta description. Within that meta description, it's all about the offers. It's all about something which you are really offering great, right? So if you have some certain great offers, something unique for the end customers to look at, that should be part of meta descriptions, and the title tag has to have what the web page is all about, right? So once this step is being done, we would be going ahead and implementing, copying these title tags, the meta tags, the meta descriptions, and the meta keywords and pasting them in our website. That's what we have done. We have opened the website. I've installed the SEO Yoast plugin, and all the SEO Yoast plugin, like I've told you, works for all the web pages. Whatever web pages we have taken over here, every web page will have a functionality with the help of SEO Yoast to post in our title and meta description. So let me show you for one of the page, which I've already optimized a bit. So if I'll go to my blog post, let me show you. So these are the overall blog post, guys, and then the very first post, which is over here, I would go ahead and click on edit part. All right, so once I click on the edit part, this is the backend. This is the backend of a particular page, that same blog post page, and this is the URL. If I click on view post and open it in a new tab, all right, so you would get to see the front end. This is the front end of that blog post page, all right, which says the heading being how to make your local business rank higher on Google, then an image of my agency, then certain particular text, right, the paragraph. Same thing you can see on the back end, right? Now you would be able to relate how things work on the back end and how things work on the front end. If I to decide to remove this particular image, I can simply go ahead and delete it and update it, and it will be not there, right? So pretty simple stuff. Even a small kid can actually do that. Now I'll show you how the SEO Yoast thing comes into play and where can all these tags be altered. If I scroll further down on this particular page, guys, which is this blog post, you would see Yoast SEO. This is something which is going to be appearing, which will appear for every particular web page, right? It will appear for every particular web page or the blog post page. So for this blog post page, the Yoast SEO is there. I was mentioning that this has been done a bit optimized. It has been optimized a bit by me already, so that I can make it look very simple for you. But if you are coming for the very first time, you have installed the plugin. These all tabs over here, whether it's a focus keyword or the SEO title or the meta description, they all are going to be blank, guys. They won't have any content. They have been entered by me in the past. That's why you are able to actually look into it. I have done it deliberately. I have deliberately tried to open this kind of page so that you can relate to it very easily. These, if you would be logging in for the very first time, these overall tabs, overall boxes are going to be blank, and you would need to take content out of these particular Excel sheet which you would be preparing and enter things over here, right? You can see for this particular page, the meta keyword, the number one meta keyword is this, then separated with a comma. The second keywords come up here, and the third keyword come up over here, right? Comes up over here. Out of these three meta keywords, the very first meta keyword, guys, comes up as a focus keyword. So I did tell you out of the three keywords, the uh, meta key out of the three meta keywords, one of the keyword has to be chosen. Only one keyword has to be chosen as the focus keyword. You can see that's being placed over here. Now, on the bottom of focus keyword, you can see this particular SEO Yoast plugin is making things very easy for you. It is actually giving us the overall usage of status, as in where is the focus keyword being used, whether the focus keyword is being used in the article heading or not. If yes, it would turn into yes and say yes in green colored text, and it would also mention how many times. So it says one time. One time the focus keyword is being used in the article heading. Similarly, in the article title, which is this, whether the keyword is being used, it says yes, and it is one. We always need one only. We don't need more for either for the article heading or we also even for the title. Because I did tell you, if you'll have the focus keyword been being used multiple times or even couple of times, not more than one time, it should be used for the heading, title, and the URL and the content and also the meta description. For the content, probably you can use the same keyword multiple times, but with meta description it has to comes one. With the page URL, the focus keyword has to come once. For the page title, it has to come only once, and also for the header tag, the focus keyword has to come in only once. So it has given, just because I have placed the focus keyword at all the places by myself, let me tell you, the SEO yoast plugin doesn't work on its own. You have to manually go ahead and punch in details from that Excel sheet where you have got these title tags and meta tags and meta keywords worked on. You have to copy from there. Maybe you can ask your junior SEO to go ahead and implement all that. It's a pretty easy stuff. It's a copy paste once you're done with the creation. Once you're done with creation, open your website on the back end or the back end of your website, get the SEO Yoast plugin installed and start implementing these title tags. Pretty easy, not much of a rocket science. Same focus keyword, you can see it's being written in the SEO title. It's also mentioned in the meta description. Now, if you see, if I go beyond the character limit of an SEO title, I did tell you it is 55 to 70 characters. Let's say I write in something. I write in my name. So you can see it does give me a warning that you are actually going beyond the character limit. It says it's pretty long. The title display in the Google is limited to a fixed width, right? I did tell you 55 to 70 characters. If you go beyond 70 characters, this is going to warn you, right? So this is pretty easy, guys. This is actually working for you. You really don't really need to go ahead and put a lot of effort on whether it's going beyond to what is being prescribed or not. You don't really need to count on each and every character. It will simply tell you. Similarly for meta description, I haven't really written a long meta description. Otherwise, at least 145 to 150 characters should be written. As of now, 75, but it should be extended furthermore. So let's say I type in learn how to rank your website on local search engines. So what you can see, I haven't repeated that same keyword, that same focus keyword which is over here couple of times. The other text which is over here is something different, and my focus keyword, which is a pretty long keyword, guys. I did tell you the long keywords with a lot of key phrases in it are uh, very specific and very much prone to the conversions. From the conversion points, they are pretty good. So that's why I've taken a very long conversion related keyword. I know it's always going to get me very much targeted traffic. I have used that, I have written that keyword in the very first line. So it's important if you are having, let's say, two lines, a couple of lines used in the meta description. If you can make sure that the keyword is being placed in the very first line, that'll really add a lot of value. So I can see, learn how to rank your website in local search engines. Uh, I say call now to get great offers, or maybe just call now. That's what I type in. So I'm helping that reader to make a decision on on making a decision to click on my search result, because I'm giving an input on how can you get your website rank on the local search engine. You can call us and you can learn that apart. So I can also mention some more things like get discount by calling in today, or use a particular coupon code. Some more things like these can be used. I have done that. I have punched in the keyword, the focus keyword in my meta description. I've got the focus keyword in the SEO title, and it's obviously there in the meta keywords, right? So I believe this is pretty easy to understand. If I scroll further up, you can see, okay, let me go back to PowerPoint and show you that step by step. All right, so that was all about installing WordPress SEO by Yoast. We did that practically. I believe you all are on the same page with that. I mean, you are actually, you've seen the you're seeing the video, you've seen the practical part, and you are on the same page as to what I'm saying. Now, this is the individual blog post. These are the certain snapshots which I have taken, which I've also shown you, right? So the WordPress SEO used did look like this in the very first go. Like I did tell you, nothing comes in, nothing appears for the first time. in the boxes. So you can see them as blank. The focus keyword has to be decided by you. The meta description has to be decided by you. The SEO title has to be decided by you. So if you are the SEO professional who's working for your website, or you're making your team work on it, at least the decision has to come in from your side as well, along with your team, on what focus keyword needs to come in for a particular page, and that same focus keyword, the title, SEO title, the meta description, all needs to be punched across, right? So as I mentioned on Yoast activation, this selections get placed on all your individual posts. I did mention that. It's not only one particular page for which this is going to be implemented. It would be all the web pages, all the blog posts where this would be the WordPress SEO by Yoast plugin would be implemented, right? So in the admin area below the editor, we have seen that. So the editor part was on the top for a particular page, and below that, below the editor part, we had this WordPress SEO, right? So like I said, always have a focus keyword. A focus keyword is needed first to get started. So my way of doing that is always to first of all work around on the keyword analysis, keyword mapping, and also getting the tags being created with the help of that Excel sheet. So I repeat again, if you need that Excel sheet, you can email us across, and then we can provide you that. And this is a really exciting Excel sheet. So it's been programmed in a fashion that it'll also intimate me if I am going beyond the character limit. So I'll show you that again. If I go beyond the character limit, the number of the so it says 64, 63 character limits. If I go beyond that, it will actually turn into red. So even this particular Excel sheet counts first of all, and after counting it does tell me whether I'm going further, more, I'm exceeding the character limit, right? So that's with the SEO Yoast, how it looks like in the initial uh, space when you go in for the first time. Now, if I have got the focus keyword in place, I did tell you about that. We have seen that in the practical way as well. So the snippet preview comes in like this. I have deliberately, hidden the website URL because that's one of my client's website. I don't want to go ahead and showcase that. All right. So the focus keyword which we had decided was actually a longer key phrase, longer keyword with a lot of key phrases. So how to create Android widgets, that was the focus keyword. You can see similar keyword, that focus keyword was being written in the key SEO title, how to create Android widgets, right? The pipe symbol being used and all that. With respect to meta description, also the meta description just does have the focus keyword only once. I'm not a fan of having the focus keyword being used multiple times, right? Not even couple of times. You can see how to create Android widgets. Even if you have to use something, but then you can just have the synonym of your focus keyword, but make sure the written text, the written content, or the statement should make some value, should be right English. It should not be like a keyword stuffing has been done and the value or the meaning out of that particular text is not coming out, right? So the focus keyword, I repeat again, is part of the SEO title, is part of the meta description. That's why it does tell us that. I did mention that the in the article heading, you can have the keyword being used once. In the title, which is this, the keyword which is going to be used, the focus keyword would be used once. Similarly, in the meta description, it would be used. But I did mention the last time, within the content, you can use it multiple times. It's all about keyword density, where I did tell you keyword density is all about how many times your keyword is being used for every 100 words. So if I have written 500 words, then I can use them 5 times. 5 divided by 500 into 100 would actually mean it 1% keyword density again. For every 100 word, it's going to be 1%. So similarly for 500 words, it's going to be 5 times I can use the same keyword, which will actually lead to 1%. Had I been training on the SEO aspect maybe in the year 2012, 2013, then it wouldn't have made sense to have 1% keyword density. At that point of time, Google wasn't that really strict, and 2 to 3% keyword density was being used that time and was not being looked as a spam activity. I repeat, it was not being looked as a spam activity earlier on, But today, if you have 3 to 4% keyword density, so just be aware something bad can happen. You can expect something bad to happen to the rankings, the search engine rankings. All right. So I move further, and you can see that's this particular SEO use tool does give you the search engine preview also. How is my web page for which I have done the on-page optimization, how it's going to look like in the search engine results. So if my particular web page is going to be ranked for the focus keyword, this is how it's going to look like. The title tag being on the top, and the overall URL will come in next, followed by the meta description. In the last video, I had shown you where does the title tags appear in the search results, and where does the meta description appears for the overall search results, right? I move further after showing you in the search engine result preview. This is the focus keyword. That's what I did show you, right? So the focus keyword is the essence. It's the most important part of the overall post or the page. So you would be doing overall on-page optimization on the basis by keeping focus keyword in the middle. So this is the focus keyword, and this plugin, the SEOs plugin, like I did mention, it shows you the number of times the focus keyword is being used in all the elements of my page. The elements of my page have been the heading. So within the heading, it's been used once. Within the title tag, it's been used once. That's why it shows green that first of all, yes, it is being used, and how many times being once. Also, the same focus keyword, we have made it a point that it is part of the page URL also. So until and unless you don't have your focus keyword being part of all these aspects, the on-page optimization is not being done perfectly. That's what you have to really see. Similarly, the same focus keyword has to be placed more number of times in the content. Depends totally on the number of words which you have written in the entire page content. If you have written 500 words, great, 5 times. If you have written 600 times, then somewhere close to 5 to 6 times. As and when you would increase the page length, the content on the overall page, you can add in the keyword multiple times. If I'll have the 1000 word, maybe I can have 7 to 8 times. Just to be on the safer side, I don't want to go beyond 1% keyword density. If it's 1000 words, 1% makes it just 10 times out of the entire 1000 words. But to be on the safer side, I don't want to go beyond those one, for 10 times the keywords being used out of 1000 words. All right, meta description also, like I did mention, just once the focus keywords has to use. So I believe it. I have been repeating this for the second time, but it should really get into your head now on what are the right ways to get the focus keyword embedded in the on-page optimization tactics. All right. Now comes in the article headlines. So when we talk about the article heading, this is the main heading of your post. The main heading of your post needs to have the focus keyword. We have to make sure the relevancy of the article has to be there with the focus keyword. There should be a sync between between the two. So the relevancy of articles for a particular key phrase increases with the presence of key phrase in the heading. If there is a presence of key phrase within the heading, the overall relevance will also improve, right? So we have seen that in the practical way also, and I'll show you again. The next part was about the SEO title, right? We have seen that the major focus keyword, which was how to create Android widgets, that was being placed it very much initially, and also the pipe symbol was also being used, right? So SEO title, if you set it, so I mean, majorly it has to be the SEO professional who has to set it, is the one that appears in the search results. It's the one which appears on the topmost of the search results I've shown you. So for good SEO, it should have the focus keyword. That SEO title needs to have the focus keyword. You can set a default one using the templates shown in step 2. So we'll see that. So focus keywords should be closer to the beginning of the SEO title. I did mention that within Eve, that holds true not only for the SEO title, guys, but also for the meta description. Whenever you will have the SEO title and also the meta description, try to have the focus keyword being written in the very first go, beginning to the in the very beginning phase, right? In the initial words. Number 2 point, as we know that there is a character limit. The number B point, the second point says the SEO title should be or the must be 70 characters long or lesser than that, as that the maximum display limit, so that the words which are being displayed in the search engines, they should uh, really comprise of the words which you have written. It should not be that you have written plenty of words and they don't appear in the search engines, and search engines don't like more than 70 characters. That's one of the parameter, guys, with respect to the on-page optimization of a website or a blog page. All right. Now comes in meta description. So focusing more on the meta description part. So the focus keyword should be also part of the overall meta description. You can see the focus keyword was how to create Android widgets, which was being made part of the overall meta description which is being written. Within this, the character limit also gets counted within the SEO Yoast plugin. So it does say that it's limited to 156 characters and just 7 characters left. So it's a great number between 140 to 156 keyword. If you're writing in, then it makes a really lot of sense. So it should not ideally exceed the 156 characters, because that is the limit used by the search engine. Search engines don't really appreciate that. In this instance, there are 7 more characters left as shown in the green counter. You can see that. In this particular example, there are 7 more characters left. The number C point says this is sometimes displayed as post snippet in search results. We have seen that. So some say that it is not relevant. There have been a lot of debate, guys. Many search engine optimizers feel that the meta description keyword, the meta description tab, sorry, not the keyword, meta description tab is not relevant. It's no more a great thing to actually add on to every page. It's a waste of effort, but that's not the case. Officially, Matt Cutts have defined, Matt Cutts have been the head spam of Google. In one of their videos, in one of his videos, he has mentioned that having a meta description adds more value to your SEO campaign. Right. So if you are actually making things work in your favor, why not? I mean, you should not leave any stone unturned and make sure that every aspect is being done perfectly. So, like I said, now Google now displays any random part of the article. It was happening that Google started displaying any random part of your website, of your particular web page. Google used to pick up something or the other from your article content and used to depict it in the meta description. But slowly and steadily, we have seen the meta description, if they are being set up for your website, they are the one which are being given preference, and in also in crawling. So whenever a crawler comes onto a website, the title tags, meta tag descriptions are the ones which are being crawled for the first time. I mean, they are the most important ones, along with meta keywords, and also the content, the header tags, and the alt tags. So, however, it is still relevant, because if you have the focus keyword in the description, meta description, and someone does a search using that exact keyword. So, if when somebody is doing a search on the exact keyword, how to create Android widgets, then there the chances of your website coming on the top are higher. So all in all, I would say usage of meta description is an important thing when it comes down to on-page optimization. So not just the SEO title or the article heading or the focus keyword, so setting up the focus keyword, making sure that focus keyword is part of the heading, the title, and also the meta description. All right, so moving further, after that, I'll show you how this is being done. So I did mention the focus keyword which is being taken, that can be made part of the of the URL, which would make it a search engine friendly URL. So you can see this example in this particular example over here in this presentation. The focus keyword, which is how to create Android widgets, which was there in the heading or in the title tag or on the meta tag description also, that was being made. So the first part of the URL, the main domain would remain same. You cannot edit that, but the part which is afterwards, after the main domain, that is something which can be changed by us if we are the admin of the website, if we are the owner of the website. So you can see the distance, the space between two words, which is how, and two, there is a space between two words which is being depicted with the help of a hyphen. So how hyphen to hyphen create, then a space being depicted with an hyphen again, Android and then hyphen, then widgets, then hyphen again, which Android widgets, right? So rating bar again, that's the last word, but the main focus keyword is being used within the search engine, within the URL, which makes it search engine friendly. Let me show you with the help of an example on for the live website which we were taking. So the major focus keyword in this particular example was how to make your local business rank higher on Google, right? So if I open the URL part, which is also called a permalink, guys, you can always make changes to the permalink. The main website page, the main URL with the main domain within the URL will always be static. It's never going to change, but you can edit the tail part of it or the bottom, the later part of it. You can edit that. I can just remove that entire thing and write in whatever, but this is not going to be the keyword. The keywords are not going to be there. So I would go ahead and write in my focus keyword. That's what I have pasted. I've copied it from my focus keyword, and then I go ahead and mention the hyphens between the words. So you can see very well I am putting in hyphens by myself. That's the practical part, guys, which I wanted to make you understand. And I believe most of you are getting much more confidence now. And you can simply go ahead and make changes by yourself on your WordPress based website and get your campaign working in the most effective fashion. So you can see I'm typing in the hyphen word in between the smaller key phrases which are there. So in between the smaller key phrases, I've got the hyphen word. I press in OK. So that's what it's been edited. And you can see if I go further down, it says the page URL does have the focus keyword, right? So the focus keyword needs to come in the URL to make it search engine friendly. All right. So that's the URL part. As now moving further, is the keyword density part. I did mention that focus keyword has to be used certain number of times within the content. Now, I can't really teach you how to write in content because that is something which is being taught from the very basics. I mean, your education, how your overall education has been done, and how good writer you are. That is something which come on and so on. But if you are okay with writing and you want to understand about how to shape up your writing from the SEO perspective, only and only you really need to understand is the keyword density part. If you are a writer, if you are a content writer, if you can write in some decent content, then you can simply make use of the keyword density parameters for making your content search engine friendly. And let's say in a scenario too, if you're not a great content writer and you're trying to do search engine optimization, you're trying to optimize your website, you have no other uh, way to just hire a content writer or get seek assistance. But I would say even if you're not a great content writer, still try practicing by writing in things, and you can take help from your competitors' website, as in what kind of content they have also written. Again, if it's really not your ball game to write in content, I would tell you hiring a content writer is the last piece of thing which you can do, because you can't really compromise with content. Content is the most important thing when it comes down to search engine optimization. So keyword density, like I said, it's being calculated on the basis of number of times the keyword has been used on the out of the total 100 words. So if we, let's say, or maybe the out of total words. So if there are 800 words in totality in your content page, in the total content of a particular page, and out of those 800 words, it's just 4 times the same focus keyword has been used, it would be counted as 4, which is number of times the keyword being used, divided by the number of words, which is 800 into 100. That would make it 0.5%, which is pretty decent, in between 0.5% to 1%, but don't go beyond 1%, so that Google doesn't make you feel that you are a spammer. Google can actually look into your website from certain, in a certain different fashion. They might start suspecting you, and they might put you in a thing called sandbox. There is this thing called sandbox, which is like in a suspect box. they might suspect you, they might look into your website very closely in a manual fashion. If it goes into the sandbox, Google sandbox, then manually people will actually come onto your site, which is from the Google team, and they would keep an eye on it probably for a month or a two and see whether if you're doing a lot of keyword stuffing or not. So just to avoid that situation, don't go beyond that keyword density which I'm talking about. So 1 to 2% is preferable, but my point is to just keep it 1 or less than 1%. So just beware of just stuffing the keyword as an irrelevant in an irrelevant post. You cannot outsmart Google's bot. You can never ever do that. Right. So the next part, guys, after knowing about keyword density is the header parts, which is the headings. Right. So I'll just show that. So you can see the heading 2 part is being mentioned over here. And within the heading 2, the main for keyword, which is how to create Android widgets, is being made part of it. Right. So I'll go further and make you see with my example as well. So you can see this is the main focus keyword, which is how to make your local business rank higher on Google. I scroll up further and you can see the main paragraph, the main content of my website is written in a smaller text, smaller sized text. And the text which is written in bigger sized is the heading. So if I, let's say, select the paragraph text, you would see it does represent it's a paragraph, right? I can name it as a heading 1 or a heading 2 also, whatever I want to. So these are the header tags. That's how you create. You don't need to be a coder like I did tell you. You would not you didn't have to code in anything while you were editing the search, editing the URL and making it search engine friendly. Similarly, you don't have to post in any code. Don't have to punch in any code to make a particular text. Let the Google know that this particular text is a header tag. So I would take this particular text and name it as a heading 1, right, or a heading 2 or a heading 3, right? That's my particular decision. The very first heading which comes in has to be heading 1. Obviously, there is a way to actually place that. Heading 1 is going to be the very first one. Then certain content, maybe you can have place images within this, and I can, let's say, type in any word. So I can write in Nick Bartla's SEO session, uh, and I can take it, I can select it, it's part of the paragraph. By default, I can make it as a heading 2. So you can see the text size of heading 1 and heading 2, there is a slight change. It's much bigger in size. The heading 2 becomes a bit smaller. Similarly, heading 3 is much more smaller in descending order. That's it. It's been recommended. The heading 1 should have the main focus keyword, and you can see that how to make your local business rank higher. That's the same focus keyword. My main focus keyword is being part of the header tag. I can also write in something more. Not just the focus keyword has to be there. How to make your local business rank higher on Google as revealed by. So that's what I can type in, and this is the header 2. I can go ahead and update that. And if I look at the meta keyword 2, I can make that part of my heading 2. So let me show you the meta keyword 2, which is ranking high on Google. So let's say ranking high on Google, I can take that. So Nick Bartlett's SEO session talks about aspects on ranking high on Google. So you can see the meta keyword 2 comes in header 2, and the meta keyword and the focus keyword, which is one of the meta keywords only, comes in header 1. So I go ahead and update that, and automatically the overall SEO is happening, the on-page SEO. Earlier it was okay, now it has turned into good. Earlier it was a yellow thing, now it has turned into a green signal. So that's what our objective is, to actually make it turn all these lights from red, yellow, orange to the green, you can see in the page analysis, right? So it does tell me what all things I have done perfectly. So it says you have never used this focus keyword before. I have not used this focus keyword in my other web pages. So all these things have been done right, and still some words, some more things have to be really, uh, made perfectly. Earlier, I had more number of things which were not done perfectly, and just three more things. Uh, it says meta description contains my primary keyword, or which is also my focus keyword. It does says the meta keyword in the specified meta description. Consider how does it compare to the competition. So could it be more appealing? So I can absolutely take that. And it says the page title contains the keyword phrase, which is absolutely there, and that too at the beginning. So which is really considered to improve ranking. It does tell me the page title is more than 40 characters, like I tell you, and less than the recommended 70 characters. So that's why the green symbol again. It says the keyword density is 2.35%. Even if I take it 1%, so I can change it, it would be again perfectly great. It is two times. So the keyword appears in the first paragraph. So this is the first paragraph. Within the first paragraph, my main keyword is actually appearing. All right, and it says the images on this page. So I'll come on to the image part. The alt tag is definitely there. So I hope you can see, and the page does have one outbound link, and the page does have the keyword key phrase appear in one out of three subheadings in this copy. While not a major ranking factor, but this is beneficial, but it is. And also it says the keyword phrase appears in the URL for the page, right? So that's the overall thing, guys. And if I scroll further up, let me show you the alt tag part now. Now, what alt tags are, guys, once we have done the heading 1, heading 2, once we are done with that, we can upload certain images and punch in alt tags for it. So this is an image which is already punched in, which has already been uploaded. I can simply go ahead and upload one more image. So let's say I go ahead and click on add media. And then there are certain images which are already present. Maybe I can take one of them. All right, so let's take this one, and which is my image, guys, somehow. All right, so if I scroll further down, you can see the name of the image is very much mentioned here, and it does says the alt text. If you can see, this is the alt text, guys. And let me see what was the meta keyword 2. So if the meta keyword 2 was all about, so I make some change. Ranking high on Google, that was my meta keyword 2. I go ahead and add a media, and let me show you. So this was the image, and I type in ranking high on Google as within the alt text. This is the alt tag, guys. Alt text or alt tag means the same. There is no difference between alt text and alt tag, right? So once I puts in that, I can put in some more description. So all right, so that's the description which I mentioned, and the image comes up over here. That's the alt tag, guys, and I can simply go ahead and update that. All right, so it gets updated furthermore, and the overall on-page optimization for this particular page is getting strengthened up. All right, so now you can see even for this existing image, this is an image which is already there. I go ahead and click on edit pencil bar. So what I did, I'll just repeat that. I am taking this image and I want to make sure whether the focus keyword in the first image is there on the very first keyword, first image or not. I take the first of all the focus keyword, which is how to make your local business rank higher on Google. That's my keyword. I copy that and I go into the image and click on edit. I would see the alternate text, which is already I have mentioned over here. The alternative text actually comes in automatically when I click on the edit button, and I have mentioned it previously, that's why it's coming. Uh, if you're doing it for the first time, this would be blank. You would have to punch in the focus keyword. You can go ahead simply and click on update. All right, so that's with the alt tag, guys. Pretty easy stuff. You can have more images, and then with the more images, with much more images, you can simply go ahead and update them and get them optimized. All right, so moving further to my presentation. All right, so that's with the header tags. I did tell you about that. Having H1, H2, H3, and up till H6 if the content is quite a lot. All right, that's with the image SEO. I did mention about having the description and also the alt text. So my image has to be optimized with the help of the title also. So we didn't mention the title in our previous example. We can take that and also mention the alternative text and the description. So you can see this is often overlooked. So many people actually in SEO overlooks that. So if you have to really separate yourself from other website optimizers, make sure that you are doing perfectly for the meta description part and also the alt tag parts. Many SEO professionals don't do that. So when you upload an image, you have an option to add the alt tags and the descriptions. Make perfect use of it. Within the description, there is no particular limit to it, but still just 100 to 150 words description with your main keyword, which you're also mentioning in the alternative text, you can take that. If there are a couple of images, if there are 3 images, you can make sure that you distribute your meta keywords amongst those 3 images. Like I did in the previous example, the first image was all about having the alternative text to that image was the focus keyword. The second image, which was my image, my personal image, you have seen how I look like, right? So I have got the second meta keyword linked to the second image, which was my image, right? So that's with the image SEO, guys. Moving further, now I have also shown you the page analysis part. What all stuff, what all suggestions, input does my SEO Yoast plugin gives me? This is something which is really exciting about this particular plugin. Now this plugin is actually teaching me and telling me what all stuff can we change about our page, right? So the page analysis section gives us in all those green, yellow, red, orange uh, lights, and we have to make sure that maximum green lights is what we have to really target. So before you publish a post, you have an option to analyze the SEO for your post. So for this, you have to go to the page analysis section and look for all of that. So that's the overall point, guys. All right, so before I move on to the last slide, I also want to let you know about the internal linking, which works in this fashion. So the text which is over here, if I have to create the anchor text, what I would be doing is looking at certain text, certain content, which I can link it to my another page of my website. So let's say this is my website, and one of the services which I'm offering is search engine optimization. All right. So I take that. Now this is the internal page of my website which is talking about search engine optimization services. I can copy this and I can see the text, which is one of the text which is mentioned over here is search engine optimization. I can simply take that. I can first of all select that and go ahead and click on insert and edit link. This is how about creating an edit hyperlink, guys. Go ahead and click on insert edit link. You can see I'm punching in the URL which I have taken previously, which was the other page of my website. So what is happening? This is the blog page of my website, which is also part of yourcreations.ca, and the other web page which I am linking from my particular page is also part of yourcreations.ca. And this is the anchor text, the text which is getting hyperlinked. I can just mention that whenever someone clicks on this text, he or she should get to this page. This particular page would open in a new tab. So I mentioned that and I click on add link. There is a reason for it because I don't want that same web page should get changed. I would want multiple tabs of my website to be opened up, right? So I click on add link. It adds a lot of value. So you can see this particular text has got hyperlink. This particular text is also called an anchor text. And since this is pointing out to another web page of my main domain only, which is the same domain, yourcreations.ca, this domain, this particular page is also on the same domain, and this particular page to which the user would actually get pointed to is also the same domain. That's why this is called an internal link. That's how the internal linking happens. So I'll go ahead and update this. Now let's say I wanted just a sec. So this was the text which I have edited. All right. So if I scroll further down, you can see my name. So let's say I now want to make another linking, another cross linking, but this time from this particular website, which is yourcreations.ca, I'm not going to have an internal link being built up. I want to give a backlink to my main website, which is nickbartla.in. Let me open that. So this is my website. This is my another website, guys. I want to give a backlink to the home page of my this website. All right. This is the relevant text. I would go ahead and insert and create an link again. And the URL which I'm typing in is of a third-party website. It's not the same website. There is no domain with yourcreations.ca, right? The link text is this, and I'm going ahead and making it open link in a new tab, and I click on add link. Now this is an outbound link, guys. This is an external link or an outbound link, right? I would go ahead and click on update. This is called outbound link. All in all, that was an internal link, that was an outbound link, internal and an external link, whatever you can call that, inbound and an outbound link, or a cross-linking functionality. They are very much needed when you're doing an on-page optimization. All right, so that's about the links part, guys. All right, so also, I did mention that we're going to talk about search engine friendly URL. We did that. The last one being removing broken links. Now, the way to remove broken links, we did speak about that in the last session also. And let me show you how we can do that. I would take in this particular broken link check. So there are pretty many broken links on my website, which I have to change. I would simply go ahead and type in my website name, website URL over here, and click on find broken links. All right, so XCXD6, typing in the captcha and clicking on find broken links now. So it's going to take some time to actually fetch out the entire broken links. Once we'll get that, so you can see the processing has started. Once even the very first broken link will come in, I'll show you how we can go ahead and get to know where exactly the broken link is appearing on my website. And we would simply take that web page and go ahead and delete those broken links. I hope all of you are aware of the broken links part, what exactly they mean. Let me help you in understanding it furthermore. So if you remember that we had created an external link, I had created an external link on this particular text. I have placed a link which is to my main website, another personal website, which is nickbartla.in. And tomorrow, let's say I decide that I'm going to close this website. I'm going to close this website and I'm going to open a new website, let's say, maybe nickbartla.com. So I decide that I'm going to just go ahead and simply remove the .in website, and I'm going to have the .com part. All right. So this is my another website actually. So what will happen if this website would get deleted? Somehow this link would become a broken link for yourcreations.ca. For Your Creations website, now this link would be a broken link since I've deleted this website and I've got this new website, which is nickbartla.com. Either I first of all get to know about these broken links with the help of this particular tool, This particular tool will tell me that on this such and such page, which is this page, this particular URL, on this particular URL, there is a broken link, and that broken link is this on this particular word. Either I would go ahead and edit this and have the new website if I am aware of that, or I would go ahead and simply remove that. Broken links actually breaks the journey of the search engines, and also the end users also don't really like that part, right? The end users also don't like broken links being there, and search engines are also not great fans of broken links. So let me go back to the broken link part. It's actually doing so good that there have been any broken links so far. All right. So these are the areas which we would be addressing. So what exactly we mean by online reputation management and the relation between SEO and ORM? We have already spoken about that. What exactly is ORM and the relationship between SEO and online reputation management? So there is a direct correlation. Then there are certain listening tools. When we mean what exactly we mean by listening tool is that if today I am a particular, again, a hotel owner, I want to know what people are talking about me day in and day out, then it's not easy to go ahead and get to know about so many comments which are getting posted across on internet by just doing a search on Google. No, it's not only a handful of website where people can go, where your customers can go ahead and write across about your brand. There are millions of websites. It's very difficult to catch hold of all the negatives and the positive reviews or the neutral reviews about your brand. So for that matter, there are certain tools which are provided across in the internet industry. There are third party providers. Free tools and paid tools both are there, which can be used across by search engine optimizers to evaluate and see how is the overall graph in terms of the reputation of a specific brand, of their specific brand. So a couple of good, great listening tools are Google Alerts and Social Mention, which I'm going to show you how do they really work and how exactly we can use them in terms of getting to know about a brand, right? So then we'll talk about certain tactics through which we can really go ahead and rectify the negative reviews. So if there are certain negative reviews across for our brand, then how can we go ahead and get that removed, right? And how the overall use of content can play a vital role in order to rectify the negative reviews. All right, so before I move further and talk further more about the basics part, let me just pay some attention to this particular part, which is tactics to rectify negative reviews. Let me speak about a specific example, guys. What really happened? This is a real time example, which I'll tell you, where the negative online reputation management aspect came in. A couple of months back, I went to a hotel in one of the tourist destination, which was in Kerala in Kochi. And what really happened when I stayed there, I wasn't delivered great service. I wasn't being delivered great proper service. Food was not being delivered on time. The laundry man was not coming across on time and not giving me the kind of service which I had expected. Now, since I am a very particular person, I didn't thought that such kind of stuff can happen. I had huge expectation from that hotel because I had selected that hotel after reading good reviews about that particular hotel. But unfortunately, this hotel wasn't really doing well at on that particular day. I kept informing them, but nobody from their entire staff listened in a very serious manner. I decided to check out the other day, and while I was checking out, you won't believe the hotel management, top management, was very much, in trouble. Because why was that? Because I had gone ahead and posted a negative review on the website, which is very popular in the travel domain. That's called TripAdvisor. The moment I had posted across a negative review, which was an honest opinion or an honest review by me in TripAdvisor, the hotel top management got to know. They might have been using some listening tools, right? That's the reason why they got alert. They got an alert that there is a negative review about their brand on one of the channels, which is TripAdvisor. That very moment, the hotel management guys went ahead and contacted me. I mean, they contacted the reception guys, the people who were there at the reception, and asked whether this particular guest, which was me, still there in the hotel or not. And the reception guys told that yes, absolutely, he's here and he's checking out. They rushed through to the top management guys, rushed through and came to the reception, and then they went ahead and started, inquiring from me what exactly was it that which made me furious, and which made me wrote that negative review. I told them everything, and the hotel management, top management guys started collecting all the information from me and got their staff also over there who didn't really help. When they got to know that it was the staff who was at fault, they started apologizing me. Now see what this was one of the tactic to rectify for the negative review. So what I was talking about the negative review. So in the offline space, not in the online space, they started doing all that. In the offline manner, they started apologizing, and then they said that they can do anything in order to make that review go away. But I wasn't really happy. I was still not happy with their apologies, and then I decided that I will let that negative review be there across on that particular site. When I decided that, then the number two tactic which they applied was that they started telling me that they can offer me some discount, or maybe they can make my stay free, or a next stay can be free from their side. I wasn't really excited about that deal also. So that was a tactic two, which was offering a freebie. Number one tactic was to apologize. Number two tactic was to really go ahead and offer some freebies. When I decided that I would let that negative review being there, number three, tactic which they applied was to they went ahead to TripAdvisor and and they replied back to that negative review which I had posted across. They apologized and then they mentioned that absolutely their staff was at fault, and they would make sure that whenever I visit next, they're going to give a much better service and they're going to compensate for that. So that was tactic three. Now this is something quite very much you would say uh, quite genuine and quite something which you would say absolutely this is something which is expected out of the hotel management guys. Now, once this happened, all of a sudden, they thought of another tactic. So after three tactic, which is replying back to the replying back to that particular negative review on the same online space. Number four thing which they did was to actually started encouraging their new customers. They started giving them 5% or 10% discount if new customers who are coming across to their hotel post across a great review about them or their honest opinion. They were very much particular about what new customers are going to type in, right? So because they knew that if they will have this negative review there for long, and if that negative review will highlight across, will get a lot much popularity, then their business can be in trouble. So for overshadowing that negative one single negative review, they started collecting a lot of positive reviews from real customers. So that was tactic four, and which is a great tactic, right? So they started collecting all those great positive reviews, which was, let's say, for 50 new positive reviews and one single negative review. So it hardly made a difference to whosoever was reading that reviews, because they were not the whosoever started reading those reviews was not majorly looking at the negative review, because more number of positive reviews and just a smaller fraction of negative didn't really made a lot of dent into their entire business, right? So these are 4 5 tactics, guys, to rectify the negative reviews. You cannot do anything more. Another thing, guys, what they realized, this negative review it started ranking higher on one of the major keywords, major keywords like trip to reviews of, let's say if I'll go on to Google and then type that across. So let's say if somebody had typed across a keyword like reviews of hotels in Kochi, you would believe for that particular hotel, that negative review, despite of getting overshadowed by 50 positive, that negative review started coming onto the top. Now this become a pain for that particular hotel, guys, because this kind of keyword would have been typed across by a website by an audience who's a potential audience, right? All those people who are actually the potential audience were not really impressed with that negative review ranking across on the top, and they decided that they won't go with that hotel. They rather started going on to lodging, into another hotels. This really went the business of that hotel go down, and it was impacting. Now where does the SEO team came in and got this actually entire fought with this entire thing? The SEO team, which was working within the hotel entire staff, they did a very great technique in order to rectify that negative reviews. They created 50 new, 20 to 50 new blogs and microsites. When I say microsites, mini websites. And what they did, they smartly went ahead and created a lot of content on these, 40, 50 new blogs and websites. And the content which was presented across on these particular website and blogs was related to this keyword. They started doing on-page and off-page optimization for these small little website. It's a pretty time-consuming task and also a pretty long task. But what really it helped them with that with this particular keyword, those 50 websites, all of those 50 websites, they started ranking higher, and that particular negative review started getting deranked. That was a great fifth tactic to go ahead and uh, get that negative review not impact your particular business. So what happened? The first 40, 50 overall search results were of the new websites, which were getting optimized very rigorously with a lot of great on-page and off-page being done across. With a lot of great on-page and off-page being done across for that particular keyword for of those small little blogs and websites, that negative review started ranking down. So this is a great way of actually managing across your overall reputation. All right. So I'll talk about further more stuff, guys. Let's get started with the slides which I have to showcase you across. So what is online reputation management, or what is reputation management? We've already spoken about that. All the great stuff or the bad stuff, whatever you want to call it, the positives and the negatives, builds up the overall reputation, and the way you manage that is all about the reputation management. So online reputation management, if we talk about, it's a process that businesses and individuals both follows that involves recovering the online image as well as building a positive one also. So if in case there are a lot of negative reviews, then how can you go ahead and recover that negative review image, as well as how can you go ahead and create a positive one with a lot of positive reviews, like the one with the example which I've given you. They started collecting a lot of positive reviews from various other customers, so that the positioning overall changes, right? So that's with online reputation management. Earlier, what used to happen, uh, okay, this particular picture, guys, I'll tell you about what earlier used to happen. Before that, this particular slide says that is the online reputation management should be followed by maintaining that image, which involves monitoring and responding to what is being said about your business online. People might be talking a lot about your business, right, on all these social platforms, on all these Web 2.0 sites. It's very much important that you maintain that image which you want to portray across to your end customers. And for maintaining that image, you have to do a lot of monitoring. A monitoring or listening, whatever you want to call it, they both mean the same. You have to check. You have to use a lot of listening tools and social media monitoring tools in order to get to know what people are talking about your brands, good, ugly, bad, neutral, positive, negative, on various other on a lot of networks. Once you get to know about that, then you go ahead and segregate them into positive, negatives, neutrals, and then start responding back. In case you don't respond back to any, even a positive review, it gives a bad impact that your brand, your particular business is not careful about what customers really feel like. If customers are really trying to go ahead and appreciate something about your business, then you should go ahead and acknowledge that. Acknowledging that, responding to that is something very much important. So are your customers praising or complaining about your business? It's very important to find out. You need to do a lot of social media monitoring stuff. We'll talk about that, which are tools help us in doing that. So before the internet, so I was telling you what used to happen earlier, right? Before the internet, people used to talk about a lot of negatives and positives about products and services whenever they used to connect, whenever they used to meet and greet each other at various different places, whether it's an event happening or a party or a social gathering or a workshop or a seminar, or maybe at a workplace or at a entertainment space, whatever it may be. So people used to gather and then they used to share across their overall opinions. Now, when the internet thing came in, where in the early years of internet, it included a lot of message boards and chat rooms. They were not Web 2.0 websites initially. That they were not websites like blogs and forums question and answer forum, question and answer websites, and social media sites. It was majorly the message boards and chat rooms where people were talking a lot about how do they feel about specific brand, about a specific product and service. Right, the entire journey went ahead, and then after that, people started creating online demand for businesses. Right, so things like creating, doing public relations, maintaining relations with the overall public, also doing search engine optimization, website design, online monitoring, market research. If you talk about all of that, this all is being encompassed into online reputation management. So after the internet, after the initial years of internet, when Web 2.0 thing came in, plenty of digital marketing activities started happening with respect to social media campaigns, online advertising campaigns, paid media marketing campaigns, social media monitoring, websites getting designed and getting optimized, and also online PR happening. All that became part of online reputation management. So, right, people started. It was only us who started using internet a lot much, and the rise of digital marketing came in, and within digital marketing, the rise of online reputation management came in. So online marketing is a reversed marketing, right? You would agree to that. If this is so, if I today promote across my brand through internet, that is online marketing. But if I don't do it myself and my customers do it for me, if my customers start saying something great about me, about my product, about my, let's say, training, then it becomes a good overall platform for me. It becomes a user generated content, a word of mouth starts happening for me. And it is a fact that if I talk something great about myself today, people will not believe a lot about that. If somebody else talks good about me, then there would be the trust factor will actually scale up high. A customer listens to a customers rather than customers listening to a salesperson, right? A salesperson will never ever say something bad about his brand or its product or its service. But if you talk to a customer and you are a customer yourself, then absolutely that overall bond is going to be something very different. A customer always goes ahead and listens to a customer and believes the customer only. So that's what the overall word of mouth thing comes in, and the user generated content plays in a very important role. That's why I said that online marketing is a reversed marketing where consumer promotes the product and services through reviews rather than the company. All right. So like I said, 78, like I said, I'm repeating that thing over here again in this particular site. 78% of people trust the recommendations of the other consumers, whereas only 14% of people trust the advertisement. So trusting the advertisement is something very difficult. People have that notion that whosoever will promote across their brand, they will definitely talk something great about it, right? But if other people are talking something great about your product, absolutely it will, the trust factor would improve absolutely for sure. So this is as per the Nielsen Trust in Advertising report, guys, as per that research. So, and they don't care about your ads, they care what friends think, right? So customers are always looking after what their friend says, what their colleague says, what people across about them say. They don't care about what your ads say, right? So ads are just for the information purpose. So key tactics involvement. So customer buy from people they know, right? They want to know you. So be open, be genuine, be trustworthy, right? Build in a community where people, where customers, your potential audience can interact. They can be prompt, they can be caring. Help members to support each other. So building in a community where customers can come over, interact with each other, and you go ahead and help them as well. And you should have that attitude of giving assistance to each and every member so that they get full support. Also build your influence. If you are an influencer within the entire community which you have built across, and you provide useful informations, ratings and reviews, then absolutely things will work and word of mouth will work in proper fashion for you. The online reputation management will happen in the right direction. So positive reviews by customers can counter the negative criticisms, which I've already told you that in the same example which we have taken with the hotel example, right? Similarly, do encourage your clients to talk positive. So what did that entire hotel did? The example which I taken, they started giving 5% discount, 10% discount to all those new customers who were coming in, if provided if they go ahead and write in a review for that particular hotel on TripAdvisor or any other websites which they were looking after, right? So the motivation factor has to be there for the end customer also to go ahead and type in. So you're not bribing, you're just encouraging them. You're not bribing them to go ahead and definitely post across a positive review, even if they had bad experience. You are encouraging them just to go ahead and take that opportunity, get that 5% or 10% discount only if they go ahead and post across their own honest opinion. You're not encouraging them to go ahead and type in something which is not a fact. Otherwise, that would have been a manipulation, and somewhere or the other, people get to know that these reviews are manipulated, and nobody will start looking into these reviews very seriously. All right. So in some cases, the power of negative criticisms, guys, may kill your brand, and that too silently. You won't even get to know if there is a lot of negative criticism, a lot of negative reviews being there about your brand. It would kill the business entirely. It is going to be a lose of money. All right. So interact with people, appreciate their competition. Like I mentioned, get them a particular community being built up, and make them interact with each other, support them, help them, influence them, provide them a lot of great inputs, a lot of useful information so that they can go ahead and engage in that specific group. So this particular slide tells the same example, which is the difference in the old media and the new media. Earlier, it was only the television, newspapers, and also static websites which were giving information with the help of advertisements. And every old customers were just connected in a very small fraction. So if I mean, they used to just interact whenever they used to meet across at various different places. But now, with the upcoming of internet, you don't need to go ahead and physically meet lot of different customers. A lot of different customers don't need to know each other also, and then also they can go ahead and share across experiences and help each other. So with the help of various other user generated content sites, various other social media sites, everybody is connected fairly well, and the reputation management, the word of mouth travels very fast. The overall impact of word of mouth in today's world is exponentially very high. It's actually multiplied. If it travels in the positive direction, it travels much way faster. If it travels in the negative, then also it makes a huge loss to the organization, and that too at a very fast pace. Or it's tomorrow's consumers are today's digital natives. You would absolutely agree to that. So you have to be very careful about what your customers are going to see about you. The customers who are potential people, potential audience, which is going to be for your brand in future. So 95% companies also use LinkedIn to find out and attract employees. So what people are talking about your particular organization on LinkedIn is very much essential, because if there are a lot of negative reviews about your particular brand on LinkedIn or various similar other websites, then very less employees would be interested to go ahead and join in your organization, right? So why and what exactly people are saying about you? How would you identify that? So we'll come on to the listening tools in a while. So increasingly, a product's quality and what a brand stands for is determined by Google. I hope everybody would agree to that. Today, what Google is depicting across is forming up the entire brand image, right? So product quality, what a brand stands for, everything is getting determined by Google only, because word of mouth is getting built across by a lot of websites which are ranking across on Google search engine or any other search engine, right? So if somebody types across a specific keyword about a particular brand on Google, what all negative and positive comments come across, that is forming the entire image and giving a perception about the quality of that brand. Similarly, over here, so it's just easier now. This was an example, guys, of a particular brand called Comcast. A technician was actually sleeping on the couch when he came in to actually fix in something. So this particular thing actually went viral when somebody used to type in a particular keyword called Comcast or Comcast technician sleeping. This went viral. So whenever somebody used to type in Comcast guy sleeps, everything which was over there was all negative reviews being there. So it's very difficult to go ahead and get that thing deleted and get out of that particular negative framework. All right. So next thing, guys, is to actually create a digital plan if you want to go ahead and maintain your overall online reputation. For building up your online reputation management of your brand, you need to have a digital plan in place. very first thing is to identify who is your audience, where exactly is your audience, what is the age group, what is the overall geographic location, what are their likes, dislikes, and so on. So pick up the five top audience groups. There may be only one, there can be only one also, but pick up at least five, maximum five. Then just ask yourself, what do you really want to tell them, this entire set of audience, whether it's male, female, this age group or the other age group, this kind of profession they are into, this that kind of income level, so forth and so on. What do you want them to actually know about your particular brand? So pick up five top messages you want to go ahead and tell them. Then you decide on how am I going to tell them, whether you're going to tell them through a newspaper or through an online channel. If through an online channel, which are online channels are you talking about? Are you going to tell them through an event, through a press release, or whatnot? So that's step number three when devising a specific digital plan. Step number four, what exactly you're going to ask is what content I'm going to create. So the overall message which you're going to pass across and through what medium you're going to pass across, on the basis of that, you would decide, you would actually gel well both the things and then decide on what content are you going to be creating. So it's going to be very informal or in a formal fashion, or what sort of information in an educative mode or whatnot, right? So the another step is to identify how often are you going to post. Are you going to be very aggressive on that, very on day-to-day basis, on daily basis, or on hourly basis? Are you going to post across that content? You have to be careful what your end audience is going to like. You don't have to be very pushy so that they feel that they are getting spammed across. So you have to take a balance of all of that. That has to be and overall, that this or overall decision comes in after understanding your audience behavior and overall psychology of your audience, right? So next thing is to ask yourself which all social media sites does your audience use, and similarly those sites would be used across by you for passing across the content and the message which you have got created and to be showcased across to your end audience, right? So which all social media sites would you be using? Then comes in to the question is to decide which tools would I be using to measure my success. Am I doing well in terms of my online reputation management and my digital plan? So what are those five major tools which you would be deciding upon? So there are various tools which gives you a lot of insights, like Facebook Insight is one of them, Google Analytics, Google Alerts, Sprout Social, social mentions, how what people are talking about your brand on blogs, comments, or how many number of fans, likes, visitors, the number of engagement, the kind of engagement which is happening, and other tool like Simply Measured, so forth and so on. So you can go ahead and use these tools in order to find out the impact and measure the overall plan which you have created and implemented. Now, your reputation management strategy looks something like this. So you go ahead and first of all listen and monitor what people are talking about your brand. And then you go ahead and after listening to all that, you categorize and then you start responding to all the positive and negatives. Once you start responding to all the positive and negatives, then the overall engagement thing happens. And within the entire framework, within that entire reputation management activity, you go ahead and measure on different intervals, which is the most important thing. Right, so that's the overall management strategy. Now if you look at into different four quadrants, first is to listen out what people say, then is to actually do go ahead and talk to people like they are people only. No, don't go ahead and talk to them as if they are your prospects, they are your I mean, you're going to go ahead and sell them something. So go ahead and talk to them as people only, and then go ahead and engage those people and build up relationship as if you're also amongst them. Then the last part is to actually go ahead and measure where and what is being said. Have the overall tone and manner of what people were talking about your brand has changed in the direction which you wanted or not. Right, so there are various tools, guys, social media monitoring tools. I'm just going to name them and I'm going to show you Google Alerts and Social Mention, the topmost tools, which I'm quite a fan of. So develop a listening process and some of the great tools for checking out what people are talking about you. Google Alerts, Social Mention, alerts.com, Yotify, all these are great tools. Then you have Technority, which is a search engine and a monitoring tool both, which does a lot of, which is actually a search engine for bloggers, guys. Whatever you search across on Technority, every single search results are picked up from various other blogs, right? Similarly, you have Twitter, which is a micro blogging site. You can use the search bar of Twitter in order to find out what people are talking about your particular brand, or you can use a Twitter handle which is being used quite a lot for your brand, and then get to see what is happening, what kind of conversations are happening across your brand. Another tools like blog lines, social mention, I'm gonna share across with you. So these all are great other tools. Friend feed helps you to find out, it's a social media networking site. Wiki alarm, as you can see, this is a great tool, guys, which gives you a specific intimation if somebody has written something about your brand on Wikipedia. It gives you an intimation, it gives you sends across a notification in your inbox saying that somebody has written across something about your brand on Wikipedia. There are various other tools for social media listening, like How Sociable, one of them, Commentful, which actually looks at various comments, follow-ups on blog posts, and a lot of other similar content, such as on Flickr, dig.com, and various other uh, platforms. So another great thing is to first of all you need to establish an engagement policies which defines how would you respond back to the positive and negative things said about you and your brand. Then you need to determine who will respond, when they'll respond, how they'll respond. So all the five W's in one H. This is very much critical because you want to minimize the negative comments, negative word of mouth which is being happening across your brand, right? So get people to retract from, because you want to reach them out, and you want to see positive mentions to be coming across, as positive connections are definitely sales opportunities, right? So the most profound tool for establishing an engagement policy is actually engage. Be present within all the communities where you see your end audience is, right? So whatever your fans, your customers are posting across a lot of content across on various sites and interacting across, whether it's microblog sites or various other blog posts. So you do need to go ahead and participate in all these platforms and create a dialogue, right? So you need to create a dialogue, engage, and get the overall momentum changed in the manner, in the direction which you want. So this type of community building will do a lot towards keeping a positive online reputation getting built across, right? Same stuff, guys. So these are other various social media sites like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, where people go ahead and talk a lot about your brands, right? Then you have similar sites like SlideShare, where you can go ahead and post across a lot of content. So various other consumers, customers do share and comment across on SlideShares kind of websites, HubPages, Script, Wikipedia, Postgres, all of them being similar kind of sites. Then you have Tumblr, Technorati, which I've already spoken about, Knoll, Blogger, Flickr, Delicious. We have taken these sites previously also in our previous some of our videos like Delicious and Flickr, right? Then you have Ning, Typepad. These are some other blogging sites, blogging search engines. Wikio, FriendFeed being one of the social media sites. StumbleUpon being one of the social bookmarking sites where people do go ahead and type across a lot about various other products. Similarly, you have Multiply, Plaxo, Mixbox, another great sites which are social media and also blogging services, right? Social networking sites. Then you have Boat Tracker, which is a great online search engine which provides only information about the forums. So there are various forums where people go ahead and type in across and share across their uh, experiences. So Boat Tracker is a great search engine which gives only search results picked up from various forums. It doesn't pick up any thread, any specific content which is from any website outside a forum, right? So Vimeo is another great video sharing site. Then you have Vidler, another online video sharing site. Friendster being one of the great social networking. Then you have Google Book Search, Slide Bloom, Bright, Kite, Jaiku, Plug, so forth and so on. Academy, again, a great social networking site for business people. Ziggs.com is another great site, just like LinkedIn. And then UR.com, NetVibes, Ustream. So you should go ahead and measure that. And very soon, this form of rating will only be available for the organization. So that's with the measurement part, right? So there are various other tools like Cloud. Cloud is a great tool, guys, and also a Dictomatic, which gives you information and rating on how is your entire brand performing on a scale of 1 to 10 or on a scale of 1 to 5 with respect to the positive and the negative comments being posted across. right? So the formula is for identifying all that online reputation will be built across absolutely as there would be new inventions and new particular products. The last thing which guys I want to talk about is that ignorance is just like throwing away money, guys, right? So if you are being ignorant about what people are talking about your brand on various social media websites or various user generated content sites, then you are somehow ignoring and somehow ignoring that money which could have come across into your entire business. So don't go ahead and ignore that money. So bad customer experience, unsolved issues, or bad reputation is very much a synonym of lost revenue. So don't be ignorant about all those negative stuff, guys, which your particular brand is coming across. So I've already told you what exactly the reputation management has an impact on the SEO and how SEO can be used in order to go ahead and get these negative reviews being tackled. You know, you can tackle all those negative reviews.
We hope this comprehensively put together video was of great use to you. Well, if you have any suggestions, any comments or any feedback, make sure to head down to the comment section and do let us know that. We'll be more than happy to help you out at the earliest. On that note, I hope all of you are keeping safe. I hope all of you are keeping your learning up and I wish you well and I'll see you on the next one.